Tell that nigga Jesus. I said, please call my cell phone. Cause I'm gonna whoop his ass. Tell that nigga Jesus. I said, please call my cell phone. Cause I'm gonna whoop his ass.
Light up. Crack another bottle, baby. Philly fathead. Get it started broccoli. 3. Eyes bloodshot red. Laid back, baby. Yeah. Where's Shady? I call her over to bend her over, plus it's October. Never sober, hibernation, winter seasons around the corner. Bipolar foot soldier, can't waste time like loafers. My life's a bumpy roller coaster with a rusty toaster. Runner gutter, stick of artists, trapping out of apartments. Clocking on targets, natural, needed like a sergeant. Cash piece temporary, the travel, I need a pardon. Wisdom sharp like scope aim, straight out of Eden's garden. Limitless serpent can't persuade because the food is rotten. Sacrifice service to save yourself, let's make a bargain. Like negative blood type, I'm a different type of problem. Hunter in this rap shit, praying on trick rabbits and possums. I might come out at night like freaks and rob everything. I'm a track star, like where did he go? We lost him. Breeze in and out, like fucking a pussy on a quick thing. Rock out position, washing up quick cause I can't wait for the spring. Fuck a woman, like I'm working out, getting it in. Fucking my phone trips, peace crazy, cycle like sin. Honey intoxicated, 24/7 wasted. The system had no feelings, played it back, played it, play your shit. On a monthly basis, trying to survive this matrix. Going in backyards, corners to alleys, collecting payment. Light us bliss to escape this world that I'm facing. Busted in the maze, that's why these rhymes feel like masons. Couldn't put a piece together, but still kept praying. Thanks for flash payments, so kiss and frowns I'm faded. Gray skies and dark clouds, match my persona. Introverted person, the hot feels better when it's raining. Fucking pussy fresh out of college, gay knowledge that's ancient. Watching the population ignorantly worship Satan. Casting spells, using frequencies and vibrations. Magically enhanced, manipulating, keeping from awakening. Past effects, the blueprints, aftermath with genius. Strategic spiritual warfare is repeated. Fuck with the origin of melting cause they need it. You see the sweat, tears, and death, I'm not only bleeding. Leaking all over the place, having trouble breathing. Lord forgive me for all my sins cause it looks like I might be leaving. Yeah. I might be leaving. Yeah. Wisdom genie, this heart of mine, God's son. My shine glisten bright in stars, I am the one. Light of orange twinkle of a fat son of a gun. Before it's all said and done, a brighter future will come. Wisdom genie, this heart of mine, God's son. My shine glisten bright in stars, I am the one. Light of orange twinkle of a fat son of a gun. Before it's all said and done, a brighter future will come. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Where's Genie? That brighter future. You don't know. I told y'all I'd be back after I ate that lemon pepper. I seen Nicki, Drake, and Weezy, so they should have put it in. But I'm gonna talk a different type of shit. Oh yeah, and I got my nigga Hey Root with me too. Let's get it. Look, I know I still got a ways ahead of me before my vision's full of green. Cause I've been seeing red due to a history. But still I bleed from like I never had my stitches redone. But when I reach what I sold, that's when my hit begun. Though I'm still paying for mistakes, I see life like a refund. Each day she offers, get you chance to leave them salty when you change your seasons. The ceiling smoke after she fires like artillery guns. That fireworks to light up my dark nights, and that's the reason why I fight. And if you ever find my shoes on the line, like Mike, I hope the lines are bright. Give you power to keep pushing through when hard times strike. Plus I scripted bars hard enough to scar my mic. And if life's a bitch, I bring the peace to God, my wife. Cause I know these bachelors will disregard my life. I can never let them dim it, so with all my might, pushing chains through these machines with hope that y'all find sight. This nigga, I've been patient waiting deliver. Watch with shaky hands. Once you touch paper, your rocks may cover the scissors. Rock bonds get bolder the longer that they roll with you. The go getters, you cash, don't think they can't be roll switchers. They hope you break a leg so they can take your place instead. Though to butcher my words, I'll never leave the stakes misled. Sharpening my pencil, hope the teaching not this spray with lead. Break my cues before I lie to sleep, like let me make my bed so I can lucid dream about the path to the cream. Why they carry iron, making rash decisions for the cream. I carry iron on these beats, steamrolling over the creases, torn from the cloth I came from. Luckily, she is a seamstress. Just when I felt torn to pieces, she said you may feel defeated, but one day they gon' review all your lines like you went on Genius. That's when you gon' shine over their heads like you was Jesus, God's son, rising up from the ashes just like the phoenix. So with every verse I swear I come with the passion like a priestess. Past the limit and release it by the defense of my demons. Not a prophet for the world, but a prophet of my soul. I say fuck the matrix, never let it profit off my goal. Wish somebody would've told me the road to riches was this cold. Them slick roads, it's vicious, don't misquote this lyric. Niggas get a pistol and then foes get ditches. Think they ride until you fuck, that's when folks go switching. I ain't a conscious nigga, shit, I'm just conscious nigga. Staying strapped for this rocky clown knowledge I harness nigga. Though we far apart, let's build together like apartments nigga. Once we get a hit, the fear who's on deck like a starting pitcher. I fight the rippers trying to strike a bank, but my currency ain't gon' flow and free unless I'm talking about the finer things. I pray my shit don't get devoured by tsunami waves after I finally stuck my hand through the dirt. Sloppy grave, yo, I fuck up in this life, I come when she ovulates. Chances full of whooping back around, ain't no more time to waste. I find that fake like hidden treasure, I dig it. Deep down behind the mask, they grinning, wishing I could play. That's when like COVID restrictions, man, I socially distance. Rap the truth about my presence, see my poetry's gifted. We talking close, nigga, I wrote the description. In a list of these bars, no life been coaching me different. Ain't no choking, be Simmons. Explore my Taurus, rise through my cancer, back to my horrors, just to let him know that he's risen. Don't cross his soul like he's Christian. Yeah. Hey, what that nigga on my channel say? It's too fucking easy. Way too fucking easy, man. Hey, yo, hey, Rose, finish off this city, please, man. I'm out. You better bring your A game too, niggas. Purple rain, no, I'm not a prince. Man, I'm a king. I pop off and hit the Paris French, kissing Billie Jean. While y'all blanket the game, y'all niggas sleep, no sense. While I'm making some change, 50 Cent, it's a real slim chance. My energy come off shady in the scope to my body. I might boogie cause I manifest greatness. In the aftermath, still might bust the rhyme. Up in the game, there is proof in the afterlife. D12 still on magic with that 39. Up in the city of angels for the third time. Up in La Land, I hit the 7 like Mellow, nigga. I ball, big my friend, don't play, don't pull like Chicago. True affirmations to your brain like I'm going to court. If God is my only judge, why y'all repping the sport? Y'all technically foul, I skate through life like Tony Hawk, bird house, fly in a tree. So I must depart. See the fake shit like GMO, the visual. Say my life is vegan, don't leave no more. My soul is at stake. Vampires must know that when the sun hits the sky, all of y'all gotta go like baboons. Man, y'all pistol like Detroit, but the body is the shit that's gon' flush bad boys. Like Martin, I Will Smith bars. If you can't pick it like Jada, then you tangled up with August Light School. Came to teach you the Matrix. Neo Wave, I got the game for Morpheus. In the stream world, fake niggas may morph to us. Mighty cause I got so much power like a fucking ranger. Move so forward like a truck and touchdown greatness. Nigga! Funk Flex, I'm here. Niggas can't rap. rap, not even a little bit. Niggas don't trap, not even a little bit. Niggas stay cap more than a little bit. Niggas not act, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, not even a little bit. First of the line, wasn't even doing it. Seen them off line, wasn't really living it. Nah, can't rock, not even a little bit. Niggas can't rap, not even a little bit. Niggas don't trap, not even a little bit. Niggas stay cap more than a little bit. Niggas not act, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, not even a little bit. First of the line, wasn't even doing it. Seen them off line, wasn't really living it. Nah, can't rock, not even a little bit. Kaboom, look who's in the room like Dr. Doom with the static flow. About to go off on you niggas cause y'all don't deliver the proper status quo. About being trappers or rappers that don't matter. I'm a killer with a natural flow. I'm not your average Joe. Talking cars or clothes or I'm out here fucking all the baddest hoes. I put the shit behind me like a lateral. Now I'm on the road to show you line ass niggas how to rap, not about trap, but to elevate to be great. And hit your song, it's time to switch your rhymes up like an audible. I'm so tired, you niggas line like I don't know that you work at the grocery store and really don't got a chance to push that door. I got a lot on my mind, I don't got no time to hear y'all lines with fake shit. If you did that crime or did that time, bring clever lines that make sense. Some of y'all so basic, the auto tune be having y'all doom and y'all think it's greatness, but really your flow is copy and pasted. Just popping pills and getting faded. Shooting guns is how we banging. Dogging bitches and ducking cases, that's the same shit everybody be saying. That's why the rap game tainted. Not original when you create it. Y'all just wanna be what you see on TV. And it got me saying niggas can't rap, not even a little bit. Niggas don't trap, not even a little bit. Niggas say cap more than a little bit. Niggas not act, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, not even a little bit. First of the line, wasn't even doing it. Seen them off line, wasn't really living it. Nah, can't rock, not even a little bit. Niggas can't rap, not even a little bit. Niggas don't trap, not even a little bit. Niggas say cap more than a little bit. Niggas not act, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, not even a little bit. First of the line, wasn't even doing it. Seen them off line, wasn't really living it. Nah, can't rock, not even a little bit. I don't be in the street making moves, but I got a few homies that really do. Line up myself, something I don't do. They're street codes and y'all tend to break the rules. Why line your reps? What you got to prove? Not being yourself is how you lose. I'm giving truth, then giving proof that being yourself is really cool. But see, you gotta be G by yourself with nobody looking at you. Ain't gotta be a thug to get it out the mud to turn into something. So I think it's time for y'all to quit fronting with the hustling. Cause even mainstream niggas ain't real. It's about time y'all enhance y'all skills. Rap about something that I can't feel. Gotta be from the heart and it gotta be real. That's for real. It's time to kill all mama rap cause I ain't feeling it. Whack ass lines ain't good for the spirit. I respect the ones that's living it, but not the ones that's pretending. Cause them niggas lame. Niggas can't rap, not even a little bit. Niggas don't trap, not even a little bit. Niggas say cap more than a little bit. Niggas not act, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, not even a little bit. First of the line, wasn't even doing it. Seen them off line, wasn't really living it. Nah, can't rock, not even a little bit. Niggas can't rap, not even a little bit. Niggas don't trap, not even a little bit. Niggas say cap more than a little bit. Niggas not act, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, not even a little bit. First of the line, wasn't even doing it. Seen them off line, wasn't really living it. Nah, can't rock, not even a little bit.
I know Chris gonna get me for that. But shit. Welcome, family. It's Triggaz 16, live and direct. You already know how it goes down. Will be another great fire ass fucking bill, like we always do. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Peace to all the guys and goddesses. And everybody's just coming through, showing love how they always do. But it's been a minute since I've been live. But I had we just recently went through this man-made Hurricane Ida and shit. And I uploaded the video to show that, eventually, how some of the shit went down because they don't never show everything on the news. They always fabricating shit, as they always do. Y'all know. And so I just basically wanted to show y'all that, not all areas was flooded and things like that. But, we do have, if you did get a chance to come check out the city or whatever, if you do, look up some stuff online, you can kind of see like a lot of parts of the city still kind of like badly damaged and shit like that. And we still got like a lot of our stores, but they closing up at close at 5 and 6 o'clock, and they still running out of have a food shortage and things like that. But that shit been going on way before the storm even hit. There was a food shortage going on in these stores and stuff. So they kind of like trying to fabricate the story to try to blame it on the hurricane, but it's been a shortage on food. And it's just like I said, I'm just here to keep exposing all the bullshit that these people keep trying to hide, and I trying to tell the truth. I mean, even like I've been going every time I be on Twitter, I go at the mayor of my city. You know, that no good dirty bitch. She fuck over the city so bad. You know what I'm saying? It's like she all she doing is just trying to promote the brainwashing as usual. And stealing money and all type of shit. She was trying to get $100 million in federal funding from FEMA before all this shit happened because she was trying to build another city hall building, and all the people kind of woke up to that shit and denied her from using it. So it's like everything that she's been doing is just like for federal funding. That's why she was so active in promoting everything. Oh, gotta make sure y'all wear the mask and make sure everybody take the jab because being under control, they pay you. They gotta pay their puppets well for being just like the governor and shit. So that's why I say I just on every day on Twitter, all the bullshit they be talking about, I be at their neck and I expose it. And I may have a few tweets on it that people retweeted and shit. But like I said, as long as the message is getting out there and everybody knows, the frauds that's running this city. Like I said, this whole state got too many crooks and everything. I'm gonna sure everybody can relate to that in their city and states, all the crooks and shit that's running everything. And that's why I said like I don't apply to being no fucking citizen. Meaning you're not gonna never get no yes man out of me, or you're never gonna get me to say don't be quiet and don't say this and don't say that shit. I'm gonna always be live and direct in front of your face, disagreeing with some shit I don't think is going right. But that's just I've always been that type of person. So and it's like I said, they pre-planned all this shit out. It's just so ironic to me that I even some shit I kind of like I thought about, and I was watching, I watched Gematria and stuff like that, and it's kind of like it made sense because it's like how the hell you go and make a football schedule for a team that's going to be damn near a whole month away from the city. But y'all already knew this shit y'all had this shit planned out for all this, for this event to happen around the time it happened. The shit just not, the shit just don't make no sense to me no more. It's like really like I said, it's like you when you start figuring out this script and you on to them, they can't even squirm no more. Any little thing they can do, they can keep trying to fool the zombie ass niggas, but they can't fool everybody who's on to it and shit. So it's like it don't make no sense no more because this shit don't like I said, they had a lot of loopholes and they and what they're trying to do. And like I said, I even went as far as saying like I went off on these churches too because it's like to me, like why is it that you have every natural disaster and these churches are not helping the people. They spend damn near billion, thousands of dollars every Sunday, once a year, in these churches, feeding the pastor feeding their pockets up and all this other shit. But when disasters happen, there's nowhere church calling saying that we're gonna take care of your family, or we're gonna leave the church open for a shelter if y'all don't have nowhere to go, or if y'all need some food, clothing and shit like that. Oh, if y'all need some money, we got y'all. I haven't heard any of that shit. Now, one church in the city, I have heard done this shit yet. I mean, as far as the only thing that they doing is they were just handing out food and shit, but that was like giving from other companies that was donating. But it wasn't really coming from the church itself. Like all this fucking money that they've been getting, they don't even have a disaster fund on the side for the people. But it's like you gotta have every damn near fucking um um offering for something in that church, and the pastor is not giving shit back to the people at all. I mean, the shit is just beyond crazy to me that these people still spend all their time because still running to this shit, and they're not even doing a motherfucking thing for you but stealing your money. It's a damn fucking shame, and it always shows itself every disaster that goes on. It never fails. This shit is ridiculous. And it's like I said, it's like to me, like I said, I even made a post on my own Instagram about it. I had one I had one Bible thumper. She came in there and she was from Texas, and she said that my pastor does do something. He did it one time. I said one time. I said, man, I'm talking about some shit that goes on all the time with disasters and things like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck that's got to do with one or two times that the church might do something for the people. This shit should happen all the time. You should have a fucking disaster fund or any type of shit that goes on. These people should be getting at least $200 or $300 per household coming from the church. So you're sitting up here and are constantly be waiting on these government agencies to try to always fund us for shit, but it's basically our fucking money. You know what I'm saying? And then like he give you the whole runaround. And and some people like even it was giving away, they'll give people $500, but that shit ain't nothing for all the shit that people going through. I'm like, you gotta pay for gas and everything, and then you was paying for your hotel and shit like that. That shit didn't make no sense. How the fuck you gonna use $500 and that shit wouldn't do much of nothing? And then it got to the point where they were just paying for the hotel rooms and stuff like that. But even still, you got some people that was renting out houses and apartments. They gave them an extension to the 24th, so they can't get evicted. But at the same time, a lot of these people still don't have no money. You know what I'm saying? They when that shit is up, now what? What you gonna do for the people? You know what I'm saying? This shit still don't make no sense. You got like New York and New Jersey, they had their disaster, and they're not allowing no rent pay until January of next year. And Texas just and next month Texas is just about to start um letting the people make payments for the ones who's affected in that winter storm and shit. So I'm saying, to me, it's like I said, my state itself has one of the richest history in everything, but to be, just like I said, it's just so corrupted with the wrong people that's in charge of shit and trying to, fuck over all the native people of this city, and they know they've been trying for the longest to try to do some more shit to this state because the state has such a deep history connection to Haiti. They know that shit, and it also has a deep history of the voodoo and all type of shit. And it's the biggest port city. And like I said, it's just like everybody was just thinking that just Louisiana is just this one shape size boot, but it's not. It's bigger than what it is. Everything that runs from the Mississippi River connected well to Louisiana, correct to Louisiana. And like I said, it's also the North Caribbean. A lot of folks don't know that either. So, like I said, they know almost anybody you could talk to from any state has some tie lines out to Louisiana, and a lot of in other southern states, everybody have a lot of relatives that's from there. But they just like I said, they're just trying to wipe out all the history of everything and try to create their own version of it. But like I said, I always look at it to as the ancestors are always working; they're never off. They set in the stone for everything. Yes, they could come with their little heart machines, their serum machines, and all that shit. But we all know that anything that's not natural to this earth is not going to survive. It's not going to last. So most people keep thinking that it's going to be a new world, but it ain't no new world. Everything just on a reset. It's been doing this since forever. So the ones who are on page or know to what's going on, we're gonna keep excelling. But the ones that still lost, being zombies and shit like that, I mean, you're not gonna go anywhere. You're gonna just fall down with the same group of people that's I'm saying that's taking the jabs and shit like that. And another thing with that part is like, they say that we are now, all us truth seekers now, we're too aggressive and we still they calling us conspiracy theorists and all this other shit, but yet y'all sitting around here trying to force everybody to take shit. But you don't be held accountable for the things that you're saying and you're doing. But at the end of the day, you don't even realize is that it never was a war of the jab and non-jabbers because they played that shit the way that role they wanted it because they couldn't get people to to comply to everything. So now they had to try to switch it up and try to feed more lies to everybody and have you going, have your family and friends, everybody turning against each other. And they succeeded with it because they got the right ones that's drinking the Kool-Aid and shit. And like I said, to me, honestly, it's like I said, they want to try to borrow you from sporting events, concerts, shit like that. Man, fuck all that shit. I mean, that shit long gone and dead. You got to turn another chapter in your life to seeing that all the shit that's going on right now. It ain't no time to just be having no fun and games and shit like that. It's time to get serious and get that wake up call going. And granted that a lot of these children are growing up differently from when we was growing up. but we was able to have fun, go outside, do things like that. And a lot of these children are being raised in the inside and shit like that. Can't be around, it's hard to be around their cousins and friends and shit like that. But you know what I'm saying? We just gotta look at it like this: is that you know, for let this shit crumble and then just keep excelling and seeing everything that's going to change, and we're going to see different things going on sooner or later. But we just gotta let, like I said, let all this. I want all this shit to just keep passing and going through. Cause like I said, I don't comply to their system. I don't live in no fear of anything that they're saying or trying to do. I'm going to stay strong and keep doing, standing on my ground and believing what I believe in. And I'm about to open up the panel for everybody. Like I said, once again, I want to welcome everybody. You know what I'm saying? We all, you know how we do. We always leave it open for everybody. It's not a boys' club, not a girls' club. It's welcome to everybody. So I'm gonna take a quick little break, and we're gonna build. Tell that nigga Jesus. I said, please call my cell phone. I'm gonna whoop his ass. Hey, yeah, that's one of my favorite video clips. Like I said, I stay on that nigga Jesus. He gonna catch that fade sooner or later when his ass show up and shit. I ain't fucking playing. Like I said, it's scalping season on that motherfucker. 24/7, 365. Till I get my hands on that nigga. And I'll shove that Bible straight up his ass. That's the way I feel about that shit. You know. Man, like we always say, fuck religion, fuck the Bibles, fuck all that shit. We as the people, we just need to keep, you know, loving ourselves, understanding that we all our own, making our own history. We don't have to abide to some book for everything, because as long as you keep applying to that book is going to keep having you brainwashed, believing that you have to do it, the way they say you to do this and do that. And my challenge is, like I ask everybody, is if you could tell me when all these make believe characters in this book are buried at, where's their gravesite? And then you could tell me you have actual facts of this shit. Then if you can't, there's nothing more you can be said about it. I mean, I just cannot understand that shit. Point blank, period. And like I said, we still got our people that's still stuck in that predicament of thinking that if they don't buy to it, oh, this shit's bad gonna happen to them. Oh, this not, they're not gonna be able to live their life, and you know what I'm saying. You gotta stop thinking like that. That's why you stayed in the box. If you start to think things out and see how things is working out for you in your life by manifesting it, you know what I'm saying? You see things at a whole different perspective. You got to just stop trusting what these people tell you to do. Stop believing this book. How the hell you believe a book, you believe what a doctor tells you to do, you believe what these government officials telling you to do, but you don't trust and believe in yourself. You're running from yourself daily. I never understand that shit. But when somebody brings that to you, of knowing yourself is the most important thing that you could ever have in your life. That's the most, everybody's afraid of that shit. And it's like I said, they're just showing you every day. If you don't trust in yourself, then you just gonna all you got left is let us take you by the hand and do as we say. It's just like I said, it just don't, it's frustrating to see people act that way, but then like they still try to carry that shit on to their children. It's just to me, it's just like I said, it's an ongoing cycle. And like somewhere along the line, this shit has to end. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, people just gonna keep doing what they do, regardless. And they still, like I said, they still love this matrix so much they can't get away from it. They want this shit to last forever. They don't want this shit to go down. Like I said, you don't even realize that this shit is going away at a fast pace. It's not moving slow like how it was each day, each week. The time clock, shit is moving fast. We don't move by time, but the shit is just showing you how the shit is just moving so fast that. And if you can't catch on to it, you know what I'm saying? That's why you're gonna still be stuck where you at. And that's it. I got the panel open for anybody. I mean, y'all walking to come through. Y'all want to keep hearing me talking and shit. I mean, I'm cool with that too. But definitely. We got these niggas out here dressing up in dresses and shit like that, and thinking that shit cool. Then you got niggas around here walking around with fucking moonbird suits on, trying to say they pregnant and shit like that. I said this shit just been going on. The whole script of Hollywood magic been going on forever. You know what I'm saying? To fool the masses of people. And like I said, I don't know how people never could catch on to the fact that they will always believe that these celebs when they see these women getting pregnant and shit, and they be like, oh, and she got her body back. Oh, she look good. Like it never happened. We already know. Like I said, I know me and Super we did this build a while back, and it was called Exposing of Hollywood. We're gonna be doing another exposure of that soon. But it basically tells you that these people walk around here with these fake suits on and shit like that, stealing people's children. That's why I say make sure. And then another thing is make sure you keep an eye on your children at all times because the shit is just so crazy what they're doing. How they kidnapping these children and stuff and using them for sex trafficking and things like that. But definitely, I think this shit is like a whole, it's like a whole Hollywood script of magic of things that they do right in front of your face. But like I said, people still believe in that this shit is actually going on. That this is the truth. You know what I'm saying? That it's just crazy to me. And like you don't even know, like when you liking pictures and shit, you thinking these are supermodels and shit like that, and a lot of these be men and shit like that. It's just crazy. Like I say, like your eye fool you, but when you look with your third eye, the third eye tells you everything. It reveals everything that you need to see. And a lot of people don't even know nothing about that shit. Like they don't even they too scared you know to let that shit open. Because once that shit is open, you see everything for what it is. Everything becomes the reality. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you no longer see things that your two eyes see regularly. When the third eye is activated, it tells you, it makes you see things totally different. Even like if you look in the mirror, you can look at yourself. You can see yourself differently from how what I mean. You used to look at yourself growing up. You know what I'm saying? So that shit is so powerful. And like I said, it's just sometimes it's just so hard to explain how that shit moves. But when it's activated, I'm saying like you be seeing yourself in a whole different light. You see things for what it is. You see through people the bullshit that they have. They don't even know, and like they just try to like attach to you on some shit because they know that you can you're not for the bullshit. So they just trying to find all kind of ways they can try to get at you. But at the same time, it's like they can't do nothing to you. That's how powerful that shit is. But, yeah, so definitely, like I said, I know my shit's been activated for a long time on this journey that I've been on, and I'm grateful for everything that I've learned from my experiences, and keep learning from what I'm doing and stuff like that. But definitely. But like I said, I got the link in the chat. Anybody want to come through? Y'all know how we do. Y'all welcome to do it. Shit, I'm gonna play a track right quick, and then shit, we get back to this building.
I know I had y'all waiting for a little while. The project is still coming, don't worry. 26 coming soon. But in the meantime, I hope you enjoy this live ever. Hey yo, Aki. I grew up with this shit diamonds in the rough, wish I could see them polished up, but I know less to give them scrubs. They can't get enough, so they smoke the trees and why they leaning. Man, they miss the thing, it takes 2 ounces to get a job. Still love for them, though I send these messages for hope to set them free and reinforce them for the odds like military doves. Can only say you take the wheel, but your drive determines of whether you live in or dying in the flood. Now I'm flying over floods from the tears I shed, the fears I had of corona. Now here's my mask, intoxicated from the matrix. Can you bear my flash? I spit the truth over the net if I get pierced, I'll stab. Back out, I eat the heat, but I'm trying to sell chicks. Turn them blood suckers to a link. Sure ain't what he says. Don't try to blow me a kiss, so I be lying in. Use your two lips to tell me true shit. Even if you hide your dirt, I dig it. But if you show yourself to my vision, then your eyes would hurt. I cut my ties with the niggas who would preach but not teach. Cause if they double cross me, they'd have to hide the church. God speaks itching every time I scribe a verse. Ain't the trench below freaks. I know the highs can hurt. But one thing I learned while training with my gift of rap is if you waste on giving talent, bro, the prize is worse. When you become a king, the pawns get distressed. Now you gotta check. Man, just trying to trap you, but regard your sad. You know, sometimes will drop you quick for the juice. Just like Bishop and Q. Make sure you slide in them squares. This shit's a game of chess. Can't even blame the rap. The game's pretty dirty. We bound to get hit with tattoo as we put up name jerseys. You better realize it's God made them. So if you hating on one of God's creations, I'm convinced you God Satan. Why else would you make life a living hell? Time to lift the spell and break the bondage, fuck the prison cells. Pray and live to give the tale of a legend. So the damn dead ain't gone, I will still remain a parent. Even as a ghost, I will find that like Mufasa. Hope the next generation view these words like students of a scholar. Only 20 years old, though I'm always told to hold a soul. That'll make you think I've lived 100 more. 100 foes in my rearview mirrors. Never let them break the vision. Let them be the gas that tears you clearer. Though you'll never see those quarters back prepared. Your kick is to change plays. So when they blitz, you'll clear those diggers. Trying to find holes in your whole line of big six. You ain't gained access to your gold mine. Road signs don't always come with a toll line. Those assistant you may change up if you don't grow down. So I chose mine. If you're down for the ride, being chauffeur, take off and get left upset when I learn to fly. The one who rose through the bullshit on the climb to go status like 23, the rest will get 45. All that like agreement leaves coming up from the dirt like fruits. I know that you'll see the green in me. Feeling straight from the heart, you know I'm leaving leaves covered in blood, mutually murdering on 3 degrees. But as I sit and reflect upon my principles, I let my nigga truth with these magazines as a centerfold. I really aim to raise the peace like juice and shut up to my nigga Moon. One of the reasons I told it so ruthless. I'm an Ice Cube in my truth, ruthless too, but we some niggas with Confucius attitude. Lyrically ascended dimensions. Like I'm a Martian to these servants. Once I get out, I won't get a chance to even eat in my garden. And though the devil been increasing his rockets, the soul's not for sale. Like a pair of sneaks on the market, just like a new car. Most need a poise, that's the key get started. Don't need a doc, you can see after party. See, I won't wait for you to turn your back to go. God given the green light. At birth, that's why I speak to my goals. To walk in my shoes, you will have to deepen your souls. To step in mine, and if you tremble at the feet, you'll explode. Time. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all, I hate the fucking spot, bro. I'm gonna have to see a man about some green next, though. I take my nigga Hey Root with me, too. Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single mama fled, how I ain't gonna let it ride. Everybody hiding black was never on your side. They too bad to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man on. Had you swearing you was Anthony, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's on. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guards to the gate, so when they say they fear God, now you know what they made.
Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you supposed to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, Tina, just like you. I tried to tell them all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we did. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is safe, no matter how you play it. My higher self said, wish you choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking island. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these privates. Killers right beside me, stand full of chicken waffles.
Shoot song,
some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some. Shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom, he gon' go down.
Hey, now we back, and shout out to my nigga Trey Ali and my nigga Infamous Ty. You know, so basically, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go on to some to these jabs and shit again, and some other shit. I want to speak about too was this that mandate bullshit, that old clone head, bobblehead dog, peanut head ass fucking Biden with the try to get on the news and make his little threats and shit. Or try to somebody said somebody getting frustrated with this and that, and what I'm saying, making all kind of shit up. The latest thing he was trying to say was that a lot of these airlines and shit trying to enforce that shit, and they got some of the airline companies already are telling their employees, the ones who didn't take it, that they're gonna get fired and without getting paid. And also they even try to get to the point where if you even driving to a different state and shit like that, they're gonna try to pull you over. And I'm like, good travel trying to do that shit, because you got many some people that travel nonstop every day. So good luck with trying to do that shit. You know, advise you, they try to stop and just keep going. Fuck all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I say, you can't let these people just keep trying to take over and control us and do what they want to do. They've been doing this shit way too fucking long. And I think when you just be so compliant and just be thinking that it's just the normal way of living and things like that, this is a reason why we still be stuck in these situations. And that's why I say this shit really pisses me off, to the point that the same people will keep trying to force, say this, thinking that, oh, I need this person, you need them to help me do this and do this and do that. You know what I'm saying? And this is why we can't constantly move. All the ones that, the ones of us that's trying to get to where we need to be at, we're still there. But it makes it impossible sometimes to really kind of speed this shit up even faster to shut it down. Because like I said, everybody just want to keep holding on to this, thinking of this is the a perfect way of living and shit like that, and it's never been. You know, all this shit is just is been done with. You know what I'm saying? I said they coming up with all type of variants and shit like that. Oh, the next one's gonna be more stronger than this one, and the next one after that gonna be more stronger than this and then that one. You know what I'm saying? All this shit just to get you out your rocker and get you in that fear mongering stage. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you don't know, as you take care of your body, and I'm gonna say, it's your body, your choice. You got nothing to worry about. You know what the fuck you want to do. They can't tell you shit. Like I said, a doctor can't tell you a motherfucking thing unless you tell him what's wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? And you tell him that I use herbs and all these different things and shit. They look lost. But at the end of the day, they only studying from what's in the damn book. But they try to tell you that I got this degree and this and that and that's certified. But we all know most of them even pay motherfuckers to help them to get the degrees and shit. They don't know shit. They got some of the worst eating habits and everything. But will tell you that you need to eat healthy and shit like that. And they go outside and go take a smoke break. You know what I'm saying? It's just a bunch of bullshit. And people really just be falling for it all the fucking time. They just fall for anything that people say. You know what I'm saying? Without questioning it. And it's like, to me, like I said, no, your inner self doesn't give a fuck about nothing. But at the same time, it's like, what I'm saying, you shouldn't have to give all your power to these people to control you and make you do what they say. You know what I'm saying? You just can't live like that. That's why, you see yourself in the situations that you're in right now and you can't get out of it. And you just keep depending on this person to help me through this and do that, but you gotta learn to help yourself. If you can't help yourself, then how you expect someone else to help and shit like that? You know? Like I said, it's just a crazy fucking world that I can see, for I always look at it from the outside looking in, and it's just, to me, a lot of simple shit that should be simple, but these same zombie people keep making this shit difficult than what it has to be. And that's why I say I always label my shows at these zombies, at these fucking pastors, all this shit because these are the motherfuckers that's fucking up our community every day, every fucking day. Like I said, if you can't wake up and shit like that, there's no hope for you. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you like is gone. It's being destroyed. So when you fighting and saying that I got a card for this and that, the fuck you earn about having a card to go in a certain place for? That's still you being controlled, dummies. Y'all don't even get it. That shit don't even, like I said, even if you take that shit still don't even move you from this shit. You still catching this shit. You know what I'm saying? This shit don't make no fucking sense. All these fucking lies and shit that people tell you. And people really believe it. It's like it gets to the point where it's just unbelievable. And it's like, another thing I want to go back on. I know I might be seeming like I'm going all over the place, but like another thing I want to get back to is when I was talking about this storm, and I don't know if people knew about this shit, but like I said, I had somebody told me they said they were staying in one of these hotels, and you know how the news always lies and manipulates shit. So they said that they had everybody that was I guess on that show that comes on NBC, Good Morning America, or El Roca and all of them. So all of them were staying in the Marriott Hotel, and they soon before the storm hit, they had everything set up outside. Try to do their little fake illusion ass reporting and shit. So they was waiting for some of the people to come in that was checking in the hotels and shit and asking did they mind coming on and getting on camera and going putting the script in front of them and telling them saying the shit they had to say when the time the storm was hitting and stuff like that. So a lot of people said no, but they've waited just till the storm hit to start doing their live footage and started lying about certain things that was going on, like they always do. So while they was there, the hotel staff and everything, everybody that was there was treating all the people nice and things like that. So right at the time, I guess it was like, and they had a break in between for the storm and shit. Good Morning America, it was even the hotel. So somebody told me, he said that as soon as people left out the hotel, they said the staff started treating the people so bad. They said that they was they was supposed to have served the people food and all this shit, but they have taken care of the people. They were charging the people $30 for a meal. And if you did, it didn't matter if you got the scraps and shit what was left from this shit. If you just got you one sandwich or some chips, they were charging you $30 for that shit. Or if you got a bag of chips and a drink, they were charging you $30 for that shit. And if you didn't have the money on you, it had your room number and was automatically going to bill that shit to your room. So this is, like I said, it's a lot of shit that goes on behind scenes. All these events and stuff that goes on, and I'm so happy that I've been, had people tell me things about what's going on because I always knew, like I said, even when Katrina hit, there was a lot of shit going on behind closed doors that people didn't know about, and I was kind of like blinded and not knowing myself. But like I said, now I know anytime they having these disasters and stuff that goes on in this city and state, that I know it's always a hidden agenda to what's going on. They got everything pre-planned out how they want it to go, and the main reason is that they want to keep everybody away from the city and things like that. They've been trying to do that shit. That's why so many people was like, "Well, I'm gonna go out of town and I'm gonna come back when the mayor tells me to come back." But the whole problem is that they've been trying to get all these people out of the city just so they can have all these immigrants come here and take over shit. And and like I said, they trying to do their best to try and get rid of all these people, kick them out their houses, raise their rent up, raise the mortgage up, and shit like that. But every time we have these events happen, like I said, Mother Nature, the ancestors always got different plans. They always hit these rich areas and shit like that, and they always have a default in some of the things that they're trying to do. So it's not going to work anymore. So as I got this I think I'm kind of like, if I got something else I want me to talk about in the chat, y'all can go ahead and type it in since everybody ready to come up on the panel right now. So y'all got something I want to post up in the chat for me to talk about, and y'all go right ahead. But let's get some fire emojis going on for this bill because it's lit. It's lit. You know. But definitely. It's just a crazy world that we living in right now, and you know what I'm saying. We just got to keep ourselves grounded at all times. They coming at us all different angles and everything. We just don't, what I'm saying? We just don't know. Sometimes, what they're plotting next. But like I said, they do their things between a 2 to 5 year span of events that they're doing. And we all know that even they knew everybody was waiting for some shit to pop off on the 9/11 shit. They knew everybody had their eyes glued to that shit because they knew if any little event came through, they was, everybody been like, we're ready to call them on this shit. But we all know when that event happened that it was like the day before this shit went down. They already had like the day before they took an insurance policy out on that building. The day the shit happened, he took another insurance policy out on that building, and then they advised that all the Jesuits and Jews that stayed in Manhattan to not come to work, not to be around that area, and that's when this shit went down. That's how they had it all planned out with the fucking fake ass planes and all type of shit. But yes, they did have a lot of people that did die from the shit, but we all know that plane and shit didn't actually hit like they actually said it happened. They always using their CGI magic for everything. They've been doing this shit since forever. And everybody was so caught up into it and still believing that this shit is actually happening, and it's not. It's crazy. Just like I said, it's just to pour you and drain your energy. You know what I'm saying? So even if you look on the I forgot a bill we did. I think I did with somebody, and we was talking about you look at the $20 bill or some shit like that, and you can see some shit. I think showing the New York building, Philly building, or some shit like that. You can see all this shit be planned out. Like I said, everything they tell you, they show you what it is from the movies to damn near everything that you see. They tell you the truth of what's actually happening. Like I said, it's just no more hiding of everything. You got the Matrix 4 coming out, and the Matrix 4 is basically giving you the prelude to what's actually happening, in the coming years. This shit is like in the next, I'll say like in the next what this 9 years from now, it's still they got everything mapped out how they want it to go. And all like I said, even these commercials keep showing you like all the disasters and stuff that they've been doing to these certain cities and things like that, and the people standing around looking straggled, like they don't know where to go. It's just like I said, they not. I mean, they just like I said, they can't hide the shit no more. And they gotta put it all on full display. But man, yeah, like I said, for me personally, like I said, I'm just kind of like I've been tired of this shit, you know, and I like I said, I just ready for it to just everything play itself out and just keep going down the drain like it needs to be. Staying with high vibes, staying grounded like I'm always in. Because like I said, I'm not letting nothing take control me, and nothing make me force me to do nothing against my will. You know, and I said they do whatever they want to do. And I'm like I said, so many. I know we got so many of these, you know, these fake conscious communities on these streams and shit getting exposed for the shit that they doing behind closed doors and shit. I mean, y'all seeing the bills on these people, like these top dogs and shit that been lying to the people about things. You know what I'm saying? Y'all been seeing it. So I'm not gonna even call the names out, but everybody been seeing it getting exposed and ratting on themselves and shit. So now it's our time. It's basically showing you that it's our time right now for us to make the difference and getting all these clearing these people out that don't mean no good to us. Never did. And it's time for us to just keep building with each other off this app, in person, doing, just building up, doing what we gotta do. Steadily, like I say, steadily standing on getting this land and stuff together, you know, make sure we covering everything. That's the way we find a way to get out of this shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta just keep building with like minded people and standing strong. Don't ever fold in. Even when you feel like the pressure, they try to pressure you with everything. Shit, they gonna say, we're gonna take this away from you. Oh, we're gonna take your job and shit. You can't work at this job no more for us. Man, fuck y'all in this job. Because we already know you're just a fucking number on this job anyway. You're replaceable at all times. You know what I'm saying? They try to buddy you up with this shit, telling you that, you can move up. We're gonna give you this different position. We're gonna pay you more in this. Yeah, just do more slave labor and shit like that. Like, fuck all y'all with that shit. It's just ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. But I said this is the reality right now of what we're going through. And like I said, we just gotta hold on, stand strong, don't give in. That's all they want us to do. They want to keep striking fear into everybody, and they know that the majority of us are not going to do it, no matter what they try to do to us. Right? So as long as we just like fuck everything that y'all saying and doing, what I'm saying, stand, what I'm saying, and then we find alternatives to different things, you can make it. If you can't, like I said, you work your job and they tell you gotta get fired, that's when you start using your tool. The tool is in your head. That's when you start using, making other things that you can do. If you know how to, if you're a crystal maker, if you know how to do computer repair like I do, if you know how to do, what I'm saying, like it just don't matter. You're a seamstress, all type of shit. It don't matter. What I'm saying, you could do anything if you put your mind to it and make a source of income of it. That's what our ancestors did. They was able to be on the land, find all type of alternative ways of fixing and doing things without having to depend on the government for anything. And that's just basically what it is. We're just getting back to those old ways. Those old ways, what I'm saying? It's not hard. We make things harder than what they have to be. It should be so simple at times. People just try to find excuses not to succeed with it. But, it's like I said, if you just not on to it, there's nothing more we can really say to help those individuals out. You know. Yep. But definitely, like I say, shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Much love, appreciate everybody always coming out, showing love. You know, like I say, I always try to make sure I feed the people the right information. You know what I'm saying? So it's like my thing is that I see things from my perspective, and like I said, I like to always share it because, like I said, there's a lot of people I know that do are like minded that way, and sometimes you just don't have that have that person to really speak hear and listen to you. Your delivery sometimes doesn't delivery in the right way, things like that. But you know what I'm saying, you got a lot of people that just when we speak on it, it's just like I said, it's like a lot of passion within how you feeling and what you're saying. Because a lot of folks are just like I said, they're just so conditioned and brainwashed that they got to keep depending on somebody to get them through everything. And that'd be the problem when you learn that you know you are the main source for everything. That they've been studying us since forever. You know what I'm saying? There's not more that you can let these people do to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like just don't. I keep saying it. Just stand grounded. It's the best thing that you can do. Just like I said, it's just whenever you feel like I know a lot of people feel like sometimes giving up, but you should never feel that way because that's what they want you to do. They want to keep putting this pressure on you. Just don't. Like I said, just let it play itself out. That's it. Shit ain't gonna last long at all. Yeah. But I'm about to take a quick little break, right quick, get some more water, and like I said, I got the panels open for anybody want to come and join. Did a little spill or whatever. Y'all always welcome to. But I'll be back in like in a couple of minutes. Oh, all right, yeah, I'm back. Hey, let me see what you just said. This you said I'm amazed how the countries like France protest against mandates and about 500,000 people and nothing happening over there. That's a fact, actually. And it's like even you have to, they don't fuck with those people over there for some, because they stand their ground. And I think even some people in India, they have over damn near close to a billion some people that live there, and these people stood their ground on that shit. And they was determined not to, take that shit. And they don't comply to these mandates here. And then even like in China, even though they try to control and run everything, but they still, like I said, they don't conform to all the bullshit we got over here because our people just so passive aggressive and so just bow down, submissive to anything these people tell you to do. It's just like I said, we the only country that has all the resources, everything that everybody else says is the best way of living here, but the people that's here so fucking scared of everything. They're scared of every fucking thing. They're too fucking scared to go against anything, any agenda. It's just fucking crazy. It's just crazy. And I hear you, Sister Tiff. I had difficulties with the internet, so I would have did my bill last week, but definitely, yeah, it's true. Miss Ayala, they said only people that can overthrow they're the only ones who can overthrow the government. True, and I said, it's just like I said, we don't even see things for what it is because you still got people still battling as for who's the a Democrat or Republican or this and that. So knowing that you gotta apply yourself to no party, but everybody believe that they gotta be a Democrat because they thinking that that's the best solution and this and that. They don't forget that all these motherfuckers work together for everything. Everything in that White House is connected to everybody that was there, whether you're Republican or Democrat. You know, and y'all seeing, like I said, they see the bullshit. They thought that their votes and stuff counted, but they at the same time they wanted sleazy by them there, so they got what they deserve right now. So it's like they seeing the shit that he's doing. He's fucking over them completely. It's just crazy. But yeah, Vibe. I know what you're talking about. You said yeah, Russell Westbrook. I was just talking about that earlier. Him wearing the dress and shit, and you can see like when he had that shit on, and he was just like, he had like you can see the handler was there smiling when he took the picture, to complete the ritual. You know what I'm saying? So these niggas do anything for that meaningless paper dollar. They do anything for it. You know what I'm saying? So, it never fails. Got all these bootleg niggas that did that shit. You got, like I said, you got LaBitch James, wore a wig and a dress. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the White House, he did the same shit. You got Russell Westbrook, he always been a flashy type of nigga anyway. So it's like that didn't surprise me at all that he did that shit. They're just trying to make that shit like it's the best thing, the next thing all these children should be doing this shit, and that's why I keep trying to tell people, it's like, if you got your children idolizing any of these niggas that don't mean well to our community, that's why you can't allow that shit to happen. They're just constantly trying to poison their children, making them believe that this shit is the normalcy, but it's not. And we already know that shit Nas X shit is pushing and stuff like that. So what I'm saying, we just gotta keep your children from that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck how much they say I love this music and this and that. Nah, you're not about to sit here and listen to this shit, regardless. You want to keep your mind free of this shit because they know at a younger age they so easy to poison these children and have them believe and this is how things supposed to be and this and that. And a lot of them, what I'm saying, they still growing and and they know things, but they see things. They'll start thinking that, oh, if my friend doing this and doing that, I should do this too. You know what I'm saying? That's what they try to push on you and things like that. It's just crazy. It's just really crazy how they just poison these poor children. And even like right now when they trying to get these children to jab and shit like that, the children too young for that shit. They starting their development from that. And all these parents that's allowing that shit, to go to their children, it's just ridiculous. You know, That's why I say to me, it's just so out of pocket. You know how these parents just sit back and allow this to go on. As you put your, and then they even sit in them prison schools and shit. Your child sitting there all day with that fucking shit on their face. Well, I mean, what fucking sense does that make? You know what I'm saying? Even if you be like, I don't have time to do this and do that, you always got time. It's time to do everything. If you get up in the morning, you're gonna slave for these other people. You got time to do that shit. So you got time. You don't have to sit there and do a whole 6 or 8 hour course teaching your child things. It's just basically teaching the basics of life. You know what I'm saying? Fuck their curriculum. They want you to go by a whole curriculum for this and that. And then you're gonna still be a slave when you get done. So you saw from the slaves, the minute you hit this, you saw pre-K, you hit the damn fucking what that is daycare center. You know you get into the system. You know, fuck that shit, cause all this shit is like, or you get your degree and you get your high school diploma, shit like that, to go to the next indoctrination, man. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? You want to teach your child just how to be. If you just want your child to learn how to be a you know what I'm saying, just be a gardener or some shit like that. I mean, shit, you do that. They gonna make money off of doing shit like that. You know, it's all type of things. You know what I'm saying? You gotta apply to their curriculum. Like, how the fuck they gonna tell you what you gotta call? You know, make sure you teaching them this. We teach y'all need to learn this shit like that, man. Fuck that. Or we can homeschool them on the computer and fuck that shit too. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's all it is, just to keep you in their system. You know, it's just to me. I say all the people have to do. You build your community up. We come together on things. I say you learn from one person. This person teach you this. The other person can teach you that. That's how you build your communities like that. And that's the shit that they took taken away from us. You know, our ancestors, like I said, our ancestors was nothing like this. You know, they was able to be out there. Even a lot of them was living in the country. They was able to get all their resources. Everything was there. You know what I'm saying? The city living, we didn't need that shit. But they wanted to start building things on the land and stuff like that. You know, so they could uphold this matrix of living. You know, like I said, it's just to me, it's just a crazy way of living. You know, the things that's going on right now. Yep, I appreciate that on vibe. Appreciate that all the time, kinfolk. Always, you know. The last thing, shout out to everybody that's in the chat. And y'all want to come on up? That's the link right there. You know what I'm saying? But definitely, and but like I say, shit to me, like I said, the biggest things that make common sense to people they're afraid of. And it'd be like you said, we got everything that we need right now. Everything. You know what I'm saying? Everything. You know, the more they take things away, it's just basically showing you that you gotta just go back to your old ways of thinking and living. That's all it is. I always, like I said, I take every word for word. I listen to everything people say, and you can just break it down. It's basically just giving you warning signs and just telling you go back, revert to where you was living. That's all it is. You know, simple, simple things, simple shit. You know. Let's see what else is going on. Uh, shit. Shit. Minute. Oh yeah. Oh, just checking something out. Hey, yeah, Bob. I think I heard of that shit. Um, It was saying about something about that, and even like a lot of places now they're trying to take away that religion exemption shit too. Hey, peace, cuz.
It was good, cuzzo.
Shit, high fives as usual. Shit, nigga been up here for about almost close to an hour and a half running this shit.
Oh, word, man. Damn, that's messed up, man. I thought you had just started about to go live, man. Everybody at, man. It's like, look, like everybody disappeared. Anybody came up and hollered at you, brother. Peace to the guys and the goddess in the chat room.
Yeah, shit, it's just I guess everybody's vibing out in the chat, but it's all good. Dropping some
Oh,
info
okay,
and shit
okay.
like they do. Yeah, but
Yeah, I was just downstairs.
I was just going into some shit that been going on during the week and shit. As I was talking about this that mandate bullshit. Biden was trying to push on people and shit like that.
Yeah, man, it's just corrupt politics, man. You know what I'm saying? It's always corrupt politics. The thing is, man, like when they mandate things, that's a new household rule. That's not even a law. You know what I'm saying? So them, it's a lot of things you can do about stuff like that. They be trying to force on us, but our people be scared to stand up against the courts and all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm real, real.
Yeah, I just break down the shit they be saying because most of this, like I said, most of the time, I say every keyword that they saying is basically telling you like just get back to our old ways of living. So it's like I said, I don't fear nothing they say because, like I said, it's just that it's all fear mongering, but at the end of the day, they all trying to make you drink the Kool Aid. But if you can't break this shit down, that's how they catch you.
Right, right, right. You see, because our people are not. That's why I be on our people about investigate, man, and not just research. 'Cause research, you finding the location of where the stuff is hidden at. You got to get past the research. You got to investigate it. So you got to pull it out and pull the information of where they got their information of who information that was that they re-dialoguing, and that's it takes work, man.
Yep.
Research without investigation to me is not finished.
Yeah, it's all a game.
Yeah, man. And I hope our people start, coming together more, you know what I'm saying, and stop having these ego trips, these, pride beefs.
Yep, you can basically see now a lot of these other niggas that was in how they would say the heavy hitters that was in the conscious community. All these niggas getting exposed for who they are, and I say they're going ratting on each other and shit like that. So it's like all the fakeness. It's just like I said, it's showing itself right in front of you.
Right. It's gonna come out. You can't hide nothing too long, especially if it's fraud. Yeah, it's gonna come to light. That's why I'm really, really focusing on trying to get our people into, what I'm saying, doing thorough investigations on stuff, man. Not just feeling like research
Right.
was enough to find answers, because research you just get to a book and you start reading it. Let's get past that.
Yeah. That's that. Make sure you do all your research and shit. And shit. You start looking at things. If you probably missed on something, and you go back on it, and you be like, damn, I overlooked that shit.
hmm That's really, man, back, like, that's why I was never the type of person that just really slept. I get 4 or 5 hours in, man, and I'm thoroughly rejuvenated. But at a young age, going through all kind of different channels and through different strife in my life, it kept me in reading. You know what I'm saying? And I was always a book geek anyway, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't like to read. Me, I always like to read. That's why, I'll be reading dictionaries. But I was, I was excited when, about 2014, 15, I started hearing people talking about this information again. I was like, oh shoot, people finally able to talk about stuff that I'm already familiar with. I've been doing this stuff for a very, very long time, bro. But there's just so many levels of information. We ain't gonna learn everything in the world, but we can know a lot.
Yep.
Let me see one in the chat, man. Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. I miss Al in here. Chuck, Marco, peace to the gods. Big dog Philly, peace, God. And get your ass up here, big dog. Got vibes in the building. You know what I'm saying? Rashawn, peace, peace. Truth Master Dre, peace to the God. Tiffany Johnson, peace, goddess. Yeah, man. I was like, I came online, I was like, let me see online, man. Just so happened I see triggers. I'm like, oh man, cuz ain't even put on text out. Oh man, what? you know, my controversial ass people probably would have loaded up here on the stage and shit like, oh, so let me go up there and challenge this information. I'd like people to pick my brain, man, because I actually got a whole lot of stuff, bro, way down in there. And it's like that's why I say the rabbit hole way deeper than they talk about, man. 'Cause it's like, man,
Facts.
it's so much information, man. And, people think that they can just talk on one subject and stay on that one. No, that subject connected to another one, connected to another one. That's what was the hidden secret to it. It's like all of this stuff is connected.
Yep. And so I've just been finding it weird that every week or so I got people who I knew they always come at me. They're like, "Damn, this nigga sounding so fucking aggressive when he's speaking on certain things and shit like that."
Oh, hold on, man. My bad. Let me address you correctly. How are you? You good? You safe, bro? You straight? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people don't know the situation, man. Like, how hard it is coming out of a storm situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was on. I stayed for the shit, and then I left. Like 2 days after this shit was over. I went to out there to Florida, so I was out in Florida for like almost like 2 weeks and some shit. Then I came back, started cleaning up and everything. But the fire and stuff slowly came on certain areas. We got like certain areas outside New Orleans, and they still got they're not gonna get their power on until like almost the end of the month. But you can see like some like I said, they didn't show a lot of stuff on it. Like, they don't show everything that's on the news, but a lot of
Nah, man.
places and shit got badly destroyed. But they still, and the crazy thing about it was this little goofy dumbass Melfi guy. She telling all the children to come back to school Monday, but all the parents and stuff still displaced without no homes and stuff like that.
Yeah, without a home, man.
And
I
keep
was tripping on that, man.
right.
I
And
got
a
a
lot of these
ton of
teachers
family
and a lot of
down
the
there,
teachers
man.
displaced. Yeah, a lot of these teachers displaced. A lot of people not coming back, and she still and she forced a lot of these businesses to open up. But a lot of these businesses, they can't they don't even stay open long. Everything closes like around
Yeah,
maybe 5, 6, 7 o'clock.
yep. Yeah, I was talking to my cousin down there in Homa, man, and it tore Homa up, bro. It did
Oh yeah.
Homa real bad. Yeah, it did Homa real bad, man. So my aunt and them, my cousin them went back, but my aunt and them, they still over there in Texas, man. Ain't got no place to go to, man. They ripped through Homa and tore that. Homa was small, so it pretty much shredded that place apart. Yeah, man. It's crucial.
Yep, they call that Terrebonne Parish.
Yep, Terrebonne down by Thibodeau. Yeah, let you know I'll be down there in the south. I'm in Michigan right now, but that be let you know I'll be down there in the bayous, down there in the creeks, man. I'll be down there deep.
You bring it up.
Oh yeah, they probably don't want us to talk about this.
Right.
We mess around and say, you know, they ended up directing that hurricane that direction. The phone's gonna hang up.
And look, check this shit out. People don't even know, like, when this shit happened, now you had all the fucking power lines and shit that ran to certain, certain parts of the city. So you had the main tower that was like about maybe like an hour away from the, whole parish of Orleans. So they had it, the tower fucking got blown and flew into the river. But when you look at the picture of that shit, you can see how old the shit was. The shit like it never been, repaired or anything, and the shit just fell
No,
off.
man.
And they were saying that they lost like 8 to 9 lines of transmission.
They don't restore nothing down there in Homer, man.
Mm-hmm. And the whole key to it is within 16 years, this city, this whole state should have had it where you had power lines going underground. You got certain areas in New Orleans that have the power lines underground.
Right.
You should have had these flood walls. I ain't never understood how the fuck you don't have a flood wall built damn near almost close to 100 feet tall to withstand all that shit. But you just building that shit, talking about this is the mandates and shit for the state, but that's not. You could build that shit higher than what you building it. You go to London and shit like that, they got a fucking big ass fucking flood wall.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They making sure that the downtown ain't gonna get swamped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But like you said, the ancestors always got different plans for them because anytime that shit hitting the more rich areas.
yep, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know you have a couple of color folk, over in that territory that might get messed up too. But nah, it ain't even that new storms ain't directed towards us. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, you know what I'm saying, not to bring it up, but look at the situation when the tornadoes hit over there in California, and that motherfucker it tore up all the mansions and Miss Jay Z shit.
Mm-hmm.
How's that possible? It tore up all the mansions in the whole neighborhood, and his shit was the only one not touched at all.
Right.
Not saying that, he's not saying that, he's 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 a great guy or he's a bad guy. I don't go with that. I don't follow the streams of people follow media and narratives of what people do with their life. You know what I'm saying? But just using
Mm-hmm.
him as an example. You know what I'm saying? He got a mansion out in Cali and motherfucking this storm tore up the whole neighborhood, every mansion in that motherfucker, and his shit was untouched, unscathed. I've been, and it's crazy. I've been like since I was young. I used to tell people, man, them tornadoes is only dragons flying in a circle real fast, and people never. They used to think I was crazy talking like that, and I was like, no, I really believe it's dragons that fly in the circle real fast, and they create them tornadoes. Guess what? Reality showing motherfuckers a little bit more now. Because why do they call a tornado that didn't touch down? What do they call that? A tail, right?
Yep.
Okay. What is a bearded comet? how you how you gonna name something a bearded comet? Hmm. Let's talk about it.
And that's another thing. Like I'll be trying to understand too. Like with these hurricanes, like I asked this reporter. I asked her. I said, "So where do y'all get these names and shit from? From these storms and shit?" And she couldn't really answer this shit. And when I started telling her shit about how this Hawk machine shit work, and y'all use a lot of these names because they don't, what I'm saying, they don't understand. you know, people don't understand how to do the etymology of these names and shit to see what it means. So that's why they just come
Hmm.
up with all type of shit to keep, you know, make the public being filled.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true, Marco. Yeah, they made sure when that shit the levees burst, they made sure that shit didn't hit the French Quarter area because all the French Quarter had lost much of its power and had like a little bit of wind damage, but everything that water was directed towards the night ward when that shit happened.
Yeah. Yeah. The state is the level you want to be at anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody be thinking of being federal recognized. They want to be federal recognized for shit. You stronger being state recognized.
You know, that shit crazy because like they just really started that shit. They just had to start doing that shit since like in the '60s because that's when they had that Hurricane Betsy that was in New Orleans, the first major one that tore up everything. So,
Hmm.
so that leads me to think that you know they've been doing this shit since like in the '60s. Because it's like if that shit just they always how they would try to say it's a natural disaster, then you'd have been our ancestors would have been saying they had this shit happening around that time. They don't speak on none
Well,
of this
we
shit.
did. It is recorded about earthquakes and hurricanes, and yeah, they are recorded. But it was being recorded as being caused due to something going on. Like a lot of those was punishments to cities or areas. You know what I'm saying? People was just doing some dumbass shit or some weirdo
Mm-hmm.
psychotic stuff.
They really want, like I said, how they pinpointed that shit was, like I said, they wanted the shit to really do more damage to the city. That's why they kept trying to change the different categories of a storm. And I'm like, how the hell
Right.
you can even change a category of a storm like that? And then like, oh, you know, the weekend and shit like that. But then when you said it went to New York and New Jersey as a tropical storm, and how that shit fucking flooded so many different parts of New York and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's just strange to me again how it was targeted at different certain areas of that city, and they said they couldn't really evacuate people out of there because they got over 9 million people. So they've been trying to, you know, from my opinion is that like I said, I know they know Louisiana has so much fucking ties to so many different things, and most like I said, to Haiti, that's the deep connection there. And in New York, they've been trying to do stuff. Everything they try to do is always started from New York or California. So they've been talking to them, trying to destroy New York and California for the longest.
Right. 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 It's all a part of their game. I mean, look at it like that's a new form of land grab. Because think about it. Most of the people in New Orleans, the houses that got destroyed in Katrina, they ended up losing their house.
Yep,
And why is it somebody else living in that motherfucker now?
facts. Don't even have the history. Don't know history of the city and nothing, and just
Right.
came
Just
and came up.
they bought that motherfucker and they moved in the house and put new walls up, put covers on the floors, you know what I'm saying? Put plastic down and put new wood floor down from Home Depot and they resold all that shit. So it's a land grab.
Mm-hmm.
2 years after everywhere these mega storms hit, all of a sudden the property is bought out. How is it bought out before even people know it's for sale?
Right. And some people was buying this shit for $1.
I would have known that. I would have bought some shit.
Yep. And see, they knew,
Oh,
and that's why they was trying to always tell people, "Oh, don't come back to the city. The city not ready. This is destroyed and all this other shit." And I always read through the lines, and I knew what they was trying to do. They were trying to keep people away from coming back to owning their land and their property and shit like that. And the same,
mm-hmm.
and then the same way what they doing to New York, because they know a lot of people in New York, a lot of people in New York is leaving, so a lot of people move from New York. They go to Florida and they go to North Carolina. So that's why North Carolina is like one of the top richest cities. But they doing a lot of shit to where they see it, where the infrastructure of all our melanated people that's doing, building communities and doing things like that. They're trying to destroy that shit.
Everything we create, they want, man. You got to think about it like that. There's nothing on this planet that we created that they didn't want or take and put their face on it.
Fact, they know we don't want their schools. They know we don't want the you know what I'm saying? They know that we don't want none of their businesses and shit that they building. We don't want none of that shit. If it was up to us, like I said, we just rather live how we living right now. Everybody getting their checks and shit coming a month, and just like I said, enjoying life. That's what we want to do. Even the stuff that they take away from us, we still have made something out of nothing.
That's why they hate us to their bone. They hate color folk to the bone, man. That shit genetically implanted in them.
Facts. We had people came back and they had like an abandoned area. I'm gonna say this shit been abandoned for like damn near close to 20 something years. And niggas came, fucking set up a whole barbecue pit and had it was feeding people.
Mm. Well, we got to give them back their habits, man. Let them
Yep.
have all they believe in, all they faith, all of their truths, they legalities, man. Give them back all they shit. Tell people cut them contracts, man. Sever them shit. And we we're supposed to have no mortgage. I see Marco had mentioned adjustable rate mortgages. We get this landlord and all of this information down and finish the paperwork, cutting the ties from your autograph will be paying your the whole mortgage. It'll be paid off as soon as you sign.
Yep.
That's why a lot of our brothers is getting into this law deep. Because we know that our signature, our autograph is the power of every contract in America. And it's not their autograph, it's our autograph that makes it super, super powerful.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah. Just like people with driver's license. If you're gonna have driver's license, get paid from the government for commercial act. It's a law in place for it. Just so happened I learned about it after I didn't already, cut everything off. But yeah, that's it's actually you can actually go after the DMV or whatever is in your state and put them on notice about you having a driver's license, and by this code and state statute that this exists. They probably pull you to the side. Okay, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to give you an application and just fax it back to us. They're going to want you to be out and talking in the hallway to people about that shit.
That's why
Just
they
like
say
you,
that's why they say
you,
the pen is mightier than the
I was
sword,
gonna
huh?
say, you see that commercial that be on TV talking about if you had a clean driver's record for the last 6 months, you can get $600 to $1,000. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that company, what it's gonna do is help you get 600, right? But for all the years that you did have a driver's license, they gonna keep that. They gonna get you your money, but they finna eat. Mm-mm.
Yep, anything they could, like you said, as soon as we sign anything without our hand right, they make money off it instantly.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I was sitting there. I was before I seen you on YouTube though. I was down there making the beat. You know what I'm saying? Smoking the fat one. Like this is the beat for my birthday. You know, it's my birthday weekend and shit. So I was just going ahead making some beats. So
Shit,
let me check on YouTube, see what's going on. I see you Triggaz. You was the first person pop up as soon as I hit YouTube. I'm like, oh, what? Let me go on here, man.
yeah, salute, cuz on your soul day week.
Yeah, man. Try to keep high vibrations, man. You know, good energy.
Yep. Oh, why they say the pen is mightier than the sword.
You had your screen up?
Yeah, yep.
Word? Don't tell me that. We're going to adventure. Man, I'm gonna get a laptop sooner or later. I keep telling myself, I'm gonna get a laptop. I'm gonna get a laptop. I done had brand new laptops that was by gift and presents. They
hmm
either got stolen or broke. So I'm just, like cell phones. I'm not good with laptops, man. They don't last around me for some reason.
hmm
But yeah, man, I dove on here just to holler at you, B. I ain't even know what you was building on. But it don't matter. That's my fucking bloodline. Okay.
Yeah, most definitely. Shit, I know lot of people probably right now. They probably either digressed or probably got some other shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Oh, that's
and
true.
I was just trying to, huh?
No, with Marco, you just posted. That's some true shit.
hmm
I'm loving the
Shit,
method right now.
I was telling people too. I think we was talking about that shit they had tied from the Jesuits and shit when they got tied to Louisiana when they had that book I think it was called Mary's Monkey or some shit like that.
Uh-huh.
So basically, like how it was, basically what she was saying was how they do a lot of malpractice and shit. And the founder of this, we got these hospitals called Oshner. So the person who founded that hospital, he did a lot of malpractice and shit, and he was getting sued for that shit. So she was about to expose. She was exposing all that shit. She also exposed the shit that happened with JFK and all the other shit. So to keep up, how they always do, they keep them
Right.
quiet. They smoke them.
Yeah, our people got to stay away from them Saint hospitals too, man. St. Patrick, St. Joseph, St. Louis, all of them. Them hospitals are death. Those are deathbeds to our people, man.
Facts. Look, we had one of them same hospitals got destroyed. The whole roof got destroyed during the storm.
Oh shit.
Yep. And then they found it. They was exposing like some of these the elderly that was staying in these nursing homes. They exposed the bad conditions and shit these people was living in. They had the two owners, they got their license and stuff revoked, but they got exposed because they had these people staying in warehouses.
Damn.
Yeah, they was staying in warehouses. So the death toll been climbing up to so far. We got like a total of like 15 people that died in the city from this shit. But yeah, they were showing that all these old, the elders was staying in the warehouse during this whole time the storm was happening. Instead of trying to like get the people together, calling their relatives. You know how most of the relatives they throw their people off in those prison homes and shit, and they didn't even care
Right.
about them. But had these people staying in the fucking warehouse the whole time,
Damn.
like animals. And then the owners was like they were trying to point the finger at who was to be blamed, who was to be blamed for it. And I would say they wound up revoking both of their license.
That's crazy. We gotta get our people. And it's cool, man, how everything is coming in the court, man, because every time one of our peoples go live with information like this, you know what I'm saying, it might take 2 or 3 weeks, you know what I'm saying, but it's being heard and being seen, you know what I'm saying? And the more that our people get in tune with the real is, you
Mm-hmm.
know, I think it's gonna be more convenient, I say 3, 4 years from now, that our people gonna have a lot more strong standing holding, you know what I'm saying, their own brother's arms to not let nobody break the chain, you know what I'm saying?
Yep, that's the key to it.
The more that we can bypass all of this feelings and emotions with this information, is just keep sharing it. That's all it's for. I mean, nobody invented none of this shit. So people want credit for something that's already invented. We just keep
Yep.
passing the basketball. So you still down in FL? Or you
Huh?
made it? You still down in FL right now?
Yeah, I'm no, no, no. I'm back in the city. I came back yesterday.
Okay, okay. Did it do a lot of damage over there in the city? You know, on your side of town?
Shit, well, I'm mostly when I'm at, I just had damage to my just some damage to my car, and I had some damage to like my back doors and stuff. Had a little water come in, but that was about it.
Okay, that's good, man. You ain't suffering nothing major, man.
Right. But I did have, like some of my neighbors and shit. They had damage, like all in some of their rooms and stuff. And then like the fuck up thing about it is you got people still got fucking trash that cleaned up all these trash and shit. It's just still sitting on the sidewalks and shit, and still haven't picked it up.
Hmm.
Telling the people that separated the breeze and all this other shit, but these motherfuckers still ain't never came and picked up none of this shit. And anywhere else, the other Ben came and got all this shit up. And I'm like, shit is like damn near in the street. How much trash people got?
Mm, that's crazy, man. Cause I know they was taking their time after that Trina situation to clean up, man. They ain't do nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah, the
I
cleanup
was
part
getting,
be almost, partially easy, but it's just like I said, they came and picked up the shit. Like I don't see why you have a delay. You should have a delay doing that shit.
yeah.
And they should have this machine. They should already have these trucks where they automatically just pick the trash up because you still got people working to pick up trash and shit. That's like I said. That shit kind of like a little old because like a lot of these companies now they got the trucks that just come there and it's automatic to just pick up all your trash.
Right. Has been yeah with the little magic arm come out where I
Yep.
grab a poor lady and throw her off the seat off the bench again. Man,
But like I said, when the people don't demand better, that's why they do what they do to them.
shit, man. I can grab my damn lighter. But yeah, shit, I didn't know how long you was gonna be going live, y'all. I don't want to hold you up if you was about to get off and everything, man. Just stopping through, say hi to the gods and goddess, throwing shouts out.
Shit, appreciate it as always, Ken folk.
But I don't know. I mean, how long you
Yeah,
gonna be on?
that's
How
I
long you
probably
gonna be
go.
live, man? You know what I'm saying? Cause like you said, you got your screen right, man. We can dig into something if you want to dig in.
Yeah, I got some shit I'm trying to I had to probably put together. I had, but you know how the shit is now. It's like anything you showing, they even giving you that fair use strike and shit. Even you trying not to get a strike.
Oh, so they've been going weird on the fair use too.
Yeah, because I know T. Sean he did a stream yesterday and he was using that. He kept saying fair use on a lot of shit he was showing. Shit, this shut this channel down. This stream's down like what 2 times, 2 or 3 times.
Dang,
Yep,
they violating our rights, man.
right.
They're trying to take our rights away, man. They don't want us to be able to share information.
Man, shit ridiculous. But I guess they want you to buy the premium shit to kind of sort of eliminate some of this shit. But I ain't buying shit from these people. I don't subscribe to their fucking cable shit, none of this shit.
Wow, damn. Cause hey, man, I was showing that turned me on to some cat, man. That I did a video, and he was the video was covering a comment in England at the Capitol building. And I went back to look at the video again, man. That mug was gone. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I think that was on T. Sean stream.
Oh, so that was on this joint. Oh, okay. So that was one of the videos because he got them parts coming out now, man. But the one that I wanted to see again, man, that thing disappeared so fast. I was like, damn it, man. I wish I had a phone that could
Yeah,
screenshot, man, because some of the stuff that was on the in them videos that he had up, man, they had some good stuff.
yeah. He showed the clip of the Breakfast Club interview, and he got an email from the saying the Breakfast Club strike this channel. And then shit, I think he was playing the video on some other stream, and they strike this channel.
Uh, that's all, man.
Yeah.
Ah, man.
Hey, peace, little bro. Super in the building.
Peace. Yeah, I see him, yeah.
Yo, peace. Triggaz, what's good?
Shit,
What's good, brother?
high vibes.
You already know, man. You know I had to come up here for the triggers, man, because a nigga been triggered for the past 2-3 weeks, man. Every day, all day. While I'm on the plantation, man. My damn job. You know, they doing the mandate shit, so I
Oh
already got my
man,
what you say?
you said they doing the mandate?
Yeah, man. It's fucked up. And
Hey
it's
man, I
like,
got a plug for you, B.
our what you say?
I said I got a plug for you, B.
What's that?
You ain't got to get the job, but you be legit.
What's that? Are you talking about a card?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they
I
want you
was
to take
I was
their
thinking
shit.
about going that route. But I felt like, I might do that for the next job if I'm not able to find something else. But for here, I gotta stand up for what, I resonate with, and I don't wanna have to cut no corners, you know what I'm saying, to be no yes man at the same time. You feel me?
Right.
I want them to know, you know what I'm saying, I'm standing on my square.
Man.
But yeah, they gave me, they already gave us the last day that we'll be able to work there if you don't get it by then, and it's just triggering me every time I'm at work because it's just hard. It's hard to actually put pride into your work and you know do good when you're there when you already know like you on your way out the door. So I'll just be triggered all day, every day. Like I'm on call right now. I just came back from a call. You know what I'm saying? I've been up there from 7 to 9:30. I was up there dealing with some bullshit because I'm on call right now, and I'm just triggered about the whole thing because I'm out here messing up my peace and keeping myself off balance by responding to these calls and shit, and just knowing that I'm putting work towards a company that don't really care about me. You know what I'm saying? Got a nigga trick.
Shit, that was just like my partner. Now, I talked to this nigga. I told this nigga what last month, and he was telling me, his job. He do security and shit, and he said his job, they was giving him for the 25th. I think the 15th or the 25th to take this shit. So he was basically saying his girl was kind of pushing him to do it, and I kept trying to tell him. I said she really love you. I said she was staying with you because you saying you don't want to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So the next thing I know, when I talked to him was the other day, and I asked the nigga because at first, he was just telling running some shit to me, but then he was like, he got quiet when I asked him. I said, "So did you take that shit?" And then he was like, "Yeah, I hate to tell you that shit. I went and took it. I took the first part, and he said his arm was sore and all type of shit." So I said, "Well, I mean, I sent you all the information and shit about what that shit gonna do. So, but I mean, shit, you should have just stood your ground. Like you can find more jobs, get your own apartment and shit. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying you can't like you just automatically saying that you gonna be conformed to their system. I don't give a fuck what they saying about their job will make you do it and shit like that. Man, fuck these people in their job.
No, straight up, man. And it's I don't know. It's kind of fucked up when you just think and take a step back and look at everything. Like you see these other countries and shit. I see these other countries going hard, but I mean, so many people in America, they just been rocked to sleep so hard. Like it's a lot of patriots out there and a lot of people that's out there ready to stand up for freedom, but the majority is just so docile and sleeping. That shit trigger me too. Just looking at these dumbass motherfuckers just getting walked off the ledge right now. It's fucked up, man. It's mentally fucked up. And shit, I feel like it's harder on us being part of the awaken, you know, having to witness everybody fucking sleepwalking and shit.
Yep. They definitely putting the pressure on us or some shit because they know we're not gonna fold. And I say it's like it's no good explanation of what that shit'll do for you. Nobody has a good explanation for it. And and my thing is, if my company been operating without nobody having to take that shit, why the fuck would I even confine to that shit? But I forgot they want to get their funding and shit. They don't want to get shut down. But everybody else they too concerned. They too concerned about if they do strike, they can't go get their J's. They can't go. You know what I'm saying? They can't go to their concerts. They can't go to their football, basketball, baseball games and shit like that. All that shit gonna be taken away from them if they go on strike.
Cowards, man.
I was to say, the hell with that, man. I just had to lose all those privileges for the moment. I couldn't do it, man.
I don't know how people got so comfortable thinking that shit is a mandate just to participate in shit like that. All that shit is just like I said. You said it's just a privilege, and it's not even necessary. You gonna pay to go see these other motherfuckers perform and do shit like that. Spend all your time and energy into it. Like, that really being fucking puppets.
No, they definitely live for that entertainment, man. You gotta think about that. Entertainment, government, all them shits they got the meant at the end that's controlling the mental. You know what I'm saying? Fucking sick, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's
that's like I
just
said,
sad,
every
man.
kid
They
want to
really
be on
like
one.
they really playing with us, man. They really playing with us, and it's I mean for the most part that shit working. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta think of how they ushered the shit in. First they start with the mask. You gotta wear the mask. Now you do the take the jab. Motherfuckers just hopping on the boat doing that shit, and it's all about health. When everything else they promote is unhealthy. You know what I'm saying? But motherfuckers don't think like that. They don't,
Man,
they
think
don't
about it.
understand that they live in an unhealthy lifestyle as it is, and
Just
that's
think
why
about it though. Three
yeah.
years ago, 3 years ago, if you was riding down the street wearing your mask, man, you would have got gripped up. Think
Man,
about it.
for
They
real.
mandated something that you would have went to jail for 4 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. And now they brought the Taliban back, so it's like it almost gonna push into their next agenda with bringing terrorism back and just being able to, you know, say such and such is a terrorist, put them on this terrorist watch, and then boom, now they can come to your door, detain you, and question you because you possible terrorist or some shit.
Hey, you touching on a point that I want to talk about. Now we can talk about it on triggers, my brother. Now, these motherfuckers that they bringing over here, these they claim to be ex-soldiers of the Iraqi army and all that. Okay, why is y'all worried about the Iraqi soldiers or any of their family or any of them people? Now, in the long run, I'm seeing this is how it's gonna play out. They're gonna try to bring them people over here to start them being terrorists in America.
Exactly. They don't care about them. You know what I'm saying? They only care about the agenda, and the agenda is order, and you get order
Yep.
out of chaos. So they
Yep.
using this as a chaotic way, to create that order. Because now they bringing these people over here while we're in the middle of a so-called pandemic. Ain't none of these motherfuckers got no mask on while they fucking evacuating them. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Brought all
just
them
it's really
bed bugs
funny.
and
I mean,
shit.
we looking at it on the outside in. We know that they don't care about us, but on TV they present themselves like, oh, they caring about the people. It's all about the people and the health, but we already know that's just bullshit. So
Yeah, they
you can
promote
see
that
where
on the
it's leading
news.
to.
That's media.
Yep. And the crazy thing about it was when that shit happened, it was like they wouldn't even learn about the sea shit. That shit wasn't even being heard about. But as soon as they saw like a lot of people were starting to move around and get out and shit, and they started bringing up that make sure you get tested and shit. Oh yeah, it's starting to spike up too. They had to start. They gotta always make sure they mention that for any little thing that they're doing.
Man, all the motherfuckers doing is taking 4 or 5 bus loads with like 100 Arabs to a location, and they paying them motherfuckers. When y'all hear the horn, y'all just start running. And motherfuckers just be running in directions like none of them running towards the same direction like they really trying to evacuate. You see groups of motherfuckers running in 3, 4 different directions like they all got paid and shit. It's the same bullshit happening here in America, man, with these fake Black Lives Matter motherfuckers, man. Those
Crisis
are
act.
paid motherfuckers. Yeah, they pay crisis actors.
Yep. It's not hard to see, but and what I'm saying, like we already got our third eye open, so we see this shit,
Hey
but
man,
it's just so sad.
I don't know if you ever caught them videos, man. England exposed these crisis actors, bro, back in 2018. They exposed them because they were showing how these camera people can videotape all the crisis people being held by the police until they're allowed to come out and just start going crazy. And it was crazy back in 2017, 18. They were exposing crisis actors, but all of a sudden the pandemic come and the same shit happened.
Shit. It's like I was that shit happened to me when I got an email. I used to always get emails about being an actor, a crisis actor, and shit like that. And I didn't really realize what the fuck that shit was. So when I saw somebody say, they had dropped a letter, the application they got around that time that BLM shit started, yeah, and I seen it, and I was like, I started thinking about it. I said, shit, damn. I said, that's crazy. How I got them same emails for sign up for that shit.
I'm pretty sure everybody in that be listening to us or in our community be getting Trump emails, man. Like Trump, for some reason, Trump got some of the best hackers on his team. Cause he be reaching motherfuckers like I don't know how he be getting my emails, man. Like it be three, four people from Trump campaign be trying to get me to donate and come to meet with them and sit down with them. And I'm like, I had reached out to a couple brothers and stuff. They was like, oh hell yeah, man, I get all them Trump emails. I'm like, how did they get your emails? Because I don't vote. I've never voted in my life. Like, how did these motherfuckers get like?
Yep, that's how they get them, though.
Hey, y'all touched on that 9/11 yet?
I was talking some shit about it. I was saying, how they had, they took the insurance policy out the day before, and they took in the same day they took another insurance policy out on it, and they advised all those Jesuits and shit that lived in Manhattan. They told all of them to make sure they stay away from there. There'll be nowhere around it.
Wow.
Yeah. Bro, do y'all know about that no plane shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. That shit and like that shit still to this day, like it's so mind boggling that they pulled that shit off. Like, I had woke up to that bullshit a long time ago. I probably wasn't still in high school when I knew, 9/11 was inside bullshit ass job. But it was only like 3 or 4 years ago when I realized that they ain't even use no planes. All that shit CGI.
Yep. I was
Yeah.
um I was a freshman in college when I seen that shit.
Yeah, that shit was digital, and it was you could hear the explosions like from when they took all them videos away where the fire chiefs and all of them were talking to the news. They took those videos down, but like you can actually see video footage of certain news people and stuff videotaping that area before it even happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you be setting up to be videotaping some buildings that ain't planned on having something happen? So it was kind of like, yeah, it's like city demolition. You know what I'm saying? They've been tearing down all the buildings, our
Mm-hmm.
ancestors built anyway. In every city, like every city hall, every hall of justice, all of those old-fashioned, ancient buildings that was here before they got here, they tearing them down and putting new shit up in every city.
Yep. Shit, yeah. We had like a few other buildings, historical buildings, that got destroyed in the city. Some that's been here for like damn near close to almost 50, 60 years. And they just, they was already abandoned, but they really got torn up from the storm and shit. So it's like it's really like you go into the city, you can hardly find any kind of like lasting landmarks because all this shit is almost completely wiped out.
Yeah, only buildings that they not going to tear down is the state capitals. The state capitol buildings are imperialistic. Those buildings were built over 700 years ago, and that's why they use them as a state capitol building. But those were actual empires. Those were territorial kingdoms. You know what I'm saying? And those were the places where a lot of the families and the workers and soldiers, all of them lived. So when you look at state capitol buildings, they got swimming pools, jacuzzis, like kitchens almost on all floors. Like they really loaded. But then you pay attention to how big it is and they only use 7% of the building. It makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like you go in a state capitol building, it's floors you just can't go to because they're not even open. Why? Because they didn't build it. They just occupy it.
Shit, crazy, man.
Mhm. I would say that they the creator of the word mask.
Right.
I wouldn't even say it was the colored foreigners. I would say it was the pale face. The pale face were the best mask wearers, man. They the one created the white wig party and all of that shit. Remember them? The white wig party? Motherfuckers wearing goat hair
Mm-hmm.
and shit made out of wigs.
Right?
Yeah.
Cross dressing, man.
Yeah, faggot. High heels up under their motherfucking long gown and shit. It was really
Fucking
black
fairy
dressing.
ass.
Hmm. Then they try to hide the pictures where they drew him with lipstick on. Like that painter was painting what he seen. That motherfucker, wherever he was painting, really had lipstick on.
That makeup, that make believe.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
man, you already know they used to powder their face to death and shit, just like them old karate movies and shit. All the women, most of the women in them old fashioned karate movies and shit, them was dudes.
Shit, that's where they got that word Maybelline makeup from. Make believe.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
believe that. Oh, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, they had
Empire.
this woman. She was telling me. She said because she was saying when I was telling about this the story for 9/11, and she said that that's how she found out because she said she could have been one of the people that could have got got killed in that shit. So she said when she was working for this Jew that was in Manhattan, and he had an office that was in that building, and she had to go pick up her paycheck. So she said when she found out that she was calling him to try to find out what time she could come pick her paycheck up, and she never got a response from him. She was about to go head to the building and get it, but she said something told her, her inner self told her, don't worry about it. Just check on it the next day. So she said as soon as and then she found out when they did that shit to the building. I think that's how she found out more information. She said when they wind up putting like another insurance policy on that building, all type of shit. So they already had that shit planned out how they wanted that shit to happen. With the explosion and how they was gonna get paid off for that.
I mean, I'm a carpenter, bro, and there's no way that I would think of building something that would stand that tall without having an internal structure, which means that the framing and the internal structure of it is the most important part of holding the weight balance at such a height. And so there's no way, even if, for instance, if a plane did hit the thing, the, how it was built, if a plane, the weight of a plane hitting something that tall, it would snap at the lower bottom and took it over and then crashed into the other one. We would have seen some London bridges falling down and shit, you know what I'm saying? But the shit was cut to where it was designed to fall straight down. And that's how you know that the internal frame of that building was clipped. We'll call it clipped because they spiced the framing in it to where when the explosion go off, it's gonna make the rest of it, what I'm saying, snap and break in half and shit. But
Hmm. Shit, and most of them floors was empty.
yep, that's where all them bags was at. Motherfuckers talking about all of these plumber people bringing in bags and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they was taking TNT in that motherfucker. Demolition crew, just like the movies. What was that movie? Where they went in there as ambulance to rob a bank, man. And after the explosion, they cleaned the bank out and dropped the ambulances down through the floors on the road. Man, that shit was dope. I wanna think it was Heat, but just to cover, just to cover up. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing happened and that was the cover up for the main goal. Just like when they showed Bush hearing about it. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh. Um. Uh, well. Oh, sorry, kids. It's an emergency just happened. He all calm at a book reading and shit. He ain't even open his eyes big like what the fuck, like right some
Right,
shit
and
like
then what the kids was saying, what they was reading, talking about kite hit plane must. Like what the fuck? That sounds like some goddamn a spell. Like they really doing spells. They got the kids
Mhm.
saying kite hit plane must like over and over. Like what the fuck?
yeah, ritual. That's a ritual.
America, man.
Man. But the thing is, 9/11 is a pattern, man. If people would did, when people get a chance, look up 9/11 back in ancient times. 9/11 has the history. That's not a new date for a ritual to happen. You know, that's a ritual date.
hmm And then September really supposed to be the 7th month, so it's really like 7-11. You know what I'm saying? That shit deep. I know, bro Sanchez and what's the other dude name? Uh, RFG, I think they
Mhm.
had
Yeah.
made a video like when they first came on YouTube. That's what they was doing. They was both exposing 9/11, and that's one thing they had brought up. Like how it was really 7/11, the numbers behind that shit.
No, I wouldn't say it's 7/11. September is the ninth month, which is the last month. And
Yeah,
I'm a
but
real no, hold on. I'm just breaking down some stuff I investigated, for years. The September itself, the 9 month is connected to the Mayan calendar. It was a 940. So when they did it was a 9 month operating on 40 calendar period. So when you do 9/4, you get a 360. So when they do 365, it's a time period where they add in a 5 day existence. You know what I'm saying? But if you look at a full circle, it's a 360, and that's how the Mayan calendar is connected. It's three circles. That's all I was just want to share.
Shit, that's why right now Ethiopia is 2014.
hmm the actual time period we're in is way fucking off.
Yep.
Yeah.
what y'all resonate with that? How they say we really in 2012?
Mhm. I
I
do.
wouldn't even I wouldn't say we that far up. I would say we more in the 1900s still.
Damn.
I would, yeah, cause look, Pete though, and the reason I bring that up is because um some stuff that when the so-called Christo uh Coulomb or yeah Christopher Christo Coulomb or Columbo or whatever the Christopher Columbus dude.
Crystal ball.
Yeah, when a lot of the records and stuff that you can find in that era, the so-called 1400 era, it was a I then three numbers. It wasn't a one to make it 1400. So like then you look at I forgot what the Gregorian calendar.
Gregorian, yeah.
The Gregorian calendar started in the 17, 1800s. That motherfucker didn't start in the 16, 1500s.
Right.
So it's like that was 200 years plus they just added instantly to a calendar that we go by to make they narrative work as far as them being here in America for foreign pale face. Listen here. Y'all motherfuckers ain't been here since 1980. I mean the 1880s. Maybe. But they did that to make their story go even further. That's why Christopher Columbus' story is a 1492. That's like 1692. The reason is because when people dig into more of the manifest these maritime law documents and these treaties of the maritime laws, they'll find that it was an international treaty to not be allowed to even tread the waters as visitors to stay here in America until after 1700. So until 1700, this whole country was protected, North, Central, and South, by treaties. So when they made that story up, they had to make their story go before that treaty period. So when nobody recognized that 1700 treaty,
Damn.
for
That's deep.
real. And that's why, like, the Gregorian calendar came after 1700 because that's when infiltration really came into America real heavy. You know what I'm saying? Four corners. Like, like the old word says, the, the enemy was going to rain upon us from four corners. And it rained upon us from four corners, Washington, Alaska area, down by Peru, California, Brazil, New York, up in that area. That's four corners.
Man, it's crazy how like deeply we fucking rooted into the deception that we can't even break out of just through the language. You know what I'm saying? With the spelling that we under, like when you
Yeah,
say history, like we already know. You know what I'm saying? History is his story, but just that alone should be enough to, you know what I'm saying, tell anybody that majority of what you was taught about his story was exactly that. It was his story of what happened. It don't mean that shit happened. Because it's really a myth. You know what I'm saying? Like if you didn't witness something, like I feel like that shit a myth. You know what I'm saying? Like even if I was to sit here and tell y'all, oh, such and such happened to me, yeah, that shit real to me, but to y'all it's still just a myth that you heard. You know what I'm saying? You wasn't witnessing it. But just that word alone, history, that shit deep.
yeah.
It's a lot of words in the English language that's just deep and should be able to wake people up.
Fact.
That's why every race on the planet of today wants to know this language.
Yup.
That's why their first story was to try to create a slave narrative to reverse the image of who the slave was and to say that the slave got the name of the slave owner and speak their language. Now that we reverse the image and put the mirror back in their face, now we know, okay, y'all stole the slave owners' names to this day, and y'all still speak the slave owners' language to this day. How that sound? Because that's
Man,
reality. That ain't no hypothesis to that. That's reality. It's only one English language on earth, and it's American slash Britain English. And because people don't understand the slash part, when they realize where Brit, the original group, was at, it wasn't over the water.
yeah. And then even that word you said at the beginning, that word race, you know what I'm saying? Like they divide us into these races, got us racing, to be
It's
first. So that
right,
should
but that's
be
why I try to tell copper colored people is like you can't be racist because they're all competing to be you. How you gonna compete to be yourself?
Fact.
Mind states, man. You had when you got on, you had said that the mind state, man. They controlling the mind state. They control the narrative.
That makes a lot of sense.
Think about it. As long as our parents watching news and TV, oh man, they not standing next to us.
not at all.
I'll be like, Mama, I love you, but you keep watching that TV, you gonna be an op.
Hey, y'all ain't seen that meme somebody put up? That shit funny to me. It was like, I went to my mom's house and changed, put a adult lock password on CNN. Now she calling me because she can't watch the news. This is how we start America.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
But no, like that shit, like the more you engulf that shit, the easier it is for it to be your reality. And I was there once, you know what I'm saying? I was there where I did, something big happened, I did watch CNN. I'm questioning the main narrative, but I'm still engulfed in watching it. And the more you watch it, it's really like a hypnosis to you because you're just so engulfed in the information that instead of being able to evaluate it and think through it, you just retain it and start to hold on to what they telling you. And you hear that shit over and over and over and over and over again, that shit gonna start sticking. So of course the most paranoid people is the ones who watch the news because all they do is the fear mongering over and over and over. Y'all know what news
Yep,
stand for
yeah.
though?
Yeah, break it down.
News, they came up with that shit from the compass, north, east, west, and south. You know what I'm saying? To spread that agenda worldwide. The news.
Wow.
That shit crazy too, right?
That's just like with law. Law means like land, air, and water.
Damn. I ain't heard that one, but that shit resonate for sure. But yeah, man, it's just an agenda, man. And there's just so much fuckery going on, man. It's so hard to grasp and to stay balanced. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna say that earlier. One of my favorite quotes is the easiest way to stay balanced is knowing when you lost it. And like us being awakened, we know that shit ain't balanced, so we aware of what's going on. But for the average person, they don't know they unbalanced, so they gonna continue to be imbalanced. As opposed to us, we know shit not balanced, so we trying to find a way to balance the mental with the spiritual and the physical and just everyday life, taking it in as opposed to the regular sheep that's engulfed in this shit and they lifestyle is chaotic and unbalanced and they just living in that shit. So it's just sad, man. I be feeling like dog. It's division. It's always division, and that's crazy because they always said in the Pledge of Allegiance, "United we stand, divided we fall." And we was raised saying that shit in school, but here we are years after school, and people more divided now than ever.
Facts. So they saw it was to a point where people was getting to the point where everybody was kind of like standing up to this shit. But it's even still right now out there that they do. People starting to question, gonna question everything. That's why when I was listening to that shit, Biden was saying, they getting frustrated and all this other shit because they know people are not falling for their bullshit no more. So they gotta keep trying to pull all the tricks out the bag to try to seem like we doing very patriotic, saying this and saying that shit. But like I said, it's a loophole and a leak in everything that they're saying and doing.
Yeah, man, they really playing chess out here with their moves. Like this shit be coming slow, but everything that they do and push, is calculated. Like the 9/11, that shit was calculated. And shout out to whoever said it. I think it was Suave or something in the chat, but he brought up 1968. A lot of shit happened in 1968. That boy George Bush graduated from Yale, Skull and Bones. That boy Bin Laden, his dad graduated from fucking pilot school. The Jets won their only Super Bowl ever. You know what I'm saying? And 9/11 or the Twin Towers started their construction. And then 911 became the emergency dialing code all in 1968. And that shit just a perfectly set plan that played out, what, 31 years later? I mean, 33 years later, which is, they number 33. Like Jesus died at 33. Highest level in masonry, 33. So like they really playing chess out here. But they did that to start the Patriot Act where they can start spying on people terrorist shit. Now they brought the Taliban over here after they got everybody wearing these masks, and it's just like you can start seeing how they doing all this certain shit to take the laws and shit. Even with the gun laws, they keep having all these mass shootings and shit, chipping away, just chipping away. And now, like with this jab, it's like it's really chipping away at your freedoms. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Because it's like I don't see how people never thought about saying that I should take a stand because it's my own body. So I shouldn't have to put anything I don't want to put in my own body. Basically, just like I said, it's like you basically let somebody tell you what you should put in your body and not trust yourself. You losing control of self when you just conform to everything. And that's to me, that's the worst thing you could ever have and losing life is losing control of yourself
Free
to what
will.
you to do. Exactly.
And it's really just showing what what we kind of already know as being awakened. We already know that we are property to the state. You know what I'm saying? We might not be mentally, because I know a motherfucker don't own me. I know you feel the same way, but like legally or however you want to put it, like what I'm saying, we is owned by them. We got the birth certificates, social security numbers, what I'm saying, driver's license, all this shit that connect us to the system of a corporation. Like we all know the US is a corporation. So how much free will do
Hey,
you
hey, I was gonna say something about that.
uh,
Remember how they say, I am a businessman, meaning that you are an actual business and you can own that. You got to actually authenticate that you are real. You recognize the fault in a system and you claim the shit to be full grantor, beneficiary, owner slash executor. You know what I'm saying? So you actually, what you would do is like people don't really understand the point of authenticating the birth certificates. That's annexing them out of the way of fucking with that bond, and that's the
right?
birth certificate bond. So when you authenticate it, you annex the government from having rights or really say on what's going on with that bond, which is worth great credibility. People talk money, and this world is ran off of credibility. It's not ran off money. So, it's ways of getting pulled out of the system, and you can actually enjoy. I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna be on the accountant level of my own affairs. I
Mm.
already govern myself. I've been a national for over 5 years plus. You know what I'm saying? Just standing, and like when I be invited to the court, I appear as a guest, you know what I'm saying? And the courts recognize it like that. But other words, they rather do video, you know what I'm saying, or anything, even down to lawsuits. But I mean, it's great to it's good for our people to start looking into the laws behind of what they're doing to control us, and then we can break the shit, and still enjoy the shit that they created on our shit. Because as long as the government is operating here in America, we still own the government, and our people lacking to realize that if y'all still operating doing anything in this motherfucking country, we own that too. Anything y'all create, do, have in this country is legally and lawfully the indigenous people shit. And because we're fearing to stand up and tell these motherfuckers that. And that's where they playing with the mind at. Until our people start standing saying, everything your house you living in now is our shit too. Until we
But the
start
folks
standing
so
up saying it
lost.
to them, that's what they fear.
The folks so lost. Like you trying to put somebody on game. Like I've been trying to put my family and close people on game about being under the spell of identifying as black and how they tricking us out our own power, our own energy. You know what I'm saying? Keeping
Right,
us
right.
docile. But even just that, like, it's too deep for the what I'm saying, everyday common person who really just here for the flashy shit, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't want to hear that shit. They don't understand the importance of knowing thyself. And I mean that's where I feel like that's where we lack the most in knowing thyself. You know what I'm saying? We rather know what the next nigga doing, you know what I'm saying? So
No,
Like I
even
said, every time I get to talking, bro, like I'm an optimist at point, but you know what I'm saying. At the same time, I'm a realist, and I know you know what I'm saying. Niggas ain't shit. People ain't shit. You know what I'm
people
saying
ain't out
they
that.
they done already tuned our fucking span, our attention span down to 30 seconds or 60 seconds, a little video clip or fucking 240 characters in a text box. Like the mind has been so compressed that motherfuckers can't even think of what they want to wear tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just crazy to me. I think.
Facts. They worried about, oh, I gotta put gas in my car. I gotta have money for lunch and all this other shit. So everything is just like under the control of what they want you to be under, depending on,
Right.
depending on, depending
Just
on.
enough. Just enough. They keep you right there just enough to what I'm saying, keep you wanting to go back because you so concerned about tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? They give you just enough room. Everybody damn near living check to check. You know what I'm saying? In the middle class to the lower class, motherfuckers living check to check type shit.
Mm-hmm.
And
And you know what's crazy? You go up to somebody, they know about all the designers, but don't know they design.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah,
motherfuckers know
man,
all the.
I be like my pet peeve is when I'm around two people that's really just arguing about or debating over shit that do not matter. You know what I'm saying? Over opinions. I hate hearing people debate passionately over their opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I like strawberry jelly. The next nigga might like grape jelly. The next nigga might not even like jelly. But why do we gotta argue about which one better? You know what I'm saying? They just are preference. You know what I'm saying? And motherfuckers so caught up with the preference that they not concerned with facts and real life shit that can, you know, shake the nation, change their life. They not even trying to entertain that shit. They just want to get to tomorrow type shit. That balance true though.
Yep.
What up, balance true?
Yep. Shit, that makes sense though. And even like how they got have some of this stuff with the technology and shit. That's all these phones and shit we got. All this shit. This shit been out since the 2000s in the military. Military had all this shit. So all these phones we get now, it's just like old used technology, but they don't have the up to date type of shit. So yeah, that's why I say that kind of do make sense to say if we are kind of like we could be like in the 1900s and shit because it always, even when the shit hit, when it was the new millennium and all this other shit, it was, now they don't really say much of nothing about it. It was just the next year passing.
Yeah,
But
it was another day. It wasn't like no. You felt the energy of the world just blossoming. Flowers just started. Butterflies came out the trees.
mm-hmm. Shit, that's why to me now, like even when they say that, you got your soul there and all this other shit, I got to the point where now I can't even say my age because it's not even correct. None of that shit is correct.
Hey, I think balance truth need the brother number. Hey, what's your name up top anyway? I can't see your name. I don't even know who I'm talking to be honest.
Oh, this is Zoe Hustles.
Zoe Hustle.
Yeah.
I think look in the back chat. I think Balance True trying to get your number or something. He trying to tap in with you.
All right, let me put it back there.
Damn, that I done lost my track because I was thinking something, but I forgot. Uh,
And we were just saying like, how they was talking about the millennium and shit. And like now it's like they don't even give a damn, it's like it's just normal another year, another year. And I
oh
was
yeah,
saying
yeah.
and I was saying, how our age and stuff, it's like how could you even say how really, your age because all this shit is just not in the correct order.
No facts. But when you had brought up the phones, like that shit made me think, like, just how sad it is how these devices have changed our lives. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, like, it's something that we so accustomed to. It's hard to live without it, even though you know the hazards of it. You know what I'm saying? You just so indulged in that way of life now. But the fact that we know that, what I'm saying, we still have the upper hand because we can use this technology to, advance our knowledge and shit, as opposed to the next man who is engulfed in his phone like all the way, all the way, all the way. But I did have a question that about that Matrix. Y'all seen that? That Matrix 4 about to come out?
Yeah, I seen the preview of that shit. I was like, as soon as I seen it, I already was starting to break that shit down.
Yeah. And that's what I wanted to do on my channel, bro. But I just been working so much. I wanted to do it like a reaction and talk on it. I need to do that movie. I got a movie night coming up soon with that In Time with Justin Timberlake.
And you should do it like so you don't get no strike shit. You should do that shit like on a Zoom, like send that shit like on a Zoom link, and everybody can participate in that.
Oh yeah, so everybody can watch it first.
Yep.
Hey, let me respond to Mr. Brooklyn real quick. Yeah, I do, Mr. Brooklyn. Jump on the panel and then the numbers in the private chat up here. I don't want to say it online, because might get trolls calling and shit. That way.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your number down too, cause I mean I'm in tune with that information too, but I want to get sharpened up on it, cause I want to take those steps to do the same thing, get from under the straw man. You know what I'm saying? And I want to get rid of my license.
You know what
Drop.
you got to do is this. If the straw man is a motherfucking wild ass dude running around spending a whole lot of your credit. And if what you got to do is catch his ass and put him in jail. And once you got him in your prison, you got control of everything that he does. So once you capture the straw man, put him in your prison and lock him down, you never open that prison for him. Under no circumstances, only a Supreme Court judge is really, what I'm saying, allowed to go in and see what's inside of that cell with that straw man. But once you lock him up, he's locked down. So it's certified and everything. You get a receipt from the master post, all that shit. The thing is, it sounds like it's hard work, but the shit is fucking like 3 minutes inside of a post office.
Mm,
You see, this is the problem because we didn't investigate to know how to do this stuff. Now that we know how to do this stuff, I'm not gonna make it sound hard to nobody. It's simple as fuck. What you do, it's a certified it's a certified mailing receipt that you get to fill out to do a certified package, right? You take that, you copy that into a document form. You fill it out with in red, and you fill it out your full capital name, your birth hospital, the address to the hospital. That's where it's being sent from. It's being sent to you, the natural person. So you write your name, your autograph in purple, and then you put your living live address or post or contact in red. You know what I'm saying? And then you put that inside of the certified mailing, what I'm saying, envelope and everything. You certified mail it to yourself. Once you certify mail it to yourself, you get barcodes in multiple forms and you're putting them deeper in the cage. You see what that is? The barcode is the cage. And that's why we're still imprisoned with these barcodes on everything we purchase. You see what I'm saying?
I can't hear.
Peace to the God, Mr. Brooklyn.
Mr.
Peace
Brooklyn.
to yeah. What's good, family? Peace. How the
Peace.
family?
Just chilling, man. Just chilling, man. Up on the stage, man. I'm gonna hear you speak, Mr. Brooklyn.
God.
Huh?
You
Nah,
got it.
hold on. Damn it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. What's good, Zoe?
Chilling, brother, man. Just chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? One of the old schools and shit in the building. You know what I'm saying? Long
No
time,
doubt,
man.
no doubt. We've been around for a minute though, Zoe. For real, man, I'm
Years,
thinking
man.
way back
Years,
Chief
man.
Holiday when Libra Sun and all of them.
Yeah, I would say late 16, 17 going in.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, man. Long
Yeah,
time, man. You
yeah,
got
but
my
you know
info
what
into
though?
the
I
back,
I, I
man.
give you mad props though, Zoe, because you always have fire info too though. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like you
I
always
got
came with
different
it.
info than other people, man. You know, and
No doubt.
that's why I like building with other cats because sharing information is necessary because you know being able to attack all of this good food, this soul food by angles. You know what I'm saying? We able to feed a lot of people, man. So I always was an investigator that investigated the stuff people didn't investigate. You know, and that's just always my character. You know, I'm on something over there. I'm investigating how did those rocks get here because they're not from here. You know what I'm saying? Like that was my whole thing always. You know, so, like that's why I stay investigating landmarks and constructions and style of construction because that's what I do. I'm a natural carpenter. You know what I'm saying? Just it's in my blood.
Right.
You know, I got some good food that I'm gonna be bringing to the channels and shit. And once this hit, this is gonna destroy everything people talking. And I keep trying to explain to people like all of the empires is from America, man. All of the
Man,
empires and crowns. I mean it like listen, all the empires and crowns is out of America. And when I bring this information, it's gonna be so bulletproof. It's gonna shut even the panheads down from talking idiocy because it's one word that's been twisted in such. Matter of fact, y'all ready for this motherfucking one word that's gonna kill all of the information? And since
I
we
want to
on
know.
triggers, matter of fact, we got the gods and the goddess in here. We finna drop this. It's polygamy. That's a brick form. That has nothing to do with one man and two women being married. That's a brick form. That's the ancient Olmec, before Olmec, the ancient Mu and Lemurians brick form called polygamy from here in America. And bro, yo, Bronze, since you got the channel, we can pull it up and look at polygamy brick form.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
yeah, what you need me to look up?
Polygamy brick form.
Oh, polygamy brick form.
Break form.
Oh.
Yeah, he got me open right
Look,
now. I'm like, what?
look, on triggers, motherfucker 9/12, 2 days before my B day. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna drop this polygamy brick form. You the first one person to drop this shit. So let's get this. Polygamy brick form is what it's in Cusco and all of that. That's what built the that's how they built the Great Walls and King David and all of that down in Peru and all that shit. That was polygamy.
Wow. Excuse me. What? Wasn't he a king though? Wasn't there a king called polygamy?
I haven't ran across them yet, but might have been. It's a lot of information I haven't ran across.
It might be just a name that's similar, and I might be just confused about it. But okay, I can't see it. Okay, I'm blowing my screen up.
See, I made it a little bigger.
Yeah, yeah. Temple is about.
Hey, so which one you need me to click on?
What did you type in?
Type in polygamy brick form. Huh?
Well, type in polygamy brick structure. Put an S on it.
Yeah, I got it on it. So any,
Uh,
any one of these resonate?
mm, go to images.
Uh,
Hmm.
oh shit!
Scroll down.
They even got the Africans.
See, yeah, they don't want to show you. See that castle over there? Oh, go back up. Go back up.
Oh, this one
They
right
gonna
here.
give it. No, no, no. That's wood. Go to yeah, right there where your hand was just at. Go up a little bit and then go to your right. I mean, go to your left. Right there.
This one right here.
Yep. Can you make that bigger?
Yep. Let's see. Uh, shit. Yeah, let me expand this shit.
Uh,
Oh, that bitch ain't let me expand it.
okay, go back out of there. I'm gonna have you put the word ancient polygamy brick. Put the word ancient before it. I was gonna say, is that ancestor?
Damn.
See, we're getting closer and closer, but go scroll down on some of these. Let's see. See the ancient polygamy brick form, you can use brick without even having any mortar in between it. And see, they hint, 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 hint. That ain't the real polygamy. I ain't seen that. Well, hold on, there they go right there. Bow. See, now we look the ancient megaliths, stone walls right there.
Damn, but don't know like in London and in France and shit, they still use the type of bricks, huh?
No, pull that picture up.
Wait, which one? This one right here?
No, keep going to your right. That's I could do that. I'm talking about right to your right there.
Right here?
No, you passed it.
All right, okay.
That's that's polygamy.
Oh, okay.
That's that's polygamy. Now,
Wow.
for the world to know, polygamy style brick structure. You see how that's encased in, like, we look up where's they. I don't even know where that's at right there. But you see how look how fine that stone is cut.
Damn.
When
It
you
interlock.
say that would be like maybe in Central America
That
or
might
South
be.
America?
No, we use the same structure building everywhere we went. So that's why I'm saying, like, you can find that type of structure and walls over in Asia, over in Europe, over in Africa, South Africa more like, but in certain areas. And that's our shit right there. Our people did that. That's not something you could just go and land on a land, fresh to a land and learn like in 2 weeks how to do. You're not gonna learn how to do that in probably 2, 3, 5 years. That's
Man, but
precise.
this but the
Damn.
sad part is, man, is that I believe that we had structures like that here in North America, and when these people came over here, they bulldozed all our shit.
A lot of the shit got cannonballed, but what I'm saying is,
Yeah,
be, you got to realize, you know how they say you reap what you sow. Our ancestors reaped a lot of shit, and we just sowing the repercussions of the shit.
right. So
Mhm.
what about the rescinding of the or authenticating the birth certificates?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Get my number back. Go into the chat. and then go to the private chat and then get my number out. We'll talk about that. I don't hear.
Okay, I'll call you tomorrow about it. All right.
Yeah.
But that, yeah. All right.
But this polygamy shit right here. Bronze, where's this at right here? Do it say
Yeah,
where that
it don't really give you like a location or where it's at.
Nah.
it don't do it? Damn it.
Yeah, they're not even giving a location for it.
I'm trying to tell you. But you go out of there and go down some more. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be more of these, but they're not gonna give us the full fledged of it because you typed in the powerful word.
Yeah,
I think that's at Tio Quan, some shit like that. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Was good,
peace,
was
peace.
good.
Peace, peace, peace. Who was that that just came in?
Damn.
Now hold on. Stop right there and go down to that. No, go back down and stop right there and go to your left. That first picture. No, you going the wrong way. You passed it. This is the
All
first
right.
one to your left.
Oh, first to the left. All right. So this is my
Keep
left
going.
this
No,
way.
you're going back the opposite way still.
Oh,
It's the one with the
I need
blue
to go up
sky.
on this road.
No, it's on the same aisle. It's the one with the blue sky.
Oh,
Way
okay.
to your right.
I see. Yeah,
Right,
right there. I
yeah.
see it.
Yep. Now,
Damn.
as you can see, that's not new. That's so old. And then what they did, even with the ancient times, was try to recode something that was old, that was older up under it. And you can see the ancient concrete itself lasts over thousands of years. So when they mixed concrete together back then, that stuff lasted over 1,000 years. And you can see that's concrete on top of stone. So you can see where at the bottom by the grass where it's falling off of the interior, the original building that they mudded over with concrete. Y'all see this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I peep with you, man. Yeah.
You even looking at that, you're gonna see polygamy style brick structuring up under that. See, yeah, pull that closer. Because that's brick up under concrete that was piled on top of it to hide the original essence.
Damn.
You can see it. Even at the entrance, especially at the entrance, you can see the polygamy style brick structure, but they use the ancient. This was probably hundreds of years ago. They try to concrete over it. That original stone is like, nah, get off me, dog. You fall off me, man. And then there's
Shit, they
other
did a
buildings.
horrible job trying to.
Look, you can see other buildings in the back of that one. Look, back there by them trees. It's more. And remember, we're just researching one word, and this is just like these buildings are over 500 years old. You go out of there real quick, cuz let's go down some.
All right.
Mm, right there.
This
No,
right here.
yeah, you can go there, or you can go to the second one from the other direction. You can go right there to the staircase.
Oh, okay.
Remember how I was saying when you using polygamy style brick structuring is by weight and balance. So look at that walkway and the structuring going to the both right and left, those circle walkways. Those bricks are holding those bricks at the pull it down a little bit. You see how the walkway got that peak at the top? That's
Yep.
because it is weighted and balanced by the polygamy style of brick being fit and cut to be exactly right there. That's the like it takes extreme mathematics to notice. Just like over here to your high right corner where that circle arch is going into another area,
Yep.
that's more stone being held to the sky by weight and balance, you know what I'm saying, by the degrees of knowledge, man. But yet our people didn't know how to read and write when they came here, and we were master mathematicians and brick mason goddamn experts.
It's not today's system. That's all. That's all
Man,
it
I
was.
mean, even look at the floor. Like the floor is was made with the rest of it. Now go out of there real quick. We finna go to some ancient American brick
All right.
building. That I want to see if people in the chat recognize this right here. They want
Keep
right
it on
there.
this right here.
No, go up one level and go to your left.
All right. Right here.
Right there. Nope. Back to your right. Right there. Now what do that look like? Most people would call that style structuring what?
Roman or
You're right.
that's what
And,
they
and you
say. But
about
they have. If you looked at some of the buildings that are in South America, they have that same design, and they're saying that those buildings in South America are older than. So who taught who what?
hey, I gotta tell you, Mr. Brooklyn, you're right. Twice, three times, and then I would disagree the last one. Now, the first three times you was right. That is wrong. And second
Okay.
time you was right. In
Damn.
the third one I agree with was, what I'm saying, people are suggesting who taught what. The Romans was the Inca Empire before the Spanish ended up stealing it and it fell and completely just was ruined. But all of the Roman buildings and structuring was being built by us indigenous people. So the whole ruler of the Romans going into the late 1700s was pretty much indigenous people from America. And Inca is the Romans. So a lot of us
Yeah,
have Roman, but yeah,
I've heard that before.
yeah. I mean, all you gotta do is look up the Inca kings list, and it describes all of the first 25 plus um, actual Inca kings and Roman rulers, all the way to the last one, Cortez.
Cortez, right? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn. That's crazy.
But see, that's once again, that's that polygamy. We still up under one word still, polygamy brick structures. And all of this is tied to the same, what I was explaining, by the design of the structuring. It can hold brick in the air without no mortar or, what I'm saying, anything in between it. Now you can go out of there, Bronze. Let's go to some more.
All right.
Yo, but that is fly. That's dope, though.
We also hey, and he the first one exposing it, so everybody gonna eat off you, Bronze. Polygamy, bro. This is polygamy brick style. Oh
That's
yeah, that's
dope.
beautiful. We finna go in on this one. We finna get deeper. Stop.
All
Go
right.
to your left. Go to the second one. Yep. Nope. You're right.
Right
Back
here.
to your right. No, no. Back to your right. Right there.
All right.
Where do you think they get that whole idea of the cartoon Fred Flintstones, man?
Damn.
Look
And
at
it's
that.
like my
Look at
eye. And then from I'm looking at the
polygamy, dude.
structure, that shit they got at the top, that shit like a symbol or some shit.
Hey, I was gonna say, pull that up, man. Let's get close to that.
Shit. Damn, they ain't gonna let me zoom it in. Fuck.
Duck, fuck with us. They like, dog, man, y'all going in heavy tonight. No, yeah, we is. So what? That
Those
and it is.
lions.
No, it's actually yeah. It looks like two lions standing up to a pillar.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Wow.
yep, two lions. It's two panthers standing up to a pillar. Or no, I think it's a panther and a lion. The left side is
I
a
can't.
lion. The
Yeah, I'm
right side
trying.
is a panther.
It could be a panther. That's what I'm. I
Yep. But
can't really
you
make
can
it
see
out.
you can see the crown on the left side, but it ain't no crown on the right side. So it might be a
Right.
panther and a lion, and they both standing up to the pillar.
You
And
you
look
can
at the
touch you can touch the screen and make it bigger. Touch the screen and make it bigger on your phone if you're on your phone.
Yeah, yeah, but it won't go any bigger than what. Yeah.
but peep
Damn, I
this.
wish I'd been on my
Hey,
motherfucking
hold
computer.
on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Y'all don't see the significance of why I chose this. What are the walls to that walkway made out of?
Look like big slabs of stone.
One piece of stone apiece.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
No, no. Look at the ceiling.
That shit is crazy though.
Damn.
Polygamy, man. Polygamy, man. That is like, come on, man. People don't understand, man. The simple things matter way more than all of the shit compounded. It's the littlest thing that's always been in our face. It's the brick structure. That's why earlier I brought up the state empire buildings in every state. Those are like kingdoms. Those are bigger than castles. Every state building in every state in America, those state buildings are bigger than a castle, way bigger. And most of them have this style of brick structuring, but it's not as old as this stuff.
Damn.
Let's go out of that one. And I'm have to be getting off in a minute, man. Get ready for work. But I wanted to drop this and say, fuck it, let's go hard on triggers tonight.
Shit. All right. Somebody go to
Damn,
nigga.
look at that motherfucker there, boy.
Damn.
And that's a
Look at the
Megatron right
corner.
there.
Look how tight the corner is though.
And that's what I'm looking at, like down to the walls that's going to that walkway, like looking at the right side of the picture going to that wall, like everything is aligned, like just on point.
It's center and everything. Like,
Perfectly centered. It's like that was you. That was so perfected, no mistakes. And then what I'm gonna tell you is that mural above the walkway, that's out of
Uh-huh.
one piece of stone. I'm looking at it. That's one solid stone that's been engraved with
Car.
the paint.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one piece of stone. That's not something different. That's one solid piece of stone that been shaved down to have a pillar and a lion and a panther on it. That shit
Is
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 cold.
that a chess piece?
yeah.
Yo,
No, it's
that
a
shit is fly though, yo.
pillar. That's what they consider a pillar.
Okay.
Look at that motherfucker there.
Go out real quick so we can show one or two more. I seen another one that I wanted to point out that's gonna match everything I've been saying about the. Go to that one to the far left.
All right.
Look like a
Big Mom, did that come back bigger than how it come back?
go up
Yeah.
right there to the one above that. Right there.
This one. All right.
Yep, that one. Now Look at this.
Damn.
Is that in the Capitol building?
That's gonna look like every Capitol building in every
Yeah,
state.
yeah.
But peep though. Hey, Bronze, make that picture smaller or read the caption on the bottom of that picture.
Shit, I'm gonna go back. It just says yeah, water shit materials. No, that's just the name of the
No, you wait. No, go back, Bronze. I don't see how you couldn't see that. It says learning from ancient Roman concrete to improve modern day something shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's ancient Roman concrete style building. Remember, Mr. Brooklyn, you was like, yeah, look Roman. I was like, you're right. Now
Right.
people are seeing the evidence that Romans are American.
Damn.
Wow.
hmm No other
And
race ever been
if you
claimed to be
link
Roman.
who the Romans,
Shit, that shit kind of crazy because when I'm looking at how these cemeteries and shit look. If you go in New Orleans, they got like a lot of old cemeteries that's built the same way like this shit.
Yep, yep. Churches, all of that. Cathedrals, they call them cathedrals instead of
Yep,
church.
yep.
Those are like I would consider like alchemy schools. Like ceilings that high and all that can hold water, air, and fire when you're playing with it.
Niggas ain't got no time in the world to build that shit up like that. If that shit ever had to be redone.
Man, we just brought in polygamy. That's all we drop in today's polygamy on niggas, man.
and they say that in buildings like that, you can be on one side of the room and someone could be on the other side and you could whisper and that person could hear you. And they show proof of it in the what hotel is that? Oh, shit. It's a hotel in Indiana. Can't think in Jeffersonville, Clarksville, Indiana. It's somewhere right in Indiana though, and it's a hotel, and they show proof of how it's done.
hmm
And I thought that shit was amazing because I actually had my wife go on the other side, and I stood on the other side, and all I said was "I love you," and she said "I love you too," and I could hear her, and it was like we was a great yet we could still hear one another like as if we were standing right beside each other, and
Hey,
that's the
have you ever been in a what they call portal?
a what?
Portal.
I
If
don't
you and
know
your
with the
like for instance, look at the picture, right? And think of it
uh-huh.
like this: you in a portal, and you and your woman are as one under the Most High's eyes, right? So
Absolutely.
it's more of a telekinesis things, which means other people in the room might not even heard what y'all said to each other, but y'all heard each other because y'all in one of the ancient places of your ancestors. They're not. Ooh,
Mm,
ooh. That's
mm.
why I tell people to
Yeah.
go to the Grand Canyon. It's portals, man. We got portals here, man, in America.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I also think that I also think that there are underground passages.
Oceans,
Yeah.
oceans, rivers,
Oh yeah, well
mountains.
me and Rootword went in on Chief Channel a long time ago about the ancient water waves.
Yes, tons of underground waterways, all kind of underground everything. It's underground cities, man.
Yep. Shit, that's why they be saying they got the underground cities in the oceans and shit too.
Yeah.
That should make a lot of fucking sense.
Hell yeah, man. Okay, we're gonna get one more picture. Go out of there and scroll down a little bit. I seen another one. Okay, stop right there. Go to your right. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there. Bam.
Damn.
Polygamy. This
And
is
that's rounded
polygamy.
off. Look how it's rounded off, though. That's
Look
man,
look
get
how
that.
look how it's cut to fit that little rock right on the corner of the top part of it. Perfectly. And it's edged perfectly to allow that little one to fit right there. That's polygamy brick.
The symmetrics on this shit is just nice.
Stupid, man. They went crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep. Polygamy. So now we know this is our and look, pull up the Great Wall of China real quick. We might as well see it over in
Like
Asia.
it's like Tetris, perfect Tetris.
You said the Great Wall of China.
Yep.
All right.
Yo, if you ain't never seen that wall, you in for a treat. Cause it's beautiful.
Or you could pull up the Great Wall of Hindustan or Great Wall of Pakistan. It's another wall too connected. They don't tell people about it. It was two walls to keep the motherfuckers away.
Well, Pakistan. Damn.
Hold on. Go to that top middle picture.
Right here.
Middle. No, the middle.
Next to it, yeah,
Right
right there.
All right.
Oh, you went that wrong way, man. No.
Where you going?
This one
We
right
ain't
here.
letting you drive the car no more, bro.
But we all agreed and we still with the text was like, no. Don't do that, brother.
Y'all talking about this one right here?
No, man, the middle one.
Next to it. Next to it.
All right, so that's this one right here. To my right.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh shit.
Oh man, come on.
Ah,
Fucking
that's some
around.
bullshit.
See,
Fuck.
they on. Oh, there you go. There we go.
Yeah, they don't let
Oh,
me show it big. Damn.
but now y'all get to see polygamy over in Hindustan, which is now today India, the little India. The little India because the big India is in the Midwest of America. India Superior.
Man, that shit fucking perfect.
But wasn't it in some there was supposed to have been 3 Indias?
No. The
I,
real India is the Midwest.
okay, I'm
That's
trying to
why.
think where did I get that from? Never mind. I don't want because I don't have the actual proof of
No.
it.
You're thinking the West Indies and the East Indies. Those are a part of India as well, but that's here in America.
Right.
Yeah.
And see, I was just going in on with somebody about that the other day. Because we was talking about they were saying how that we weren't so-called Indian, and I was like, I said, well, what do they? I said, well, what do they call people from the Caribbeans? So he
bullshitted around for a minute. Then he finally said, "Oh, what do you mean, West Indian?" I said, "Thank you." So if they're West Indians, what does that make us?
Northeast.
Wow, wow. And he just, I mean, he just,
But see,
some
look,
people just
hey,
don't. They just don't want to believe
Right.
or
but
accept.
look at the point of why I'm bringing this up, right? We haven't brought this to the community yet. The Great Wall of Pakistan is connected to the Great Wall of China to keep the Caucasians away. Hmm. Look
I
at
never
that
knew
construction. Look at that. Look at that polygamy on the bricks, man. Like,
that. I never knew that.
self-explanatory. It's
Right.
all in the structures. On the
And
next
like I
bill,
said,
we
it's like
going
they let you know that a lot of these places is not as far as they say they are.
no. It will actually Pakistan is far as hell away from America.
So,
That motherfucker far as hell away from America. Like you do not want to get stranded in Pakistan trying to get back to America.
shit.
So I was gonna say something too. Like what was I gonna say?
No, I'm saying like it's Pakistan not as far from China and shit, huh?
No, hell no, no, no. They the same land, this territory. Um, damn, I was gonna say something. It was important to this.
Wow.
Okay, the next triggers, we're gonna have another one. But this right here is polygamy. Polygamy brick structure. That's the highlight of triggers today. you know,
Damn.
and you go to them other pictures and look how them I'm talking about those things, those walls 20 foot plus tall went for miles around mountains, over and bottom, top, edge, all across the country. Not just like like motherfucker Donald Trump trying to build a wall down there in Mexico. That's little work compared to that right there.
Shit, that's why the ancestors had all the time in the world to do this shit.
Mastered it. That's why people in jail, man, be becoming hella creative.
Right.
Our people in jail find something to do, man. Like,
Shit, that's why I keep saying like when they got these mandates and lockdowns and shit like
oh,
that.
hey, go to that bottom row picture down to the left, right before the last one.
Oh, all right.
Stop. You going too far.
All
Go
right.
back up.
Let me go up.
Yeah, go up a little bit.
Oh, shit. All right.
Go up
Right.
more.
All right.
Nuh-uh, go up more. Now go across to your left. It's the picture before the last one.
Oh, okay.
Right. Go back. The other way.
Oh, all right, all right. This one right
Right.
up.
Yeah.
See, let me blow this one up. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Wow.
And look at that. Look how that thing just raced up the mountain like it's nothing.
Wow.
Man, only if they knew. We taught the world so much, so much, so much. And see, the reason I wanted everybody to see this one, because you look at this one, right? This is what a person can be taught to do by the greats. Now, the last picture we're gonna show them, and look, that's called Gulan Khan. Khan, the Khan, Khan, right? Who are
Mm-hmm.
the Khans? Amaru Khans. We the Amaru Khans, right? So now go to the Great Wall of China.
All right.
And y'all can see this structuring how this one is from a second hand. Now y'all finna go to we finna see the first hand, how the first hand work. And even the polygamy. See, that one wasn't polygamy. This one is polygamy. You gotta go to images. Yeah. Yeah.
See, I think somebody trying to get on the panel. All right.
Yeah, I had dropped out.
All right.
So I'm trying to you can go to any one of them pictures, like
God
they are
damn.
any one of them. Go to that one with the pink sky. Since it look like it's a painting.
Yeah, that do look like a painting. Shit.
Damn.
And look at the structure and how it's just built to go on and keep going and keep going. And got towers, living quarters for the soldiers, right?
Yup.
Mm. And us Afro woolly hair people wonder why the Chinese people hate us.
Yup.
We try to keep the ass on one side with the pale face.
Them little motherfuckers be trying to take credit for some of that shit. You know,
Hell
damn
no.
well they ain't do none of this shit.
And you can look at it and tell where they repaired it.
All right. You can look at their
Yeah.
bodies and see how their body structure couldn't do none of this shit.
Go go to another picture in that same bracket real quick.
Damn.
It's hella big, man. There's so many sides to them. Go down a little more. Go to that one with the dark blue skies right there. Stop.
All right. This one,
Go to
this
the
one right
bottom.
here.
No, the bottom row
Okay. Right
with
here.
the
Oh.
no. You right there.
Yep. Damn.
You pull that down. Yeah. Yep. And now y'all can see where you can just have your arrows and be just looking right over through the walls. And you can see one side. And why is that wall on one side designed like you can? It's like a fortress. And this side that we're looking at face on doesn't have that structure.
Yeah. I'm gonna go and say they use that for battling or some shit.
Yeah, because one side you had to pretty much keep people contained. Yep.
Cause you was able to like slip in your bow and arrow and your shotgun and shit through
Man, you're able to throw big old rocks down.
that.
I'm telling you, think about it, man. You got a 20-pound brick in your hand and somebody trying to climb up a ladder, man. It's over. It's a wrap. And one brick it's gonna knock anybody that one brick hit, it's gonna fuck them up all the way to the ground.
Right. All that actual shit that happened in them cartoons and shit when he was throwing bricks and shit at everybody was true.
My man, that question, my man, Original American asks, a CDLs is a commercial driver's license. So if you're using commercial vehicles, you're gonna have to have a commercial license. That's the part of it. That's one of those commerce vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rainstorm said, I made a plate out. I'm back.
Man, that shit crazy.
Yeah, man. But yo, man, I gotta get ready to turn it in. I wanted to drop that on everybody, man. You know, that polygamy. So, you know, you heard it first on Triggers. Polygamy brick style.
Shit, hell yeah. Appreciate that, cuz.
Man, you know, I got some more. Keep golden jewels with me on some other shit. You know what I'm saying? Glad you back up. And I'm glad you're safe. Fuck the internet. Yo,
Damn, that shit gonna have me doing some more research on that shit.
yeah, man, dig that shit up, man. Find everything about that, man. There's some good shit, man. You can find structures all across, man. It's a lot of it up in Canada. You got a lot of polygamy buildings up in Canada. A lot of them. I mean, especially they real high class hotels. Oh man, them things like 1,000 years old.
I'm still trying to figure out my other thing is I'm just still trying to figure out how the fuck they was able to take and make that own, make the island of Dubois and shit too.
Oh, that's American sand. All of that, the whole Dubai is made from America, man. That's American land over there in the water. Yeah, they didn't they they actually they purchased the sand from the American lands on the Pacific side and the Atlantic side, and they end up they vacuum it up and send it over there to Dubai, and they spit it out over there in Dubai to build them islands and shit. Cause only ocean sand can stick together. You know, desert sand don't hold water or stick together.
Damn.
Yeah, most people don't know. Ocean sand is like crystallized. It's like crystal structured, and like desert sand is made out of like little balls. It's real smooth around. It's just like styrofoam, and ain't gonna do water. Don't even fuck with it.
Dirty motherfuckers.
Yeah, there's some dirty motherfuckers, man. That's another reason that America is starting to go through turmoil, man. They've been stealing so much of this land, sending it to other places. Shit. Now you know the whole city, the whole little country of Dubai is made from American sand. And when you look it up, you will really trip the fuck out. You like, what the fuck? They gonna show you boats. They come over there and vacuum it, then they gonna show you the boats that go over there and spit it out by the dozens and shit. Crazy.
And the craziest thing I found even more crazy now is that okay, so now when you said that they wanted to help all these people from Pakistan, so if y'all was like to do all that shit, why you can't just go put them into the American soil and do what? Well, you can't go live over there.
Man, why don't give a fuck about their ass? Like, no, y'all broke. I ain't coming here.
Right.
Our taxis is Mercedes. We can't afford living here.
Yeah, Dubai is something different. It really is.
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers. Psh,
You can't. They probably don't even use paper money or shit over there in Dubai, man. You know,
Mm-hmm.
plastic. Everything you buying with is plastic.
definitely set up something special.
Hell yeah.
Damn, that's crazy.
Well, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Love all y'all, man. You know, shout out to the guys that got us, man. You know, this young guy gotta go and turn it in. Be up at 6 in the morning.
Peace to the God, Sean Israel.
All right. I holla at y'all, man. Hit me up, cuzzo.
I for sure appreciate you, cousin.
All right.
All
Shout
right,
out,
Joe.
Sean. All right, Mr. Brooklyn.
I'ma holler at you.
All right, no doubt. Peace.
Peace. Yeah, bro. Me and me and Root Word had went in. We had did a bill back in the day on the waterways of North America and how
Mm-hmm.
our people travel from place to place on the water.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see if you look at Google Earth, when you look at the map, you can see the creeks and how they interlock with one another or interchange with one another, and how you could actually go from being on a river to going on to a creek and actually taking that creek into the city and through the cities. It's crazy. Like, for instance, in Kentucky, you could uh you could be on the Ohio River and then you could hit a creek, and then when you get onto that creek, you actually can navigate through the whole city of Louisville or Lexington on these creeks.
Yeah, I'm about to
And
share the screen.
we were saying that these are not new. These are things that our people had already knew and was using.
Yeah, you say underground waterfalls.
Nah, it's not underground waterfall. It's the waterway. It's waterways. It's like the creeks in the cities. It is in
Okay.
every city. I mean, if you just pull up Google Earth and you look at it, and you pull up a random city, you can see
Mm-hmm.
how there are channels that you can actually navigate through the whole city. You know what I mean? It's pretty dope. And they have dried up a lot of these creeks now where the water's not running. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't run as freely as it used to when our people was using it, but the creeks are still there, the waterways are still there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really remember where, because we was on Chief Channel, and Root Word was sharing his screen, so he was really doing all the work. So I really don't know where he went to pull it up. You know what I'm saying? Just as we was doing it, we was building as we was going along. It just was like about 4 in the morning when we did,
Oh shit.
and we was going in. I mean, cause Chief Holiday was having those all nighters back then. He was going 24 hours sometimes, and so we would just randomly get on and just whatever, and we would build for hours. But yeah, you still can see it though. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. North
Mm-hmm.
America is a beautiful place, and I think our ancestors, they really knew how to get around and how to live off of the land. Like, you hear people say, "Man, I get it off the land," and nah, our ancestors really got it off the land. You know what I mean?
Yep.
No, they really ate off of the land. Like, they didn't just it wasn't no such thing as going to the store and For instance, my grandmother,
Mm-hmm.
she used to her vegetables. She didn't go to the store and buy vegetables. She would go out. I'm in New York, in Brooklyn, and my grandmother would ride all the way out to Long Island. Her and her brother, they would ride all the way out to Long Island to the farm and get their vegetables. They never. I can't remember my grandmother ever having no canned goods in her cupboards. She, you know what I'm saying? She, like peas and carrots and nah, all of that was always fresh.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that's something that we need to get back to is eating better and getting away from all these canned goods with all that sodium and shit in it. And you know,
Facts. Shit, that's just
you
like
know,
I mean, when I was a child, like my people used to have over the summertime. They'll come with the whole kernel corn and shit like that, and greens. All that shit was fresh. They would pull that shit. You bought canned shit, it was like they frowned on that shit. It was like I gotta have my shit fresh.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. My grandmother and them, they didn't canned goods. She was man, she'd be like, get that shit out my. She look at you like crazy. Right to this day, I know how to I know how to bake apple pies and shit. Just watching my grandmother when I was a kid. You know what I mean? I just being around her when I was a kid, and, spending the night over there. Watching her roll out the dough and cutting the apples, and you know what I'm saying. She everything she did was fresh. It wasn't no such thing as what I'm saying, like. And another thing, like back in the day, we used to have meat markets and shit where you can go get your meat cut right off of the motherfucking animal for those that eat meat. But nowadays you don't see these meat markets no more. Everything is already pre-packaged and set out for you to buy. And I don't really, me personally, I really don't trust that. You know what I'm saying? Because I see all these companies coming out that's actually growing meat. How the fuck do you grow meat?
Right.
I mean, I know that they doing it, but in my mind, I'm like, what the hell is that? Why would anybody even want that?
Exactly. They use a 3D. They've been using a 3D machine to make that GMO Beyond Meat shit.
And see, you more hip to it than I. I mean, I know about, but see, I didn't even know that. Wow. But I know that I search all over now to find meat markets to get my meat fresh. You know what I'm saying? There's still a few around, but nothing like when I was coming up. I mean, they was everywhere when I was coming up. You can go to somebody wrote meat clone. Yeah, man. I don't. Who the fuck is all of that? And why? What is the purpose of cloning these meats and putting them out on the market?
To have control. And the thing is that they tell all the farmers they done paid all the farmers to kill off their crops and to kill the animals and stuff off because they don't want people eating the healthiest of things. So like I remember back in those days, our ancestors they'll go out there killer calves and killer goats and stuff like that. But it was just of a need, not all the time. Just they go you can see them slaughtering them all the time, every day, and shit like that. But they knew how to, to do this shit the right way. And you never heard it. Ain't nobody getting sick, none of that shit.
Yeah, and look, I my I, our ancestors knew how to store their meat. You know what I mean? Like once they killed it, they knew how to pack it with salt and different things to keep it from spoiling, and a good kill would feed the family for months. You know what I'm saying? So, and you don't see these type of things any longer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not there. Even, and you right about the farmers though, because a lot of the farmers that I've seen, because like I go through Tennessee, I go through Kentucky and Alabama, and I don't see these things. I don't see like the cows and I don't eat pork, but I don't see the pigs and things like that running freely on the farms like I did when I was a kid. So you might have a point there about them killing off their crops and killing off the animals so that these other things can be more prevalent. But that's some bullshit though.
Yep, because they threatening them if they don't do it, and it's like like I said, I go back to the days like how people did it, even when if you say you didn't need to eat pork and shit, but the pork tastes so different back in those days. You get a funny taste when you eat the shit because I don't eat no pork. Not talking about it, but even still, it don't taste the same. Even when you used to eat bacon and shit, that shit don't taste the same because when they had their pig, they had their chickens and shit like that. They knew the proper meals and stuff to feed these animals. Even though a pig eat anything, a chicken eat anything, but they was like, they just properly knew what to feed them and shit like that. It was just like they maintained everything, and when it was time, when they had to slaughter and stuff like that, I'm saying? Like you was getting the healthiest of all things. You didn't have to worry about no, like I say, worry about no cancer and shit from there. Like why the fuck you have to worry about adding all these nitric acid, all this other shit into this something else already natural? Why you gotta put that into meats? That make no sense.
Absolutely. Hey yo, check this out. I seen a chicken wing. That motherfucker was so big, it looked like a turkey wing. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even want it. And I was at not Texas Roadhouse. Damn, I was at a restaurant. I can't think which one it was. It wasn't Texas Roadhouse. Longhorn, Texas Longhorn, some shit like
Mhm.
that. But anyway, man, that chicken wing was so big. I told my wife, yo, I don't want that. Send that back. I don't want it. That's too big.
Right.
Something was done to that animal. I don't want it.
Yeah, they
My
put
wife
it
looking at me like
everything.
I'm bugging, but in my mind, I'm thinking, damn, what did they do to make that chicken wing look that big? As a kid, I remember seeing chicken wings, and even as an adult, 20 years ago, I didn't see wings looking like that. You know what I'm saying? It was just a normal size wing, like you would think a chicken wing should be. You bring out this wing that look like it belongs on a goddamn turkey. I don't want it.
Exactly.
Steroid chicken.
Yeah, see,
Facts.
when they got the thing say the nitrite, nitrite. That's that shit they be putting into the chickens and stuff. It's like steroids and shit they put in there to make them big. Cause I used to question that shit when I used to eat church's chicken. Now I'm like, how the fuck they was able to make these chicken legs, these and the breasts and shit's that fucking big, and these chickens are not that fucking big naturally like that. I never understood that shit. And that's why I was like, I stopped eating it because something was just off about it, and nobody could give a good explanation until And then I started seeing at these gas stations, these Arabs, how the chickens that they be having, they have the same type of chickens. Like you could tell, like they didn't put steroids in these chickens and shit. It's like I said, it's just terrible the shit that they doing to the foods, and you could see the reflection of how it's fucking up people because they started to look like the foods and shit that they eat.
Man, and the shit that they are shooting into these animals, what is going into you. So whatever it is they're putting into the animals to make them big, or steroids and antibiotics and all this shit, all that shit is going into you when you consume it.
Yep. And then they try to kid you with the organic shit. Now the only thing with the organic shit is that they'll tell you that you got cage free chicken and all this other shit. Now that's the same shit our ancestors already doing to those animals and stuff when it was when they used to slaughter them and shit like that. But only reason why they tell you they put it in the cage, it's cage free and shit because you put one bird or whatever without, by being in the cage, raising them high, like I said, like our ancestors did this shit, but charging you a premium for this shit, which makes no sense. Now, what they do with most of these red meats and shit is that they take the fetus blood from when the women have the abortions and they put that shit on the foods to give them that color. So when you buy salmon and shit like that, that's salmon now ain't supposed to be naturally that reddish color like that, and that's why they use that to put coloring on the foods. They also put that in. You use that in Dr Pepper. They use that in Pepsi. They use that in all these drinks and shit. And then when you go back and think about how women be like, we're gonna have this abortion, but they don't even understand is that they've been taking all that shit, the DNA shit from out of that, and that's what you eat.
Wow. I agree with Tiffany though. Miss Tiffany, you're right though. It probably is a good idea to get away from eating a lot of that. Unless you're growing it or producing it yourself, you have to be very careful about where you get your food from, your meats, and things like that, because they are doing these things to it. So you have to be careful. You know, even like when I was younger, I grew up Muslim, right? My mother was a Jehovah Witness, and my steppops was a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of come up real confused in religion, right? but but for real though, so it was kind of awkward the way I was raised up. But even having halal meat, which is supposed to be killed a certain way and prayed over, it's still no good because I find a lot of even the Muslims that's out there now are still. Um, I don't want to say nothing that's gonna get you shut down. Anyway, you just got to be you just got to be careful about where you get your food from and your meats and things. I just say that like that, because
Right.
you never know. So you have to do your due diligence on where you're buying your food nowadays, so that you can get the best and the most healthiest product out there for yourself. You know,
Right. And I suggest like if people go to if you go shopping at the Whole Foods store or go catch a lot of these farmer markets and shit, out in the countries and stuff too. That'd be the best place to get some food. But it's like not like anything I buy, I read all the instructions, even the ingredients and everything that's
right,
in there.
right,
And anything, like I say, anything that has that soy in it or anything that has sulfate in it and shit like that, I steer myself away from eating that shit. But a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't even be realizing that when you buy certain foods because y'all think it's cheap and it might be a good deal, but it's like they don't realize is that just putting all these cancers and stuff into your body. So when you wind up and say, "Oh, I went to the doctor, I found out I got cancer, this and that, or I got diabetes." I mean, it's the shit that they putting in this food that's causing
that's
it.
cause facts, big facts.
You know, and they
I agree with that 100%.
and and I was telling people like I went back and watched this movie. It was called when I was a child. I remember watching the movie, and I remember watching the cartoon. I was like an '80s baby, but I mean I remember watching a movie called Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. When I first seen it,
There
when
you
I
going
first
back on that one.
yeah when I first seen it though, I didn't even realize the message that they was given in that movie because
Sending out, right?
exactly because it was like I saw how the tomatoes and stuff they had it was naturally grown. I mean, there was bright red, some of them was green, but all of them had like and you could see the seeds and shit that was in there. But then the mad scientist got to the point where he wanted to start playing like he was the creator, and this nigga wound up taking it, adding chemicals to the tomatoes, making them big and stuff like that. And that's how they created a theme on attacking the killer tomatoes because they got out of hand. So that's why it was basically showing you how they started GMO and all the fruits and veggies and shit because they was trying to play, make a surplus of things to make it more in abundance instead of just letting shit naturally grow how it was. They just wanted to, like I say, gotta keep having everything go at a faster pace instead of just waiting how letting it do what it do.
Yeah, this man he had a whole truck of watermelons, and so we had bought a watermelon. We cut it away, we cut it open, and it didn't have no seeds in it. So I took it back to the man, told him I didn't want it. He was like, "What do you mean you don't want it?" I said, "Mister, I don't know where you got this from, but when have you ever known a watermelon not to have any seeds in it, bro?"
Right.
So he couldn't say nothing. He gave me my money back, but he was really frustrated about having to do it. But I'm like, yo, I don't want nothing that I don't think is right. And you're not gonna force me to keep something that you know where you got it from. And you know what you putting out. You should know what your product is. If you're selling something, you should know what it is. Right? So and I'm not gonna allow you to force me to consume something or to keep something that I know ain't right. So he gave me my money back. But that's what I'm saying. You have to really be careful. Orange that don't have seeds in it, something ain't right with that. An apple that doesn't have seeds in it, something's not right with that. You know what I'm saying? Grapes that don't have seeds, something is not right with that. It's
Facts.
seedless grapes. How do you get a seedless grape?
For real, I can't. I stopped eating it. Like I couldn't. I started thinking about that shit, and I'm like, there was some man right about it. I hadn't eaten no grapes in almost like 2 years, cause I'm like, I remember as a child, this shit used to eat the grapes, you be spitting this shit out, and I'm like,
And
they
you
had,
spit the seeds out, yeah.
yep, and he's spitting like you spitting it right back into the ground and shit like that, and then this shit regrow, and I'm like, that shit used to be sweet, and it came in. It didn't matter what color the grapes you got, it had the seeds in that shit.
And like you said, the grapes was always big and sweet and juicy. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you 100%. Nowadays, you don't see these things. It's like everything's being made under a microscope or some shit. Fuck that.
Yep. It's like what Sabi told said. He said you put a watermelon seed in the ground and you're gonna have watermelons in 4 months, which is facts. 'Cause it's like I looked up one time when I bought a watermelon, it was like you could tell it was naturally because it was like full of seeds all in it. And whenever
Right.
I eat a watermelon, I don't have to put no salt on it. I just like to eat this shit just the way it is, plain.
Me too.
And I'm like, that shit was one of the sweetest watermelons I done had in a long time. And I can't eat nothing without the seeds, even like a tomato. I used to go just sit there and eat a tomato by itself, and it's like you can't even find like most of the time, you still can't find tomato seeds in it because tomato is really a fruit.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a fruit. My grandmother used to eat them just like you said. My grandmother could eat a tomato like it was an orange or apple or something.
Mm-hmm.
And she loved them motherfucker. I mean, I can remember her making tomato paste, homemade tomato paste, and all that type of shit. Yeah, her spaghetti sauce was something different.
Shoot, that homemade shit. Man.
Yeah, that's because she would. she would jar all her stuff like her peaches. Um, she had a way of putting her peaches and her tomato sauces and all that in jars, and man, they be sitting in on top of her cabinet. And she reach up there and pull one, and man, it'd be something special when she finished. I'm telling you, she would make cobblers with the peaches, and oh man,
Man,
you don't see that. You don't see that no more though. You know
fuck
that.
no. I got
Hey,
my own.
everybody want everything right now, instant.
Yep. I love her, my grandma, my aunties. How they used to always just do shit from scratch, and they took their time. My auntie, she made lemon pies, apple pies, lime pies, peach pie. Everything was scratch, homemade crust. She took her time. She didn't give a fuck. My grandma made homemade bread pudding. Homemade.
Wow.
She made her own gravy. She made, you know what I'm saying? She did like she made her the homemade ice cream. She did all that shit like that. She was like she wasn't big on always buying stuff in the store till it got to the point where she started they had no money. They had to just start getting what they had because it was hard to find things. You know how she used to do it, but everything she used to buy was just she would take it and she just started making it. Adding her own little things to it. She went to her grave with a lot of secrets, recipes and
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
But she was like, she said she learned from her mama. And she was like, a lot of those secrets she had to take to the grave with her. But she did teach my auntie how to do some of the things. But shit, it's still like like my grandma. She even made her own gumbo. Her gumbo was homemade.
Wow. Now my grandmother died in the 70s, and I was a little dude when she passed away, but I don't know. It's just something about. I guess I was always around when she would make certain things like and like her Sunday dinners. She would
Mm-hmm.
always start them on Saturday. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And or late or Saturday evening, she would start her Sunday dinners, and then like by the time you got up on Sunday, she would have breakfast, biscuits, and all that shit done, and
Mm-hmm.
then the meal for that night or that evening. Ah man, something special about our ancestors, man. I kid you not. They. That's why it's like I'm hard. It's hard for me to believe a lot of the stories about slavery, and because I look at all the meals that we ate.
Mm-hmm.
It to me it don't seem like they was meals that you would have a slave would have been eating. You know what I mean?
Fuck
Or
no.
from the stories that they tell us about slavery, the stories that the meals that my grandmother and prepared, macaroni and cheese, cornbread, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
American Arabs always say, cornbread and macaroni and cheese. That's our people food.
Facts.
She
Facts.
kills me, boy. I love that girl right there, but she be right on it though. She be right on it. Like that's what our people did. Cornbread, sweet potato pies. You know,
Homemade
that's
greens.
oh man, that's indigenous people food. Come on,
Yep.
come on.
And then I like about what my grandma did was like, on Mondays they made, she always cooked red beans. They said it was because they washed the clothes. I guess they said they washed the clothes or washed the beans or some shit like that. I forgot what the saying was. But she always made a big pot. Everything she made was a big pot of everything. It didn't matter if it was like no more than maybe 4 or 5 people in the house. She made everything big to feed all the grandkids, all her children.
Man, that's
She
how
didn't
mine
care.
was too, bros. Mine's too.
And she wouldn't even
Oh,
eat that much. She'll tell, we'll be like, you sure you good? Nah, I'm good. She would cook. and then she would just eat like maybe something small in the pot from
She
the
would eat a
bowl.
bowl or something, right?
Yeah, yeah. She like, I'm good. She said, y'all eat up. I'm like, wow.
That's how my grandmother was too. I mean, she would have all this food, and she would just get a little bowl for herself. She did the same thing. I mean, she would probably put a little bit of everything in the bowl,
Mm-hmm.
but it would just be a little bit of everything, you know. And but I guess because as she cooking, she's tasting it to make sure that it tastes proper. So
Mm-hmm.
she's eating as she's going along. I noticed that too about my grandmother. When she would prepare a meal, she
Mm-hmm.
would always taste it as she's going along to make sure that it's right. So when it was done, she probably didn't need to eat nothing, but a bowl or something, because she was taste testing as she was going along. So she was getting her food in her as she went. So, and that's probably what your grandmother was doing as well. You know what I'm saying? Or your auntie, you know?
Yeah, all of
But
them. Because it was like my grandma, she was the baby. So she had two, yeah, she had three sisters and two brothers. But she got everything. All of them had that they all knew how to cook. But she would like the way she would do it is like I said, she would cook, she'll do her little tasting, never ask nobody to taste it after she cooked it because she knew it was just right. But you just knew when you walked in, you smelled that shit, you knew that shit was just perfect. And I'm like, she told everybody, like, even they come over, she'd be like, just make sure I get her to go plate. It's plenty enough. She was like, she did not like really have too much leftovers. And when she did have it, she would get up, put this to warm the shit up, and say, y'all go ahead and go get some heat. And like, it was just like, I don't know, it's just kind of hard, like with the grandmas. Grandma just knew, she just knew how to hold the house down.
right, right.
She just knew. And I'm like, it was like nothing my grandma couldn't think of to cook. She made a homemade cake. She did all that shit. You know, she'll wash your clothes when you forget to wash it.
What they say? They took mac and cheese from us and made that instant mac shit. And yo, that instant shit, I don't know what the fuck that is, yo.
Right, right. So they even took the homemade mashed potatoes and shit, making that shit instant. And granddad take that shit. If she either she'll do the bake, or she'll make potato salad, or she did her homemade mashed potatoes. She take boil up potatoes in the water. Once that shit gets soft enough, she get her little masher, start mashing this shit up, mixing this shit up, and that shit was just perfect. I'm like, damn.
Now, see, my grandmother on my father's side was from Louisiana,
Mm-hmm.
and my grandmother on my mother's side was from Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So I had the best of both worlds, man. Cause them two ladies, ooh, they could burn. I mean, all that Louisiana style food.
Yep.
On my dad's side, I would get from my grandma on my dad's side, and all that good old Georgia food. I would get from my grandma on my mom's side. And man, both of them, I remember being a kid, I missed them so much, Bronze, real talk. Cause man,
Right.
them ladies, you right, them women back then, whoo, they knew how to hold a house down. Yeah. It was a commercial that was out when I was a kid. It used to be something like, I can, how it go? Uh, I can bring home the bacon and fry it up in a pan and never let you forget you're a man because I'm a woman. It was, I don't know, I can't even remember what the commercial was about, but that's the way it went. And every time I used to hear that
Mm-hmm.
commercial, I would think about my grandmother. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
it just that commercial just remind me of her because that I always saw her that way. N-
Yep.
no matter what, she got out there. She worked. She brought that money home, and she didn't just raise her children, but she raised her children's children. Like not so much my mother, but my mother's sister. My grandmother raised her children. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So she was she was a real thoroughbred. She was real talk. She was a real woman.
Yep.
Like
That's how. Yeah,
and they
definitely.
they taught us how to. She made sure that we knew how to wash clothes and cook and hell I she made my mother and my grandmother made sure that I didn't have to have a woman to take care of me because they taught me how to take care of myself in that way. You know what I mean? As
Mhm.
far as being clean and cooking and things of that nature,
Yep.
and then all the manly things, I had my father and my uncles to provide for me. You know what I'm saying? So I was blessed in a lot of ways.
Yep. Yeah. That's how I said I have. I appreciate both the things my grandmas did. You know, it was like my grandma on my dad's side. She had like back in the days when they was having children. They didn't have it with the way we were thinking and shit. Cause like her mom had children, and then she had children, and it was like some of them was like almost the same age. Her mom was still having children after she had her, and somehow
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. That
it's
shit
crazy.
happens a lot. It happened more frequently back then than people realize.
Yep, cause I said some of my uncles and aunties, they all the same age as each other. They was born same time, and it was kind of odd because when they was growing up, it was like they were saying like oh that's my nephew or that's my um, niece, shit like that. But it was like they had the midwives, all that shit. They already know who was gonna be the midwife in the house. The household to take care of everything. It was no issues. Everybody was just getting along.
Where you from, Brian? You sound like you from Louisiana.
Y'all from New Orleans.
Yeah, you sound like it. Yeah, you definitely sound like it. I know that accent, boy. I can tell you, my grandmother was from New Orleans.
Wow.
Yeah, sure was.
She
Man,
know about
that.
that. She knew about that cooking the red beans on Monday.
Oh, listen. My my mother, when she would be mad at my father's mother, she
Hmm.
would call her a geechee bee, a geechee bitch. I didn't know what that shit. I would hear her. When they would go up, be mad at each other, and I would hear that goddamn geechee bitch. I never knew what that shit meant when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But as I started getting older and I started learning things on my own, and I realized who the Geechee were and what they were and where they were from, I was like, so that's what my mother meant.
Right. And you know what
she
crazy thing
wasn't.
too?
She wasn't really. The bitch part was being disrespectful, but the Geechee part wasn't. She was just calling out who she was.
Yeah. The other crazy thing about it is like, see, we never really called like my grandma on my mama's side. We never called her grandma. We would always call her like we'll say nanny or something like that. And I never knew the word nanny actually meant like a maid or something. But we was just like, that's just where my grandma was. She told us like, y'all can just call me that. Don't call me grandma. And we never
Yeah,
did that. We
I
never
never
did.
called my grandmother on my father's side grandma either. We called her mother.
Wow.
Yeah, we just called her mother. Hi, mother. She never, yeah, I don't remember ever calling her grandma. And on my mother's side, we didn't call her grandma. We called her Pama, not grandma. We called her Pama with a P. For the longest, I used to think my grandmother's name was Pam, because we called her Pama all the time. So I thought her not. So why we? Then I found out it was just what how we, we was raised to call her. But
You know,
yeah, I don't know if that was a Georgia thing or what, but that shit was crazy too.
and
Pamela.
yeah, see, like on my dad's side, we call my grandma, we call her Granny. You know, that's what she was cool us calling her that. Cause her name was June, but we just called, we always called her Granny. So it was just like a difference. But it was like the crazy thing about it was I was happy was that both my grandmas, they got along with each other, and it was cool. And that's what I loved about that.
Yeah, now my son he called his mother's mom Granny, and he called my mom Grandma. And I always loved the way that he distinguished it between the two in that way. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You know, that was it. And not all the other ones. This is just my youngest son. I didn't get not all my other children would do that, but I always saw the uniqueness in him and how he did that and how he distinguished between his two grandmothers in that affectionate way and how he called them granny and grandma. And the funny thing about it is that both of his grandmothers was born on the same day.
Wow.
And then they died a year apart, about a month apart, a year and a month apart. So that shit was crazy within itself. They was born
Hmm.
on the same day and died a year and a month apart when they died.
And to my grandma on my mom's side, she was born she was born 1928, like a year before Martin Luther King, and she died in 2012. My grandma on my dad's side, I think she was born in 1930 something, but she died in 2017. So they're like about 5 years apart.
Now my grandmother, I don't, I'm not sure which is which. One was born in 1905, and the other one was born in 1915. But I forget which one was which. I get them confused in my head. I got it in my genealogy thing, but off the top of my head, I don't remember. But yeah, one of them was born in 1915, and the other one was born in 1905. I was like,
Damn.
damn, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like my grandmother, one of them was born like 5 years out of the 1800s.
Shit,
You
I had a
know?
grandma. Now my great grandma was born in the 1800s. She was born in 1896 or 92, I think. My great uncle, he was born in 1888. But like my whole genealogy from my family on my dad's side, it goes all the way to the 1600s. So, and I think
Oh
mostly on my
wow.
yep, and on my mom's side, I think everybody started from like maybe the 17 or 1800s. But she had, like I said, my great grandmother, she had 5 kids, and she had from like I think it started from like 1915 or 1920, some shit like that. Because I know my grandma was the baby, so she was born in 1928.
I've been doing the paperwork on my family, man, for so long, and I my mother name was fucked up. Her social security number was fucked up. My my mother's death records was messed up. Cause I remember when she died, cause she died the night of Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And they kept trying to tell me that this lady that died in May was my grandmother. And I kept saying, that's not my grandmother. My grandmother did not die in May. My grandmother died in November. And so I was having the hardest time getting that worked out. And I finally got that part worked out, and now I'm having a hard time finding her mother because I never knew who her mother was. My great grandmother on my mother's side. So that's where I'm at with that now. I'm trying to. I know that they're out of Georgia, and but I'm having the hardest time finding any paperwork on their mother, on her mother. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
get
might.
it.
Yeah, you might have to get with like with my cousins on the Neville's and them. They could help you out with it because that's how she was able to help me pull up like that info for my great grandma because we had it. And my grandma had she had this book. She had the Bible, the old school Bible, and she kept like everything from everybody that was in there. She had everybody birth certificate in there. She had even like she had my mom hair, all her children hair in that book, like from as they was
Wow.
stuff. Yeah, she had everything in that book.
See, my grandmother had a Bible like that, right?
Hmm.
And when she passed, my auntie had got a hold of it, and now nobody knows what happened to it.
Wow.
So all that information that was in that Bible is lost.
Wow.
But I'm sure that this government has a track record of who's who in my family. I just got to
Mhm.
get it worked out. Who's your cousin? You related to the Nevilles?
Yep.
When you said your cousin, I automatically thought you from where you at, and that's what I automatically made that connection.
Yep. And
Yeah,
that's
Lyrica,
how.
that's my girl though. I don't really know her, but just
Mhm.
from here talking in the chat rooms and things, and Chief the son now, man, they seem like they some beautiful people though, man, for real.
Yep.
Like
Real
like
down there.
you know, I've nothing. I've never had nothing but wonderful things to say about them, and I've never heard nothing but great things about them. So
Yep.
I'm honored to be able to say I have chatted with them because they mean just that much to me, and I don't even really know them. You know what I'm saying? But
And they
just to see the
for
work
the
that they have put in, right. Just to see the
exactly
work that they put
for the
in. You know what
people.
I'm saying? Yeah, for the people.
Yeah,
It
for the people.
makes me feel honored to know that they even exist.
Yep. And then another thing too is like that's how I found out like me and Zoe and like Sean, we was all related because it's like when he was telling me his family that he got in Houma, Louisiana, and I got that's what my grandma was originally born from there, and my great grandma was born from there, and that's how and the last name Jackson and stuff that runs so deep. I got so many relatives that last name is Jackson that I didn't even know.
See now, um, my grandmother out of Louisiana, I don't. Her last name was Harris, but I
Hmm.
think that might have been her marriage name. Like she got married to a Harris, but
Hmm.
cause my father last name is Brown, so I don't know if that was my grandmother's original maiden name or did she have a husband before she was married to the Harris. So she might have been married twice. She might have been married to a Brown and then a Harris, or Brown might have been her maiden name. I still got to figure all that out.
Wow, that's crazy. My great auntie, she was married to a Brown.
Oh, word?
Yeah, he was in the. I think he was in the army and died. But yep, she was married to a Brown. I got my other great auntie. She was married to a Brooks.
My sister married to a Brooks.
Damn.
Word. She sure is.
And they kept their maiden name to the day they died. But like I said, all of them was originally Jacksons. So it was like my grandma, she was a my dad's side, she's a Clark, but like my grandfather, he was a Washington. So my grandma, she married a Washington, so she wound up taking the Washington name, giving it to my mom. And so it was like, regardless of the fact, when my mom and my dad married, they already had the same last name. But my mom, her last name was supposed to have been House.
Damn. I
Yep.
thought my shit was screwed up.
Yep. This
Oh,
shit
shit. I
crazy.
thought my shit.
So
Man.
I got one grandfather. I don't know if he's alive or not, but I never met him. So it was like his last name is House, and I never seen him. I think the only time I seen him was when I was a baby, and that was it. So like I said, I don't know nothing about him.
See, now on my mother's side, my mother's last name was Smith, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so my grandmother's last name was Smith, Massey Smith. But she had a brother named David, and his last name was Few, Few. And I'm like, well, was the Fuse her maiden name, or was Smith the maiden name? Man, I be so screwed up when I be trying to dig up these. I get so frustrated sometimes. I just give up.
Yeah, yeah. See, that shit like I said, I go on my dad's side. All the last names on my dad's side is going. We got it's Clark, Scipio, Bell, Johnson, Howard. Shit, I forgot.
Damn.
Yep. But then, like I said, like I had to start doing a lot more work on my mom's side because there was so much shit like we didn't really know because I didn't know like Mahalia Jackson was my cousin too.
Oh, I got one for you. You ever heard of Bessie Smith?
Mm-hmm.
She was a singer from like the 20s, the 1920s or something. That was my grandmother's cousin.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a
Wow.
picture. I got a picture of Bessie Smith, right? And I got a picture of my grandmother. And man, do they look alike. It freaks me out.
Damn.
My grandmother is just real yellow, right? But Bessie
Mm-hmm.
Smith was like she was like she wasn't dark, but she was like a brown. And my grandmother was like I don't know. She was just like light skinned. That's all I can say. She was just light skinned. And but they side the side by side pictures of them. When I got the pictures
Mm-hmm.
side by side, I was like, wow. And the first picture I had got of Bessie Smith, I had got it out of the encyclopedia. And the picture they had in the encyclopedia is the one that I used for the side by side with my grandmother. And it just blew my mind. I was like, wow, isn't there's no way they could deny that they was relatives because they look just alike.
But that's just like I said, I keep going back to this book my grandma, that Bible my grandma had, and she had pictures of everything. Cause like we still like from my great grandmother, we don't have hardly no pictures of her sisters, and her mom. But
Yeah, I
picture
run the
she,
same thing.
cause the picture she had, her sister, I think it was her sister and maybe her, I'm gonna say her brother or whoever it was, but they was like you could see that they was part of the Creole Nation. They were so brownish, like brownish color that you could tell that's there was a part of it. You could see that see the native all in them.
And I get what you're saying too, because um, people say you can't really yeah, you can, because my grandmother and even my mother, like when my grandmother, she had that look about her when she was while she was alive. But when my mother was on her deathbed and she was going, and I looked at her and I said, "Wow, ma, you look just like Pamela." and she smiled. And my mom she had dementia. But when I had said that to her, she smiled. And that shit, that's like the best memory I can have of my mom from that time. That when I said that to her, she smiled. Is as though she knew what I had said to her, you know.
Wow.
And the doctor told me that sometimes they come and they here and they come and they go, you know what I'm saying? So I really thought that at that moment when she was present, she had, I'm saying, she heard what I said and she was present in her thoughts, and she smiled. And I was like, wow. But yeah, that shit is crazy though, man. Oh, dude, that's some fucked up shit, bro.
Nice. And that's why I say I kind of go back to when they used to say that everybody who had that color of the paper bag and shit like that, and never knowing that all you have to do is address them people as being like our family. That was just the Creole Nation people, and that's just crazy. All these different labels and shit. How they used to give the people to say that they was a fair skin or they was just like color their paper bag, and they didn't even know they couldn't identify them by their tribes and shit. But like I could honestly look at most of all these pictures of my grandma now, and I could see that the tribes, the tribes that we were a part of. But that's the one thing is like I never had that conversation with my grandma about our different tribes and stuff what we was a part of. I never, it never crossed my mind because, like I said, I was always so brainwashed to believe in that. Yeah, we was African Americans and all this other shit. So I never got a chance to really just sit there and talk to her and ask her about that shit. But now,
Never sat right with me. Pardon,
huh?
bro. But that never sat right with me. That American shit
Mm-hmm.
from I remember that when it came into effect, when they first started saying that they was changing it to, it just never sat right with me. I didn't really have no knowledge of nothing, but it just didn't sit right with me calling myself an African American. And I remember one year the census takers that, pardon me, census takers that came around, and I had answered the door. I was a little dude, and so he was trying to he wanted to speak to my mother, and I was like, she's not here. Just what, I'm a census taker and I'm trying to get information, blah blah blah. So he started asking me a question, and I said, "Nah, we not black, man. We Indian." You know what I'm saying? I remember distinctly telling the census taker that we were Indian. Because that's what I always knew us to have been. Like my father, mother was Indian, and my grandmother was an Indian. So, I,
Mm-hmm.
the matriarchs in my family, that's what they were, and that's what we went by. You know what I'm saying? So I never, I like you said though, I never knew the tribes. The only thing I knew about my grandmother was that my mother knew she was Geechee. You know what I'm saying? But as far as my mother's mother, I have no idea what she was. Like, but the part of Georgia that they're from, it looked like they might have been Creek Indian, but I'm not
Mm-hmm.
even sure. I'm not sure about that. I'm just going by the region of Georgia that I think they're from. And when you look at what were the so-called Indians around in that era, I mean in that area at that time, seemed like she must have been Creek, or her mother and father, or or her parents might have been Creek. But I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
Right. That's one. As I found out now. Like I say, thanks to the Neville's for them teaching me and let me know. I said I found out that I mean, I always kind of knew I was a part of the Homer tribe. I know Creole Nation, Choctaw, Cherokee, and shit like that. That's just amazing to me because I say if I'd never known all this shit, I still would have just been saying that, that term. But I'm just kind of grateful now to know that all these tribes and stuff that my ancestors was a part of. And I can't, like I said, sometimes I get like to a point where I kind of wish they would have told us, but they didn't really know themselves. So I mean, they would have been kind of like instilled that into us, to let us know. But like cause all in the ways they did, I tell us, well, you got help. You got the Indian in your blood. You got the Indian here and shit like
Pardon
that.
me, pardon me, so flat. But check this out. I I I don't know. That might be your truth, but it seems to me like my grandmother, especially on my mother's side, it seemed like they knew that they were, but they wouldn't say it because of whatever they went through as children or their parents might have went through. So I think like I think some of my ancestors might have been spooked into not saying who they were. You know what I
Right.
mean? In other words, they were forced into denying and to protect their offsprings. They didn't bring it up around them so that they wouldn't get caught up. You know, it seems that way to me as far as with my people, cause they surely knew who they were, but they would never talk about it, and it seemed like it was a hush hush type of situation. You know what I'm saying? No, don't talk. We don't talk about that. We know we are, but we don't talk about it.
That's a fact. Cause I'm like,
And
that's what I'm saying. A lot of stuff I didn't know. Like, like on my mom's side of the family, a lot of secrets was kept. It still was kind of kept, like who we knew and our lineage and stuff like that. Because how my grandma was with it, she was like, we're not gonna talk about that, but we're gonna only speak to certain people that they want us to speak to. But to know that I always just thought like the little small circle of people who are around all the time, that was it. But to know that I had all these people in my family, that shit was crazy.
yeah, because Miss Harriet Jackson, that's big right there, man. She's wow. She was a superstar.
Yep.
Mahalia Jackson, bruh.
Yep.
Wow, man. I can remember my mama playing her records. For real. I can remember my mama playing her records. Shit. That's big right there. But then that's what I'm saying. You never know. I mean, until you look into your family, you don't even know who you related to or was related to.
Facts.
You know? I mean, they really had our people fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I think it was a Brooklyn phone pod. I'm gonna put the link back in the chat. Yeah, that was even like and I found that shit out with my head Jack. That was my great grandmother. That was her cousin, and I can't remember if they grew up. I mean, she was around her when they grew up or some shit. I can't remember, but she tried to trick me out learning that shit. And also the rapper Mystical, my cousin too.
I dropped out. But what, Mystical, your family?
Yep.
Wow. Tiffany said, don't just give up. Just take breaks and do what you gotta do to keep it going. You know that's like this. That's a big fact.
Yeah, and it's crazy because we got so many people in this city that don't even know that they're related to each other. We're going around, robbing and killing each other, and you killing off your family and don't even know that's your people because don't nobody wants to do any research and find out who they're related to.
And I know that that's so true, man. You are speaking a big truth right there. And be- there are so many different connections or levels or it's what was that? It was this movie called 6 Degrees of Separation, where is that this person knew this person and knew that person, and it was 6 degrees. It was like 6 people removed from the next from knowing that person or something like that. It was something to that effect. Like, okay, I might know this person or I might be related to this person, but that person might be related to somebody that's related to somebody that's related to you. Yeah, me and you don't even know that we have that connection. Me and you know each other, but we don't know that we're related through these other people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's weird. So I get what you're saying, So with that being said, and then you out in these streets and you doing this and you doing that, and you don't even know that you doing this and doing that to a person that is your cousin 2 times removed or your cousin 3 times removed, but you don't even know it, and that's fucked up.
Right.
It is. It is because man, we really are hurting out each other and don't even know how close we are to blood related, like really being family. It's fucking when you hit a nerve right there when you said that because man, that's one of my biggest things. Talking to the young brothers, understand that it's more than selling dope or doing this
I think you
and
sound low, Kinfolk.
doing that. What you say, bro?
Yeah, I said you were sounding low.
I was just saying, I said you hit a nerve when you said that because it's so much more to it all, and I be trying to tell the younger brothers that you out here doing this and doing that, and you might be doing this and doing that to a person you don't even know that's related to you. So it's fucked up. It really is, you know, and that's something that we as a people we gotta change. You know, fuck it. Cause I wouldn't want my son to meet a woman and he with this woman and find out it's his cousin 3 times removed. But because he didn't know his family, he didn't know that. And this is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that's one of my biggest reasons for always trying to find out who my peoples are and who am I related to so that I don't have those issues come up along in my son's life or in his brother's lives or anything like that. Because
Right.
I've actually had it happen to a friend that his son hooked up with this girl and it wound up being like his cousin's daughter or something like that. But because they didn't really know or see each other, their kids wind up hooking up and actually having relations and all of that and didn't even know that they was related.
Yep.
And who fault is that? You can't blame them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can't say, oh, you fooling with your cousin. Mm, how is he supposed to know? If you didn't tell him, how is he gonna know?
Yep. So, yeah, that's like me. I'm just kind of glad, I had that opportunity to kind of like do my research on that shit because I always wanted to know. Now everybody that's on my dad's side of the family, I damn near know everybody from that side. It's just like I had a lot of loopholes on my mom's side because like how the way my grandma was, she just kept everything as a secret. She didn't really want everybody, it was just like always a cover up for certain things that she didn't want. She let you know certain things, but won't let you know all this. So that's
Yep.
why you have to start doing the research on it and find out all kind of stuff. And that's what kind of like get you to the point you be like, damn, I never knew this. I never knew that. But you know, it's just like I said, it's just crazy once you start digging deep into it, to the history of stuff and find
Well,
out,
our
your
people
people
can
are.
keep some secrets, can't they?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, my grandma too, man. They kept some secrets, boy. They take that shit to their grave.
Yep. Shit, like I said, I got people like in every city in Louisiana. I'm related to somebody. All my people from there. And it's like,
Wow.
and that's like when I seen I think with Ryder, what's his name, Ryder Woodestick, when he was on the bill, and he said, where he was from and his last name, and like I said, I think we might be related too. And that's just crazy. It's like I know we have so many people that be on AP channel that's from Louisiana. I got and a lot of people that got ties to Louisiana. That shit crazy.
Yeah, like me. Like I said, my grandmother was from Louisiana, so I don't, and from New Orleans at that. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't know. I got a cousin that's in Louisiana now, but I don't even know what part it is.
Yeah, because they them both when they see New Orleans and stuff. Everybody think New Orleans is just this one little small section, but New Orleans is really we got they call it's Greater New Orleans because they just have to section everything off and the different parishes and shit. But New Orleans is really big. It's really a big city, and Louisiana within itself, like anything like I think you already know that like anything that runs to the Mississippi River was a part of Louisiana when they did the Louisiana Purchase and shit.
Oh yeah.
That's why when you got people from Chicago and everywhere got ties to Louisiana and shit like that, and Mississippi.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, our people definitely have a lot of our people definitely are from those areas. You see, that's what I'm saying. You see, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Louisiana, uh, Mississippi, um, Tennessee, shit, uh, all those southern states and Midwest, southern kind of state, man. That's all our peoples.
Yep.
And see, you get them leaving home and going to other states for whatever reasons they were leaving home and migrating to places like Georgia. I mean, like Chicago, New York. You know, some of the bigger cities to trying to find I guess, a better way of living or whatever for whatever reason. But they wind up leaving home, and then we get all spread it out and don't know who's who and what's what anymore.
Yep. Cause I know my grandma when she left, well her mom left from out of Homer because she moved to New Orleans. I think in 1920 or something like that. No, 19 after my grandma was born, she moved at 1930 because she had to find it was a better way of living for her because she wasn't making much of money. So that's why she moved to New Orleans. So and it's just like I said, everybody got spread it out, and I never knew for the longest. As many times as I used to go to Homer, I never knew that I had so many relatives that was from there. And I was to always be in there for some reason, and it was just something just trying to pinpoint it to me that.
That's crazy though. Wow. But I know, man, that it is. It's crazy how that. Wow, you got me. I don't even know what to say. That is crazy, though.
I think it was just like me and my little brother, and my uncle, we was the only three that really was trying to know more about who our people was. Like, everybody else was like, they weren't too much further. They had that same kind of thing like how my grandma was, she'd be bothered who she wanted to be bothered with. But like me, I just always wanted to know who's who, you know what I'm saying? Like, who my other cousin, who I might be related to. I wanted to find out who they were. And that's why I just started doing my homework and research on shit.
They in my family, we most of my elders have passed on. So it's really hard for me because I don't even have anybody from those eras to even ask questions. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody really left from the older generations to that I could pick their brains and find out who's who and what's what from them. So the only way I can now is by paper trails and making the link on from like death certificates and birth certificates and shit like that. Because a lot of, like you said, a lot of information they kept to themselves. You know, a lot of things they didn't say or make known to the younger generation. They held it in. Um, Only reason why I knew my grandmother was from Georgia is not even because my mother told me. Is I remember when I was a kid, she would take trips back home, and I remember one time being a kid, and I asked my mom. I said, "Mom, where's Grandma? Where's Pamela going?" And she said she's going back to Georgia to see her sister. I said, oh, I was a kid. Just, oh, okay. You know, I wanted to go with her, but I remember crying in the whole shit when the train was pulling out because she had took the train back down. I remember seeing the train pulling out and me just standing there crying because Grandma Pamela was leaving and I couldn't go with her. I couldn't have been no more than about 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah.
But I don't know, for some reason I was super close to my grandmother. I don't know what me and her just had a connection. Like I don't know what it was, but she it was she had about eight eight or nine grandchildren. From her kids, and it seemed like out of all of them, I had a real connection with her, or she babied me or mothered me, or I don't even know how to explain this shit, but I would get in trouble and my mother be ready to do whoop my ass or something, and my grandmother be like, "You better not touch that boy."
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? She would come to my rescue every goddamn time. I don't care what I did. My grandmother would come to my rescue. She'd be like, "You better not whip that boy. You better not touch that baby. Send him over here." And here it is. I done did something stupid and got in trouble, and my grandmother got me over there, and she not cursing at me or fussing at me or nothing. She babying me up, trying to get me to understand that what I did was wrong, and in a nurturing way teach me that I had done wrong, and that not to do it again, and yet still show me love instead of just wanting to whoop me and say that, oh, you was wrong, and now I'm gonna whoop your ass. She was more of the, you know, let me explain to you what you did, and in a loving, nurturing sort of way. And I loved her for that. You know, I really did, man. And I think that's what made me so close to her, is that she really, really, really tried to make me understand a lot of different things in a loving way. And and to this day, I think the part of me that is sympathetic to a lot of things I get from her. You know what I'm saying? Because me, I can be like, I don't give a fuck about nothing. You know what I'm saying? But then when I do feel sympathetic towards a certain situation, I think it's because of the nurturing that she instilled in me. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It our elders, man, they were special, man. You know what I mean? Real talk. They were special. They was a special people, man, and they had that certain knack in order to bring excuse me, to bring certain things out of you. You know what I'm saying? To educate you and to instill love in you, and to help you grow into the person that you are to become. And I, man, to this day, I thank my grandmother for being that way with me. You know what I'm saying? Because I could have been a lot worse off than what I am, or what I was anyway. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, like I said, it's like, my grandma saved me from plenty of whippings, and it like it didn't ever matter to me. Like, it never mattered to her. Like, I could have had a temper tantrums or whatever, and she just knew, give you that hug, calm me down. She just knew. It was just like a natural instinct for her to just take over. It didn't matter. And then, like, I don't know, she just knew. It didn't matter what was going on. She knew. Give you some
Yeah,
money.
you.
You need some money, she'll give it to you.
Now I remember what it was. I was failing in school, and my mom was mad as a mother that I had failed in this class, and she was ready to tear my ass up. And my grandmother was like, "You better not touch that boy. You better not put a finger on him." She saved my ass that day. It just came back to me what it was too. You know what it was? I had got my report card, and I had failed this class, and my mom was mad as a mug that I was felt that class, and she was ready to tear my ass up. And my grandmother, I don't know, she must have talked to my grandmother on the phone, and my grandmother was like, "Send him over here. No, you better not touch him."
Shit, I can only think of one whipping my grandma gave me. I think she whipped me a couple of times, but I remember when I was a baby, I had to be no more than like maybe 1 years old, and it was me and my cousin. So she had this big old glass marble table. And it's like one of these very very expensive tables she had, and we just like we were just trying to test how strong we was. So my cousin was like, he said, "Well, we're gonna pull a table, we're gonna pull a table," and like we 1 years old, and he's putting his table up from underneath the sofa.
Oh my god.
So we picked this shit up. Now we lost grip of this shit, and next thing I know, I heard this shit. That shit went. Glass was flying all over the place. My grandma was in the back. She
Oh
was sewing.
shit.
She heard that. She said, "What the fuck is this shit?" Me and my cousin,
Oh shit.
we was trying to hide. And my grandma was like, she said, "Ain't nobody here for y'all to." And she said she came, got us. My grandma whooped our ass, had us in that crime. My mom them came home. By the time they came home, we was still asleep. She said, "What happened to the babies?" She said, "I whooped their ass for bringing my fucking table."
Oh my god, I know she was heated. Hey
Ooh.
yo, did your grandmother had the plastic on her furniture?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Yo, see, my grandmother had this plastic on her furniture, man. I hated that fucking couch. And she had this beautiful living room set too, man. But she had this plastic on all her chairs. And in the summertime, that's you sit on that shit, and it seemed like you get stuck to the shit.
Yep. Yep. She said, my grandma said the reason why she put down the cover on her chair, she said, because she didn't want nobody sitting on dirtying up her shit. She said, and it kept it, and she had to worry about dusting the shit off and stuff. But like mainly, it was for to keep people from sitting on her shit when they came in her house. Because she did not want people. I don't know for some strange reason, she did not want nobody sitting in her living room. So if you came to her house and she was doing like she was sewing for you because she knew how to sew wedding. She did wedding dresses. She did a whole wedding. She did the whole all the dresses and everything for a wedding. She did prom dresses. She did anything. You could just give her a pattern, draw a picture, or she'll draw the picture up, and she had that shit ready within like a week or two. And
Man, that's
yep,
another thing. Yeah, they sewed their asses off, didn't they? Yeah, my grandmother had a sewing machine too. Man, that shit was so old, and I remember that sewing machine too. Man, that's something she taught me too was how to sew. I could to this day I like putting a button on a shirt and shit like that. Yeah, my
mhm,
grandmother showed me how to do all that shit.
yep. My grandma used to like when we was out of school. So when we was out of school, the learning didn't stop. So like I said, we had grade ATs, all them came over there. So like you gonna learn something. So like other than cleaning up the house, washing the baseboards, wiping cleaning the walls and shit down, cleaning cabinets and shit. But they did teach us. Like my grandma taught me how to sew. She taught me how to do a hem. She taught me how to put a button and shit back on and everything. So and then like when she made my whole summer wardrobe. So like we just go to the store, we'll pick out the patterns, and I tell her how I wanted the short set or some shit like that. Shit, she had that shit. She already had an idea how she wanted it made, and she had all different colors and shit for me. And to buy nothing.
Man, it's crazy though, but it's just so weird how times have changed and how people how the way that children are raised and the different techniques that are used to raise children have changed so much and so
Mm-hmm.
different. Like these kids nowadays, they I, I really don't get it though, Bonds, because the younger generation are our offsprings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet it seems as though they don't have instilled in them the things that were instilled in us. And I
Right.
don't get how that. Well, I can't say that for everybody because I've done my best to try to pass it down to my children. You
Mm-hmm.
know, the things that was instilled in me, I try to instill it in them. But a lot of these children that I see, I see them not having those things in their lives, like, and it makes me wonder why or how. you know,
Mm-hmm.
because those things that I remember in my childhood and things that my grandmother did and things that my mother did to help me become the man that I am. I thought it was important for me to share that with my children and instill that in them, and so that they could be the best men that they could be or the best woman that they could be. You know, I did a lot of time in the penitentiary and shit. So
Mm-hmm.
when my first two children, my oldest daughter, I wasn't there for like none of her child years. And then when I did get out, I had a son and then wound up going right back to the penitentiary. And so there I wasn't in his life. And then I wound up having twins. I get out and I wound up having twins with another young lady and wound up moving to Kentucky. So I wasn't in their lives. So, you know, I had a lot of trying to not really catch up, but make it or even making up. But you know, once I did connect with them, there was a lot of things that I wanted to give to them that I had in me that I wanted to partake, you know, to share with them. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And I did my best to do that, to you know, so that they would have those things that my mother gave to me. I was able to give to them. Those things that my father gave to me, I was able to give to them, even though it may have been later on in their lives, but I still was able to try to, you know, not really because you can never get back time, right? But
Mm-hmm.
you you can try to move forward. You know what I'm saying? When you make that connection with a child that you know you wasn't in their lives when they were young. So, you know, when you do make a conscious effort to be in their lives, it's important that you give them all that you have. If they're open to receiving it, then you should try to bless them with that because it's so fucked up out here, and without the right guidance and the right information instilled in these children, you'll find your child out there doing all kinds of crazy shit and getting into all kind of crazy trouble and rebelling and doing all this stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
But when you take the time and you try and you give them the best information that you can give them, I found out that they you know they're more willing to hear what it is to just say it and to actually use that information in their own lives instead of rebelling and saying, "Nah, fuck that. You wasn't in my life when I needed you and all of this." You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
If you take the time and you try to really talk to them and show them that you're genuinely wanting to be in their lives and that you know whatever happened and you can do nothing about that, but I'm here now and I'm trying to move forward now. And if you can establish that, if you're in a situation like that, and this is just to anybody that might be listening or may hear this in the future, right? If you ever in a situation like that, there's nothing you can do about the past, but you can try to move forward from where you are, and life all those life experiences that you have within you is it would be a great and wonderful thing if you could pass it on to them because
Mm-hmm.
that's what life is truly all about is taking the lessons that you have learned and the lessons that you have been instilled with and passing them on to your offspring
Facts.
so that they can be a better person and that they don't have to bump their head and they don't have to make the mistakes that you made, right? Or the mistakes that your mother made or her mother made,
Yep.
because they pass down to you the knowledge and information that they have, and then all the information that you gather in your life you pass on to yours so that they can grow properly.
Yep.
I don't know where all this is coming from, but
That's the
that's
ancestor
just,
talking.
huh?
I said that's the ancestor talking.
Yeah, but but that's the truth though. And it's really what I've experienced in my life. Like,
Mm-hmm.
with me being not being in my two oldest children lives, and even my twins, it was hard for me to establish a relationship with them because they looking at me like, you ain't give a fuck about me. When that's the furthest thing from the truth. I did
Mm-hmm.
everything I did trying to be a provider, but at the same time not having the proper information on how to provide. You know what I'm saying? I'm going out there trying to get it the best way I can with the information that I have, or with or doing the best I can with what knowledge I have. You know what I'm saying? And then when you find out that with all the things that you're doing are wrong, you know what I'm saying, that it doesn't really matter to them that's what happened, because all they see is that you wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? So it's a hard thing to get them to understand that, yo, I wanted to be there, but I made mistakes. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
but I'm here now, and I want to go further. I want to go forward. Can we do that? You know what I'm saying? And I've been blessed and fortunate enough to have children that was like, you know what, Dad, I understand. And yes, I want you in my life. So, you know, so I was able to build on that, and to have relationships with my children that I wasn't able to have when they were children. And I thank the Most High for that, because I really, even though I say so myself, I really think I have beautiful children. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Good, good-hearted children. With good heads on their shoulders, that have good hearts. You know what I'm saying? And I'm fortunate enough to be able to say, okay, even though I wasn't there in the beginning, I still was able to participate and to instill in them some things that was instilled in me. And I thank the Creator for that, because, man, it's nothing better than to see your children blossom and grow into their own and becoming their own, and being the person that or the Creator has groomed them to be. It's a beautiful thing. It really is to see your children come into their own, and to be out in the world standing on their own and doing their own thing and making it. Man, it's a beautiful thing. It really is. And I thank the Most High that I'm at the age where I can say that and see that, you know, because my life was really, growing up in New York in the 80s, man, I got a lot of friends that be like, yo, for 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 you have done all the time that you have done, you're not really a better person. I know a lot of people that have done time like you and they real bitter, but you not that way. And I said, it's not me, it's my ancestors that won't allow me to be that way. It's the Creator that won't allow me to be that way. You know what I'm saying? And that's not me. That's the things that was instilled in me. You know what I'm saying? that won't allow me to be bitter because of the mistakes that I've made. You know what I'm saying? Nah, why would I do that? That would be insane for me to walk around mad at the world because I fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? No. You know what I'm saying? You have to learn to dust yourself off, pick yourself up, and get be about your business. Cause that's really what this world is all about. I mean, it's about business. When you dealing with the worldly side of it, you know what I'm saying? It's about business. It's about handling your business, being in your proper person and handling your business. No?
Yep, it was like building a foundation from the start, and it was like I can recall when I was younger too. Cause like I said, as soon as we was out of school, and it was like I had my aunties, I had my uncle, I had my grandma, all of them was there just teaching you stuff, and you didn't really learn it. You wouldn't learn in school anyway, but they were just teaching you things, just to help you along the way. And that's why I kind of like get to the point where I can't understand like how people don't understand the facts that of homeschooling your children, teaching them things, life lessons and things that you was taught when you were younger, but you can switch it, do it in a different way. But I mean, from you just it's just basic things that we could have learned. You still learning. You never stop from learning things, but it should
Right,
never stop you from teaching. Instead of always depending on somebody else to try to teach your child. And as a parent, if you neglect your responsibilities, just doing the simplest things.
right, right. You get it. You right. That's what exactly. Man, and it's not easy, bro. It's really not. It's not easy, man. But it's our job. It's incumbent upon us to do these things. You know, this is what we must do for the next generation to be stronger. I hate the fact that I see these younger brothers out here, man, doing certain things and acting a certain way. It bugs the shit out of me because every time I see it, I feel like I failed. Even though these are not my children, or I still when I see them doing certain things, I feel like I failed. I feel like somewhere or how I let down these younger brothers somehow, some way, because maybe I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do as a man, and they looking at me when they was coming up, they looking at the shit that I was doing, thinking that shit was cool, when it really wasn't. It was just me trying to survive, and now they thinking that that's the way to do it when it's really not. And then it's hard to tell them that it's not because they so caught up in what they're doing. So man, it's fucked up. It is, man. But that's why I like this information that we that's being put out and that we have and that we it's so important. It really is, man. As far as knowing who you are and where you come from, and it's like to me, it's like the key to turning all that other shit around. You know what I'm saying? Because once you know that you're from greatness and that you're of greatness, you know what I'm saying, that your ancestors are the real vicegerents of this land. They are the real landlords of this land, and that you know everything that damn near was created as far as utensils. I mean, damn near everything. It's a saying that the only thing the white man created was the patent office.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? This is what the only thing. So if that's true, then that means that all that other shit comes from you. everything that they have patents saying that they created. When you look at the situation and you look at the people that was around, the people that saying they create, you'll find that it was a so-called black melanated person there, and that's where the idea came from. And if you just look at a lot of the inventions now, you see it. You know that the light the light bulb and all of that shit. You see all these great so-called white scientists of the 1800s and the early 1900s have all these patents and shit, but all they patents are some so-called black man's idea that was stolen because a black man wasn't allowed to do this and a black man wasn't allowed to do that, and and they have even manipulated the situation to where that they take and get the idea and make it their own, and they have profited and have gained generational wealth from ideas that was our ancestor ideas. And so we have to fix that. We have to change that. We have to make that. We have to push this narrative of who we are and where we come from, and until they hear it at the highest level, and not just hear it but know it at the highest levels of all government, and we get to working on getting this shit changed, and so that we are all standing in our proper person. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Mm-hmm.
Like, cause they have played a cold trick on us, man. Got us feeling like all of us got our kids' birth certificates and social security cards tagged and shit. We tagged, our mothers tagged. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that was a cold trick.
Right.
That was a cold man. That was a cold trick right there. You know what I'm saying? And then they have usurped all of our, of who we are. They have not just usurped, but they have stolen our identity, and not just our identity, but our ancestors' identity. I, I had a friend that said they was doing research and they found out there was a whole family living with the same exact names that his great great grandmother had. There was a whole nother family living with the same exact names, but they were white.
Yep.
Now how the fuck do that happen?
But tell you, you got white folks in your family and all this other shit.
And for some people that might be true, right? But how do you have a whole family with the same exact names and date of births and shit as your family, and you know that everybody in your family was black, and you know that everybody in this family is white? How the fuck do that happen? Unless there was an identity theft. Somebody stole somebody's identity and replaced that whole family. A whole black family was replaced with a white family, and now that white family is living as though they were that black family. Uh, you get what I'm saying? Not as though but they're living off of that, because the black family had all, and now that all that black family have, somehow or another this white family has become the owners of that all, and they are the with the same names that the black family had. That's some bullshit.
And they'll tell you like,
And
and tell that all
that's
those
some
last names and shit that we had, it was white people last names, and not knowing that was originally all our names and shit like that.
Come on, white people don't have last names like Brown and fucking Jackson, and they have names like Schmidt and fucking all kinds of crazy type shit. Like when what Russian people name a Brown? What Yugoslavian people name a Brown? What German people name a Brown? Polish people name
None.
Brown? None. So where's these white Browns coming from? I don't know. Where's these white Jacksons coming from? Andrew Jackson. Where the fuck did he come from?
That part.
You know that his daddy was a fucking immigrant. You know his daddy wasn't no native to this land. So how the fuck is he a Jackson? Come on, man. And that motherfucker went around. He was such a racist motherfucker. He was the biggest motherfucking problem to our people in that era. Cause he was one of the one of the lead people in forcing our people out of their property and out of their land. He that those wars that he was involved in was all about the land, was all about moving the people, moving our ancestors off their ancestral land so that these crackers could come in and take it over and usurp their identity and to take over their land. And that's exactly what the fuck they did. And now we got to do all this motherfucking struggling and paperwork and living through hard times, trying to find out who we are and to get back what was stolen from us.
Yep. They know exactly what they was doing.
But and it's gonna be a struggle to get it all back. But that's one of the things, like I say about your family. I thank them, man, for the work they put in because you know people need help because this shit ain't easy. So when you come across somebody that's willing to help you and that know a little bit about how to do this and that, it's a blessing, man, because it's a tall order to find out your information. It really is. It's not easy, but it's worth it. It's not easy, but it is worth it, because once you find out who you are, it is almost like a spiritual awakening, man, because you come to know who your people were and what they were about and what they had and what they had to give up and what you might be able to get back and what you're able to pass on to your children. So it's definitely worth it. It's a tall order, but man, if you can feel it because it's a beautiful thing.
Hell yeah. Hey, peace and honors, Monty Vic.
Peace there, nobles. Flat bronze, flat power was reading my mind,
Yes, sir.
so I had to jump on for a second and support what he was saying about the stealing of identities due to the land. But there's hope. I'm on the battlefield. slaying these demons. So I have a couple of clients, one of which you guys may have heard about with the because there was a newspaper article on it. And so basically, yes, they're Johnny come latelys, um, and they're but see the weakness is once you get into your genealogy, you'll discover all of the secrets and all the lies. You'll start seeing duplicate names of your family members. But see, those duplicate names will start later on, like in the late 1800s, right? So, but see, one thing they can't do, they can't connect back to the real individuals who you may be able to go back to the 1600s, to the 1700s, and those are the ones with those with the patents or the land grants. You see, so
Mm-hmm.
one of my cases now, you know, uh, is dealing with that same particular issue, right? There's a bank and there's the county board of supervisors,
Mm-hmm.
and they so what they do is then they will create fraudulent deeds. But
Mm.
once you when you do your deep dig on it, you'll notice those deeds aren't even in the area which your ancestors' land is. So they'll create fraudulent deeds and have it somewhere totally different, right? But you'll never know it because you think you are from Africa. Or you may think, and see, we got to remember this is an important side here, family. You see, so many of us who have either paternal or maternal ancestry from ancestors coming up out of Europe, okay, who came
Mm-hmm.
here. Uh, those are the ones who were issued those land grants and land patents. So, what are you going to just ignore that and stand on a corner um, um, without a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out because of some twisted, corrupted, self-serving ego?
That's what I was
You
saying.
got to be out of your mind.
That's what I was saying.
And then you're going to acquiesce and disrespect your ancestors. So this I'm putting this out right now. We because this world is gone crazy. You got the Johnny come ladies who took this shit over and got this poison and gave it to everyone on the planet. Where's the original 13? Only the descendants of the original 13 can avenge this planet. What am I
Mm.
talking about? The 13 colonies. You don't
Mm.
acquiesce the work, the struggle, the bloodshed that your ancestors did to build this. This is your republic. And you're
Facts.
going to acquiesce and give credit to some pale skins who didn't earn that?
Man, bro, you speak in my mind. Thank you so much.
No, screw that. Because you want to say, oh, so no, my people. What do you mean your people? Who the fuck are your people? Just
Mm.
because someone's melanated like you, that's your people? See, that's how you got infiltrated.
Right.
It's happening right now. You got migrants
Yeah.
from Africa, coming, all kinds of places coming over to be you. They want
That's
to
a fact.
kill the descendants of the original 13. Because then the people who look like you don't have claim to the land. So that if they can get rid of your ass and bring in fuckers who look like you, boom, game over. They win.
But that's why it's such a blessing that we got people like you and sister Chief the Sunal and sister Lyrica and oh man, so many so many I can't even name that's out here putting this information out and doing the work. You know, it's a blessing to have y'all. You know what I'm saying? For real. Is Eagle Hawk? Is that Eagle Hawk?
So I'm on the battlefield, family. I'm here in the trenches. I'm seeing this stuff with my own eye by slaying these demons. Yes, everyone doesn't have my skill set with the law. They're not blessed with that. But you got another talent. But I'm seeing it in real time.
Right.
If the pale skins were here setting shit up in the 1600s, the 1700s, and they're the ones who laid the darn infrastructure and the platform, they would own it. They wouldn't have to change the records. They wouldn't have to say, oh well, you can't get a birth certificate or a death certificate before 1930. What they're there? Why don't they want you to get birth certificate, death certificate before the 1900s? Why?
Hmm.
Because they did the flim flam on it. If they're the ones who set it up, everything would have been right from the beginning.
Facts.
So you want to acquiesce that?
No way.
And that's been a darn problem. That's why they've been claiming your ancestral estates for the last 300 years, to 150 years.
150.
And
I
and so
got that
so
same
and not
number.
only not only that, the land grants and the patents are open and valid, unclaimed.
Laying there dormant. Hmm.
Oh, but you don't want to think. You don't want to talk about the Europeans. You don't want to talk about that.
Fuck that.
Wow.
I want to know it all so I can know what to do and how to do it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm sick of playing checkers. I'm ready to play chess and I'm ready to win at it.
Exactly. So I'm laying a blueprint. And so once this case is over, and I just found this incredible case law, and the Trump card case is over. So with this particular case law, because this particular case law states that land grants issued before 1792 are private property. You can't. So they want to talk about United States, you know, invoked eminent domain and turned it into public use. Well, none of that works because the land grant was issued in the 1600s, way before the United States existed. They have no jurisdiction, so it's private lands, and boom, checkmate. It's over. So once I complete these battles, then I'll come back and I'm actually going to do a presentation about this whole experience and bring something real and tangible for the family to see and hear and say, wow, this shit can be done. And just follow my blueprint. But the key, you got to put the work in. You got to do your genealogy. That's the key to everything. Then remember, this is what the Pan Africans kept you away from. They don't want you. They never mentioned genealogy because they don't want you to know that. So they want you focused on, oh, because someone's melanated like you, that's your brother. They had you doing hero worshiping for the last 50 years. Kings and queens of Egypt.
Facts.
All this crap. And you've just been ignoring your own great great grandmother and great great grandfather the entire time, dishonoring them. Those are your heroes. Those are the ones who left you a national treasure.
A lot of people don't see that.
Yeah, so that's what it's about.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so yeah, appreciate you guys and keep on. I gotta finish this deadline for my client here and introduce this new case law I found here. And this thing will be winding down shortly. And here, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars here, hundreds of millions of dollars. And this could be your answer as well, who left a similar estate for you. But you got to do the digging. Now, remember, when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to the genealogy, the like ancestry, or My Heritage, it's going to take you to a certain point where you're going to hit a wall. But no, don't fret, because remember, the a lot of the records depending upon the state, they have a lot of these records that will go back to the 16 1700s, and what they call these genealogical historical societies. So each county will have one. Those where those records are. Now, if you have ancestors in Louisiana, all those records from the 16 1700s are in what's called the Louisiana State Archives. Birth records, death records, marriage records, all going way back to the 1600s. So you're going to hit that wall, but there's the stuff is still out there. It's out there. You just gotta, you gotta do the deep dig. But it's definitely worth it, and that's how you honor your ancestors. We've been ignoring them for way far too long with our ankh chains and statues of Queen Nefertari and all this crap, and we've been ignoring our own ancestors the entire time. That's why we've been catching hell.
Big facts. They've been here the whole time giving us the answers.
Exactly, exactly. So keep on building. I'm gonna get back, get back here to put this work in, and then I'll be out always listening. And then once this stuff is done, blueprint is laid down, estate claimed, lives are changed. Then I'll come do a presentation on that. No talking out of my ass. No theory. Real shit applied and acquired.
Wow, that's great though, bro. I'm glad to hear that for real. You know, 'cause
And the funny thing is, I've been saying it, but I know, because see, we don't have confidence in ourselves. We don't trust ourselves. And anyone like us, we don't believe in them either. I understand that. It's a lonely experience. So I kind of like to, you know, use the analogy of like Clark Kent, but not Clark Kent because we have to have a hood name. So I'm Tyrone Jackson. So I come to you as Tyrone Jackson, but you don't know Tyrone Jackson Superman. You ain't gonna believe that. Tyrone's out of his mind, right? You know. but that's cool. That's all right, because the art of war is to always be in a position where they'll never see you coming. That's Sun Tzu, the art of war. See, when your
right.
enemy is big and think he's bad, you appear incompetent, like a clown. They'll never see you coming. So I embrace that Tyrone Jackson role there. Without the cape on, yes, I'm Tyrone Jackson.
You know what? Eagle Hawk and Amani Bay are so they both of y'all are like, man, two brilliant minds. I just have to say it like that. Y'all both have brilliant minds, and I'm honored to be able to have been around or even been on the same platform with you brothers. Cause man, I honor all the work that y'all do. I really, and the reason why I put just saying y'all together is because y'all remind me so much of one another at times.
Yeah, Eagle
That
Hawk.
that
That's my boy there. I love Eagle Hawk. He's
so so
he's
so
awesome there. Hopefully
so
one day we will meet.
so when I hear y'all, I be like, wow. But man, y'all both are huge factors in my life. I know you don't know that, but that's why I wanted to tell you that. Like, you know,
No,
from
I
day
appreciate
one,
that,
like
Lord. I appreciate
nah,
that.
from day one when I first ever even heard you, the information that you put out was so powerful, and then I would see you in different chats and listening to reading some of the things that you would say, and I was always in awe of your intelligence. You know what I'm saying? And nah, it's I feel honored to be able to tell you this. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know, and then you did that one well, not just one, you did a couple of them, I believe, with the brother A1, and the information you brought then was so hard hitting and powerful. You know, so I'm honored to be around brothers like y'all, and to be able to chat and talk and to uplift one another, and to inspire one another to move forward to the greatness that we know we are. So
Indeed.
brother,
Well, it's
I might
mutual.
not can't do what you do, but I'm rooting for you.
Well,
You know what
yeah,
I'm
well,
saying?
exactly. I appreciate that. And again, if you have ancestors with ancestral lands, I can help you claim that. So that's what I'm here for. So you have abilities. It's about helping others. Because you see, a lot of us will never be in that position because what are you going to hire a bar member? Even if most of them don't even know about this. This is way above their pay grade. They don't know, but even if they do, what they're going to charge you hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? So who can afford that, right? See, so
Right.
and then your ancestral lands will still be in the wrong hands, and
Right.
imposters will be controlling it. Imposters, you know. So
And
and
that's
then
basically what I was
right.
saying, right?
Exactly. And another thing is, like, Brother Curry Mayo, right? It's
Uh-huh.
I only judge you on the work you put out. That's it. I don't get into personalities. I don't get into that. You put work
Right.
out that's going to make an impact and change lives. Boom, you get credit for that, right?
Absolutely.
So we can't judge the messenger on because he has to look like us. Well, that's been a fucking problem for the last 100 years. People looking like you, and where has it gotten you?
Fucked.
So one of my new clients, I got a new client with land grants issued to ancestors in the state of Georgia. Now this came from him listening to Curry Mayo, and he did a research on the deep dive in this genealogy, found that and found a land grant issued to one of his ancestors, who yes came out of Europe with the land grant 250 acres. My other client I'm helping right now. See,
Wow.
so you know, you have to be very, very careful, right? Because it's chess, not checkers.
Yeah, and see, but it also you may have a person that comes out of Europe that's in your family, but then they're married to, you have to look at the person that they're married to. You know what I mean? That person probably is an indigenous person of this land, and this is how these things start to shake and move. You know,
Right.
at
Well,
least in,
well,
in my
right,
experience.
right. Well, I covered that history very, very deeply. Okay. Now, when it comes to, you know, if you have ancestors who came out of Europe, for the most part, they came up out of the Iberian Peninsula and went into
Right,
other parts of Europe. But you got to
right.
remember the Iberian, not only the Iberian Peninsula, but Europe. You got to remember our ancestors in the Americas thousands of years ago set up colonies all over the world. See, people got to understand, like, so for example, in Cornwall, the western part of England, that was
Uh-huh.
the king of the Tamarian Pharaoh sent a colony there under General Gael. That's where you get the Gaelic language from. Okay, and the
Mm.
reason they set the colony up over there was because they mined and controlled the tin resources. They had tin mines there. All right, and so when you get
Wow.
into the deep histories, you'll know that. And then, of course, the one of the daughters of the Talmerian pharaohs, Scota. You guys should know about Princess Scota, where you get the name Scotland from.
Yes,
So
yeah, right.
right, right. And then when you get into the early histories, in the 8th, 7th, 8th, 9th century, those wars between the Douglases, in the what they call the Pinckneys, the painted people, right? The Aboriginals of Europe, right? When you get the word in the southern, their words is called the Pickaninnies, right? That actually came from
Hmm.
the Pinckneys up in Europe, who were the Aboriginals of the land, go back hundreds of thousands of years, even before the Tarmarians and other nations went up into there, right? But when you get to know those histories, and then you get into the Douglases, the Mac clans of Scotland, and all of that, all the way up into the 18th century, because you don't get into arguments with people about melanated Europeans. The argument ends because you just got to tell them one thing. So, for example, like my clients, the King George II was one who was ruling at the time. Then King Charles II, who issued these land grants. Their sovereign lord was melanated. That's in the conversation. In the conversation. So,
My
so
mic
I don't
drop,
get
bro.
into debates with people about that, because all you need to know is that King James, his son Charles I, Charles II, all the way up into George III, the 1800s, were all melanated. That's all you need to take conversation over.
And a lot of people don't
Conversation's
know
over.
these things. Yeah, but you're right, because you have a lot of people that don't know these things. They don't know that Europe was a melanated place. They don't know that.
Yep, to
Well,
a certain
exactly, they
degree,
don't know
of
that.
course.
But remember, all that was under one jurisdiction connected to America. So my client, for example, who was issued a land grant in the 1600s, the land grant came from Charles to the king of the one of the nations that's connected to the Powhatan. But ask yourself this question: how would one of
Yeah,
the
I didn't know
Aboriginal
that.
kings of
But go ahead, I'm
America,
sorry.
so how would the Aboriginal king of America accept land from a foreigner? Think about that.
Mm,
Now,
mm,
during that time, he would only have a colony of a few hundred people. So
right.
up against an empire of millions of people, right? So if the king who granted the land to that king who's associated with the Powhatan was a foreigner, then you're playing with the
Mm,
king. The king's going to kill all the people who are there under him, right? That didn't
you
happen.
would
That's
think, yeah.
because they're family. See? This is a whole nother part of the story that no one understands. A foreigner can't
Mm.
grant land to a sovereign aboriginal of his own land. Why do you think these patents are still valid?
And didn't was it King Charles or one of it was a couple of them that came here.
My whole thing is this. I think they were already here to begin with. See,
Oh,
when you talk about
oh,
those places were the outposts, where they sent the colonies. Think about this. Why in the hell would they want to stay up in miserable weather place? England, I don't know if you've ever been
oh.
there, bro. It rains eight,
Yeah,
nine
yeah, yeah.
months of the year.
I just was in
Miserable.
Paris. I was just in Paris. Yeah.
Right. So the King Charles is gonna let people under him, his servants, go to paradise, and he's gonna stay up in in fucking Europe. Get out of here. No, they were always in America.
Wow. You know what? I never looked at it like that though, bro.
Why are they gonna let their servants live in paradise and they're gonna be up in miserable weather?
I never looked at it like that.
But that's a whole other part of this discussion. See, so but what our duty is now is to honor our ancestors and to confirm whether or not they had land. That's it. That's your duty.
And that's a fact. You're right about that. That is our job. That is our job. That's our
Right. And,
duty.
and and it's not about throwing a baby out with the bath water. You can't hate on anybody who's bringing information that's going to change your lives.
Yeah.
You got to cut that out.
Yeah. That's you right. Nah, I agree with you on that. I don't have no problem with that. at all.
Because look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself this: what am I doing?
Huh.
Whose life have I changed for the better?
That's a great question. We was just speaking on that too. For real. Like I get upset because I feel like I let some of the generations, some of the younger brothers uh, in the generation after mine, I feel like I let them down. You know, and
Another
I
thing
know
here,
that's a
family.
huge response.
Right.
Go ahead.
Another
I'm
thing,
sorry.
family. Another thing, family. Because there's the real world and there's the fictitious world.
Right.
And when you get into conversations with Pan Africans, they're
Oh God.
paid to go around these platforms and get because they will cash app you because they got a budget for all that now. They're gonna cash app you so you can get on there and spew their crap to throw in and interject whatever agenda they're on. We know what their agenda is, but it's to keep you in that fictitious world. So they want
Mm.
to talk about DNA and all that crap. So in the real world, and these now we got my case here with my client. Um, what does she use as evidence to prove? Genealogical records. That's what's accepted in the real world.
Right.
Genealogical records connecting her to her ancestors who had that land. So, and that's nothing they can do about it.
Right. Because
What do
that's
you
what
think
it
you're gonna do?
takes.
Go?
Right.
You're gonna think you're gonna go get some certificate from 23andMe and attach that as an exhibit and a lawsuit? Oh, no, the defendants would love you to do that. They will eat you and take your lunch and eat you alive. Your case will get thrown out before
And
you can
laugh at
even.
you while they doing it.
Exactly. But so again, there's the real world and there's the fictitious world. Now, and another thing. Now, this client's in Virginia. Virginia spent millions of dollars on museums trying to say you're from Africa. You notice what's not in their defense? Ain't none of them coming to the table talking about, oh, wait a minute, you're from the Congo or something. What are you talking about here? You don't have any ancestors here in America. Ain't no such defense exists in the real world.
No.
They're not
As I
calling. They're not calling Henry Louis Gates as a witness to come in and say that my client is from the Congo. Doesn't happen. See, there's the real world and there's the fictitious world. Which one you going to remain in?
Oh shit. Oh yeah. That's a good one. Wow.
Ain't came up once. Nothing. The word Africa ain't been thrown around once.
That shit he got going is something else too, man. But you right though. Now that you said there's so many uh agents out there that's out there spewing all this bullshit information to keep us dumbed down and fucked up in the head about who we are and what's what and what's ours and what's not ours and where we're from and where we're not from. You know, it's fucked up. But you know what? I honor the sister American Harris, American heiress for the information that she's putting out, and I honor her for the petition that she's got going against ancestry. What I think it's ancestry something or another, but she got a petition out against them, and she's trying to get them to change their some of the information that they got out, and I think it's a huge thing that she's doing. I don't want to.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
want to
that's good. Yeah,
miss. I don't want
that's
to
good work there.
misspeak about what she's doing, but it's something pertaining to uh the rightful people of North America and because they don't have us covered as being the North American Indian in the states of like Georgia and Tennessee, and you can't track us back to none of those places with that company. So she's trying to get them to change their information. It's something along those lines. But yeah, it's a beautiful thing that she's doing, though. I don't know if if any of y'all know anything more about it, but because I don't want to
No,
misspeak.
yeah, yeah. I don't know too much about it, but yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a good thing. Everyone has a role and a function and an ability. But the main thing is you got to take care of yours first, and that's confirming your ancestral estate. I'm not talking about Queen Nefertari. I'm not talking about
Hmm.
that. I'm not talking about now. Yeah, so I'm just talking about your mother's on down the maternal line, and your father's all the way down the paternal line and maternal line. That's what I'm talking about.
Like, and you know what? That's the only way I know that I would even attempt to do it. You know what I'm saying? Is along those lines. Exactly. Like that's I
Now,
can't see
mind
it
you,
no other
family,
way.
I'm here in Japan, and
I
and I,
know.
st- I
I
still
know.
have my own patents to claim. I have my great grandfather, my paternal line, in Bossier, Louisiana, was issued a patent in 1903, 160 acres, 60.5 acres, and I was sending emails back and forth with Bureau of Land Management because they actually mutilated my great grandfather's land patent by drawing a line through it. And
Wow.
then, so I sent an email and started saying, "What are you guys doing? Mutilating my grandfather's land patent, trying to make cross out the word heirs on it." And I said, "Well, even legally, even though you crossed it out, now I need to confirm whether or not you did that, but it still doesn't stop the interstate descent. I can still claim it." And so then the guy said, "We're going to look into it." So he looked into it. He got back and said, "Oh, no, no, everything is okay." With some of the patents that were issued during that time, the line was to make sure that the United States would not control any minerals or anything like that. Yeah, part of those minerals were crossed out too, but the line did cross heirs out. So I got on record through email communications with that federal agency, Bureau of Land Management, that no, the intent was not to cross out heirs, and it is, the heirs can claim it, and I got that on record. So once I finish with these client cases, and then when things get better where I can actually travel there, I'll be claiming my own. You see, so but that's our duty. So everyone has to start doing that.
Yeah, and that's out of Louisiana.
Yep, Bossier, Louisiana, right near Shreveport. So
Wow.
my great grandfather was born 1861 there in Bossier, and then now I got to confirm his father, okay, because I have also land patents with that last name Grissett. They're issued to I through process of elimination. I have it to three possible people. Now it says his father was from Alabama, so I do have a Grissett in Alabama. So many Grissetts in Alabama with land patents who came over to Louisiana. So I have a couple of potentials, but I have to get to the Louisiana State Archives to pull those records. But I'm first claiming his, right? So, um, yeah.
My grandmother on my father's side is from Louisiana. That's what me and Bronze was just talking about. We earlier
Right.
how we all have that a lot of us have that Louisiana connection in our families, and then you come on and say the same thing.
Right. Now my maternal line, now like my grandmother, my mother's mother, she's from Shreveport, Louisiana. But now, and also her mother, but now my great great grandmother, Amarilla Gully, is from South Carolina, a town called what's the town in South Carolina? Darlington. Okay, Darlington, South Carolina. So then, but now her mother, Martha Gully, is from Rhode Island. Okay, and then of course her father and her great grandfather William Gully the first came out of a boat out of England, right? So,
Wow.
and then on that in that Rhode Island area with the Gullies, I have ancestors of the Whipples, the Maoris, and those are the ones who were setting up shit, and of course the 13 colonies. So, there's no shame of that. Those are your ancestors.
Yeah, and that Whipple name is a well known name too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Whipple Maori. He purchased 2,000 acres of land in 1666 directly from the king of the Massachusetts.
Okay.
So yeah,
Yeah, Whipple.
once I
Yeah.
claim, you get the easy stuff first. So once I claim my great grandfather paternal patent, and then confirm his parents, then I'm going after the Rhode Island stuff. Because you got a whole lot of pale skin imposters, trying to claim that they're all those descents presently. So they better enjoy as they can right now because I'm coming.
Well, Amani, it's hard. It's man, I'm having such a tough time because I have nobody from the older generations, from the old, it left in my family. Everybody's died off, and so I have me and A1 even talked about this, man. I'm having such a hard time, man, because it's hard for me to collect any information, and I didn't know much about my my people's names and who they were and where they were from. I'm just recently and I've been into this information for years. Like I can remember like one of the very first times I ever even heard A1 on or even Chief Holiday on a you know bill. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But my problem is that because I don't have nobody around to ask, it's hard for me to find the information.
Well, I just dropped my email in the private chat. Email me, then I'll get some time and I'll help you out there. Because
Okay, I'll
I
do
have
that.
both databases. I have Ancestry and I have My Heritage database, and I also can
Yeah, I remember you
yeah.
had pulled up some names before, and I think you was helping some people out before. You
Yeah, I
did it
helped a couple
live, I
people out.
think. Yeah, I think you did
Yep.
it live. That was cool though.
Yes. Yep.
I thought that was real cool of you to do that. I remember that.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah. So
I will email you though. I appreciate you saying that though, and I will. Cause man, it's hard. It's a beautiful thing to be able to get into your proper person and to know who your people are and where you come from, man. But it's like I was saying, it's a great thing to do. It's hard, but it's a great thing, and I really meant that. Like just a little bit that I do know, I feel so happy and so honored that I have achieved that much. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know nothing. And when I say zilch, I mean zilch. Like I didn't even know what my real grandmother real name was on my mother's side.
wow.
Because we didn't call her by her real name. We called her Pama, or which was our nickname for grandma.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
never, what I'm saying? So I never really knew what her name was. It's
And
crazy,
and and it's a real talk here before I leave here. This is another issue. See, a lot of our ancestors had secrets. They didn't talk
That
to us.
me and Bronze we just was speaking about. Oh my God. See, that's confirmation right there. Because me and him just had the same. We was just speaking about this. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. So like my grandmother, she didn't tell me a lot of this stuff. She didn't tell me at all. And so and now because it's a lot of ugliness and a lot of shame, because you got to understand. So let me give you an example. Like my mother's mother, my maternal grandmother, was born in Shreveport, Louisiana, in 1923. In
Mm-hmm.
1943, when she's 20 years old, she leaves Louisiana, and now she was married to Lee Arthur Ziegler, my grandfather, and so they moved. They came into San Francisco and then down to Los Angeles and settled in Los Angeles in around 1943, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Lee Arthur, my grandfather, fathered four children with my grandmother. Four. The oldest, Carolyn, my auntie, then my mother, Brenda, then my auntie Rhonda, and then my uncle Eddie. Now,
Mm-hmm.
while my grandfather was married to my grandmother, he had another woman. He fathered
Wow.
four children with her.
Mm-mm-mm.
Now, so he had this secret life, this whole other family. My grandmother found out and just lost it, right? So they
Rightfully
split,
so.
right? They split because of that, and so and now my grandfather married the other woman he fathered four children, Bertha, who's also from Louisiana, Bertha Jones, and so 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 this is now this is the reason I brought this up is because the same thing with my great grandfather's land patent that I discovered. Okay, now
Mm-hmm.
when I was doing the research, and the reason it took me so a while to uncover this was because there's a pink Grisette. Okay, and pink
Mm-hmm.
Grisette, when you look, he was married to an Ellen Hawkins, her maiden name. Then she came Ellen Grisette. Married, they both married in the year 1874, right?
Right.
But then early on, when I was doing that genealogic research, I said, "Wait a minute, Pinckney's not connected to me because, there was, my grandfather, my father's father's Fred Grisette, only shows up on two census records. It's the 1910 and the 1920. He's born in 1903, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
um, but then when I look closer to the census records of Ward 6, Bossier, Louisiana. So there was my great grandmother's maiden name was Richards, Martha Richards. But I found a 1900 census where her name's Martha Grisette. Then
Wow.
you look at the head of household, she's the head of household, but there's no man there. It's her with five children. No male in the
Mm.
household. But then on the same census, when you turn it, because you have like the census could be like 60 pages. So
Right.
my great grandmother Martha was be on page 4, right? But you got to check the other pages because it's the entire neighborhood, right? So when
Uh-huh.
I check the other pages, there's Pinckney Grisette, but he's with Ellen.
Wow.
He's with Ellen Grisette, his wife. But then, so I'm looking for another male Grisette who could have fathered Martha's children. There was no other male Grisettes in the
None.
neighborhood. So
Wow.
this is from 1900, 1910, 1920, 30 years. The only Grisette in Bossier, Louisiana, Ward 6 was Pinckney Grisette. And then I discovered that one of Martha's children, her daughter, Carrie Grisette, got married, and her daughter um, was Gainey. Her daughter married a Gainey. So Helen Gainey, I found her birth certificate. It had Pinckney Grisette's name on it.
Mm-mm-mm.
But see, with that shame, and that's why my own fathers didn't know who his grandfather was. His uncle, who was his father's brother, didn't know and didn't tell him anything. And this is why, because a lot of our family members did stuff where, it was, I guess it brought shame and they just didn't talk about it.
Wow.
But that was good detective work on your part, though. Wow.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Because I kept looking for a Grisette.
Wow.
Wait a minute, Pinkley's the
That
only
was
one.
great. That was great detective work on your part. Like shit.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. See, so okay, so you have to, like you say, you have to look at it all. You have to look at the whole picture. You can't just look at the one page and say, "Well, that's it." You got to look at the whole thing. In other words, you got to check and recheck and double check to make sure that shit is what it's supposed to be.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Wow.
right. So that census record will have several pages, right? Because that enumerator, that they
Hmm.
covers the entire area, right? And you got to remember during that time, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, those were small communities. Everyone knew each
Yeah,
other.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So then I found newspaper articles of Pinckney Grisette with the witnesses who was with him when he did the application for the land patent. All that was in the Bossier Times, the newspaper there. I got those article clips. And then there's another article clip where he donated money. So he's this big wig in the community. But the question of him having another woman, and Martha had the last name Grisette, right? So I don't know if
Wow.
was this some ancient cultural practice they had.
It's
So, and I
possible.
right now I still have to confirm on that particular line, where they actually came from. Were they aboriginal to America, or did they come through the Iberian Peninsula through Europe? I have to confirm all that, right? But could it have been some cultural practice? I don't know. But my own grandmother, maternal grandmother, and my grandfather who married her, he did the same thing Pinckney did.
But you want to know something? I had that same type of thing going on in my life, and my father did too. So you might be on to something there.
Right.
You just might be on to something because sometimes these things are passed down, and I truly believe that a lot of things that 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 are in us is passed down. That something that might be in your father is passed down through you, whether you know it or not. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, wow. You got me thinking right now, for real. Like for real, for real.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you got to just keep doing the research. It's research skills, and you see your ancestors will lead you to it. They'll leave you clues where you'll be able to find them. They will play a part and they'll help you out. You'll be guided by your own ancestors, and they're gonna leave clues in order for you to find them.
Okay. Because like my mother is a smith, right? And all her paperwork was fucked up. Like her birth certificate, her social security number, all that shit is fucked up. Even before she passed away, she was having problems getting her social security from her job because all her paperwork was fucked up. But anyway, her mother was a smith,
Mm-hmm.
and and her mother was born in Georgia. But now her mother has a brother, and his name is David, and his last name is Few. So my grandmother's brother's name is Few, and my grandmother's last name is Smith. So now I don't know if that's a married name Smith or if it was her maiden name Smith, because she also have other children, but their last names are Jones.
Mm-hmm.
It's all screwed up, and I don't know where to start at with because all right, and with my grandmother, my grandmother died on Thanksgiving night, the night of Thanksgiving, about 3 in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
right now. they have this other lady named Massey Smith dying in May of the next year, and they keep trying to tell me that that's my grandmother. And I keep telling them, no, that's not my grandmother because my grandmother died on Thanksgiving night. I'm positive of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember it like it was yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I'm having the damnedest time getting the right information. You know, it's
Right. And
crazy.
that's your mother's mother or your father's mother?
My mother's mother.
Okay. Okay.
That's my
Yep.
mother's mother.
Yeah. And then like my grandmother, my maternal grandmother's, her mother, Carrie Presley, uh, she had, I think, children by 6 different men. See, so um, so we had a whole lot of that. That's a whole nother thing to deal with, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah,
You right. Because my mother, like you said, my mother's last name is Smith, but her sisters and brothers' names are Jones.
right.
So you had that whole ordeal. And now my mother had another brother, my grandmother had another brother named Frank, and his last name was Jones. But her other brother David, his last name was Few. So I don't know, man. And her last name was Smith. So I don't know who's who and what's what and how any of this shit fits.
Right.
But I haven't given up hope. I just like the sister said earlier. I step back sometime and I just take a break and and then I try to go back. I try to go back at it again. But because I have limited information, I keep coming up with the same answers. And that shit is so frustrating
What year
to
was your
know that
grandmother born? What year was she born?
I have her being born in either '05 or 15.
Which state?
I mean, not '05 in 1905 or in 1915 in the state of Georgia.
Okay. Okay. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, and they stopped really. Census records. If you notice, really kind of stopped right around the 19. I think for me, the last one I can get see any ancestor on is 1940. So 1950 and beyond, you can forget that. They just stopped. You know, if you notice, you don't get those later census records. So she's born in 1915. You can maybe see her on the 1920 census. You have her on the 1920 or 1930.
I haven't looked at any of those census.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Just email me and then give me some of the names and I'll see what I can find for
But
you there.
but but what I do have her I have um her last known address and the year and the day that she died,
Hmm.
and that's about all the information that I have on her. I know that she was born in I believe it was 1915 in Georgia.
All right. What about your paternal line?
My father's side is almost the same thing, but I got his mother as she was her last name was Harris. But now I think that was a marriage name because my father's last name is Brown.
And what
So
about his father?
I have no information on him.
Okay.
None.
Yeah. So sometimes you'll notice there'll be an easier line to go back on. Like for me, it was my maternal line. My maternal line, I went all the way back to the 1400s with gullies, with the Maoris. I get way back to the 1200s. I got the
Wow.
family crests. all that stuff. So, but now on the
Wow.
paternal line, I was stuck, and I did get my Pinckney, and then discovered that land patent with him. And so after I claim that land patent, I still got to go down my paternal line deeper and see what else I can find there.
But now I I can remember my mother saying that when my grandmother was a child, my mother called it a pool, but I'm sure it was a lake. You know what I'm saying? She said my mother and them used to have a pool they swam in and everything when they was kids. But I'm sure that it must have been like a pond or a lake on some property that they had in Georgia.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Cause I could hear my mother right now in my head saying, "Oh, mama had such a beautiful home when she was a child."
Yeah, well, you
But
definitely have to confirm that. Definitely have to get into that.
so I know that there's probably land in Georgia, and I remember my grandmother taking trips back to Georgia when I was a child. Cause I even remember crying to go with her one time. I couldn't have been no more than about 5 or 6 years old, and she was
Right.
going back to Georgia, and I wanted to go with her. And my mother had took her to the train. My mother and father had took her to the train station, so she can catch a train. And I can remember having a fit that she was leaving, and I wasn't going with her. So yeah, but I really, really, really would like to know more about my mother's side. If I could find out about her side first, that would be a blessing, man, because I just feel so much more connected to that side. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, yeah, but don't forget the paternal line now. Now you always want to
Yeah,
go
I'm
down
not.
the
Yeah,
line that's easier to go back first, right? You want to start with that. So,
right. Okay. So whatever's easier, that's what I should pursue first.
right. So whatever more you get, the more information you have, if it falls to your paternal line, you got more information, then you want to go down that line, right? Um, yeah, but get as much information as possible, and send me an email, and I'll you know, see what I can uncover for you there.
I sure would appreciate it. Flat Power, you still there, bruh? He been quiet a minute.
Maybe he's sleeping. Probably probably fell asleep. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta get back to work. I gotta finish these documents here. You got a
Well, I
deadline.
appreciate you too, and I'm great crashing. I gotta get up in the morning myself.
Okay, you're out in New York, right?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I actually have another client I'm helping in New York. He actually lives here in Japan as well. He's a pale skin, but his case is ending soon. And I was that's why I would always go back there and file, but because of the situation, we're mailing the documents to the court now.
Okay,
But yeah,
okay.
when I'm back in New York, I definitely hit you up, and we'll have lunch or something.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm on that type of time too, man. That's what I do.
Right, right. Be
I
careful
love to
out
go
there.
out.
I know things are
Yeah, I
crazy
love to
out there.
eat. Oh yeah, well, they trying to come up with all these crazy laws about having to have a vaccination card in order to enter certain places or to do certain things. But I haven't been vaccinated, so I'm running into a lot of problems. But I try not to let that even be an issue. If I feel like if a place don't want me in it, then I don't want to be there.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, the
Simple as
question
that.
is, against all this, the backdrop of all this unlawful and illegal stuff that they're trying to push down everyone's throat. The question is this: What are you going to do about it?
But
Are
you
you
know
gonna
what?
are you gonna just stand there and take
And
it with
take it.
no Vaseline, or are you gonna do something about it?
That's a fact. Cause I look at it, look, they trying to get you not to go in certain restaurants or certain events without having proof of a vaccination. But 50 people could be in one train car on the subway
Yeah,
with no
exactly.
proof or nothing. So
Well,
I
right.
don't so you know what I mean. So where's the logic in that?
None.
So that's what makes me know that it's all bullshit.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know, see, but the more yeah, whenever I speak out against it, I got people pushing back at me. Oh, you're the reason why people are getting sick, and I'm like, wow. Yo, bro, you don't know what I be going up against sometimes, man. I mean, I really have people coming at me like saying I'm gonna be a zombie and all this shit, because I haven't been vaccinated.
Yeah, well, stay away from that
And and
poison.
and but my thing is, I say the same thing back to him. Well, shit, that's the way I feel about you getting the vaccination. You fuck
Right.
you mean? If anything, you gonna be the zombie.
Exactly. Exactly.
I try to make light of it, man, but it's a real issue though, bro. I mean, I really have issues dealing with people, because I am opinionated and I do like to speak out about things. You know, I get a lot of pushback from people, and it's hard, but I guess it's fair because you know whenever you trying to stand up for your rights, you always gonna have somebody trying to knock you down. So it
Right.
is what it is. But I'm never gonna be the one that just take it. I ain't never been that person.
Okay,
You know
that's
what I'm
good to
saying?
know. Yep. That's
I
good.
ain't never been that person. And I'm willing to fight for my people. Like like I'm that person. Like I'm that dude, and I ain't just saying it because I'm on no YouTube. I'm really that dude. Like, if you can't stand up for yourself, then I'm willing to stand up for you. If it's if it's if if it's an honorable cause, yeah, why wouldn't I? Because if I can't help the next person, what good am I? You know what I'm saying? If I can't help a person that can't help themselves, what good am I? And that's just my outlook on life. Like what good are any of us if we're not willing to help those that's misfortunate? Fuck that. I want us all to be able to make it. I know we might not, but at least we can try.
Yep.
And
That's
with
good
that
stuff.
being said, my brother, I'm gone because I'm really tired.
Yeah. Yeah. I know it's getting late there. Well, it's almost 5 p.m. where I'm at, so I'm
Oh,
about to
it's
get back
early
to work.
there. I'm
Yeah.
like on 4 o'clock in the morning over here.
Yep. Okay. Have a good night.
All right, peace, my brother.
All right. Peace.
Mad love to you, bro, for real.
Same here. Take care.
All right, peace.
All right. Peace.
Well, all that time, appreciate everybody for coming through. Powerful deal. And, you know, yeah, peace, love, and hair grease. And we'll be on the next one. And we out.